Section 1 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Self-Help, with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Preface and Introduction. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day, then canst not then be false to any man. Shakespeare. Might I give counsel to any young man, I would say to him, try to frequent the company of your betters. In books and in life, that is the most wholesome society. Learn to admire rightly. The great pleasure of life is that. Note what great men admired. They admired great things. Narrow spirits admire basely and worship meanly. W. M. Thackeray. Preface. This is a revised edition of a book which has already been received with considerable favor at home and abroad. It has been reprinted in various forms in America. Translations have appeared in Dutch and French, and others are about to appear in German and Danish. The book has, doubtless, proved attractive to readers in different countries by reason of the variety of anecdotal illustrations of life and character which it contains, and the interest which all more or less feel in the labors, trials, the struggles, and the achievements of others. No one can be better aware than the author of its fragmentary character, arising from the manner in which it was for the most part originally composed, having been put together principally from jottings made during many years, intended as readings for young men, and without any view to publication. The appearance of this edition has furnished an opportunity for pruning the volume of some superfluous matter and introducing various new illustrations which will probably be found of general interest. In one respect the title of the book, which is now too late to alter, has proved unfortunate, as it has led some who have judged it merely by the title to suppose that it consists of a eulogy of selfishness, the very opposite of what it really is, or at least of what the author intended it to be, although its chief object unquestionably is to stimulate youths to apply themselves diligently to right pursuits, sparing neither labor, pains, nor self-denial in prosecuting them, and to rely upon their own efforts in life rather than depend upon the help or patronage of others. It will also be found, from the examples given of literary and scientific men, artists, inventors, educators, philanthropists, missionaries, and martyrs, that the duty of helping oneself in the highest sense involves the helping of one's neighbors. It has also been objected to the book that too much notice is taken in it of men who have succeeded in life by helping themselves, and too little of the multitude of men who have failed. Why should not failure, it has been asked, have its Plutarch as well as success? There is, indeed, no reason why failure should not have its Plutarch, except that a record of mere failure would probably be found excessively depressing as well as uninstructive reading. It is, however, shown in the following pages that failure is the best discipline of the true worker, by stimulating him to renewed efforts, invoking his best powers, and carrying him onward in self-culture, self-control, and growth in knowledge and wisdom. Viewed in this light, failure, conquered by perseverance, is always full of interest and instruction, and this we have endeavored to illustrate by many examples. As for failure per se, although it may be well to find consolations for it at the close of life, there is reason to doubt whether it is an object that ought to be set before youth at the beginning of it. Indeed, how not to do it is of all things the easiest learnt. It needs neither teaching, effort, self-denial, industry, patience, perseverance, nor judgment. Besides, readers do not care to know about the general who lost his battles, the engineer whose engines blew up, the architect who designed only deformities, the painter who never got beyond daubs, the schemer who did not invent his machine, the merchant who could not keep out of the Gazette. It is true, the best of men may fail in the best of causes, But even these best men did not try to fail or regard their failure as meritorious. On the contrary, they tried to succeed and looked upon failure as misfortune. Failure in any good cause is, however, honorable, while success in any bad cause is merely infamous. At the same time, success in the good cause is unquestionably better than failure, but it is not the result in any case that is to be regarded so much as the aim and the effort, the patience, the courage, and the endeavor with which desirable and worthy objects are pursued. "'Tis not in mortals to command success. We will do more, deserve it." The object of the book briefly is to re-inculcate these old-fashioned but wholesome lessons, which perhaps cannot be too often urged, that youth must work in order to enjoy, that nothing creditable can be accomplished without application and diligence, that the student must not be daunted by difficulties, but conquer them by patience and perseverance, and that, above all, he must seek elevation of character, without which capacity is worthless, and worldly success is not. If the author has not succeeded in illustrating these lessons, he can only say that he has failed in his object. Among the new passages introduced in the present edition may be mentioned the following: illustrious foreigners of humble origin, pages 10 through 12. French generals and marshals risen from the ranks, 14. De Tocqueville and mutual help, 24. William Lee, M.A., and the stocking loom, 42. John Heathcote, M.P., and the bobbin net machine, 47. Jacquard and his loom, 55. Vaucanson, 58. Joshua Heilman and the combing machine, 62. Bernard Paisley and his struggles, 69. Boutge, discoverer of hard porcelain, 80. Count de Buffon, a student, 104. Cuvier, 128. Ambrose Père, 134. Claude Lorrain, 160. Jacques Callot, 162. Benvenuto Cellini, 164. Nicholas Poussin, 168. Ari Schäfer, 171. The Struts of Belper, 214. Francis Xavier, 238. Napoleon as a man of business, 276. Intrepidity of Deal Boatman, 400, besides numerous other passages which it is unnecessary to specify. London, May, 1866. Introduction to the first edition. The origin of this book may be briefly told. Some 15 years since, the author was requested to deliver an address before the members of some evening classes which had been formed in a northern town for mutual improvement under the following circumstances. 2 or 3 men of the humblest rank resolved to meet in the winter evenings for the purpose of improving themselves by exchanging knowledge with each other. Their first meetings were held in the room of a cottage in which one of the members lived, and others shortly joined them. The place soon became inconveniently filled. When summer set in, they adjourned to the cottage garden outside. The classes were then held in the open air round a little boarded hut used as a garden house, in which those who officiated as teachers set the sums, and gave forth the lessons of the evening. When the weather was fine, the youths might be seen, until a late hour, hanging around the door of the hut like a cluster of bees, but sometimes a sudden shower of rain would dash the sums from their slates and disperse them for the evening unsatisfied. Winter, with its cold nights, was drawing near, and what were they to do for shelter? Their numbers had by this time so increased that no room of an ordinary cottage should accommodate them. Though they were for the most part young men earning comparatively small weekly wages, they resolved to incur the risk of hiring a room, and on making inquiry they found a large, dingy apartment to let, which had been used as a temporary cholera hospital. No tenant could be found for the place, which was avoided, as if the plague still clung to it. But the mutual improvement youths, nothing daunted, hired the cholera room at so much a week, lit it up, placed a few benches and a deal table in it, and began their winter classes. The place soon presented a busy and cheerful appearance in the evenings. The teaching may have been, as no doubt it was, of a very rude and imperfect sort, but it was done with a will. Those who knew a little taught those who knew less, improving themselves while they improved the others, and in all events setting before them a good working example. Thus these youths, and there were also grown men amongst them, proceeded to teach themselves and each other reading and writing, arithmetic and geography, and even mathematics, chemistry, and some of the modern languages. About 100 young men had thus come together when, growing ambitious, they desired to have lectures delivered to them. And then it was that the author became acquainted with their proceedings. A party of them waited on him for the purpose of inviting him to deliver an introductory address, or, as they expressed it, to talk to them a bit, prefacing the request by a modest statement of what they had done and what they were doing. He could not fail to be touched by the admirable self-helping spirit which they had displayed, and though entertaining but slight faith in popular lecturing, he felt that a few words of encouragement, honestly and sincerely uttered, might not be without some good effect, and in this spirit he addressed them on more than one occasion, citing examples of what other men had done as illustrations of what each might, in a greater or lesser degree, do for himself, and pointing out that their happiness and well-being as individuals in after life must necessarily depend mainly upon themselves, upon their own diligent self-culture, self-discipline, and self-control, and above all, on that honest and upright performance of individual duty, which is the glory of manly character. There was nothing in the slightest degree new or original in this counsel, which was as old as the Proverbs of Solomon, and possibly quite as familiar. But old-fashioned though the advice may have been, it was welcomed. The youths went forward in their course, worked on with energy and resolution, and reaching manhood, they went forth in various directions into the world, where many of them now occupy positions of trust and usefulness. Several years after the incidents referred to, the subject was unexpectedly recalled to the author's recollection by an evening visit from a young man, apparently fresh from the work of a foundry, who explained that he was now an employer of labor and a thriving man, and he was pleased to remember with gratitude the words spoken in all honesty to him and to his fellow pupils years before, and even to attribute some measure of his success in life to the endeavors which he had made to work up to their spirit. The author's personal interest having in this way been attracted to the subject of self-help, he was accustomed to adding to the memoranda from which he had addressed these young men, and to note down occasionally in his leisure evening moments, after the hours of business, the result of such reading, observation, and experience of life as he conceived to bear upon it. One of the most prominent illustrations cited in his earlier addresses was that of George Stephenson, the engineer, and the original interest of the subject, as well as the special facilities and opportunities which the author possessed for illustrating Mr. Stephenson's life and career, induced him to prosecute it at his leisure, and eventually to publish his biography. The present volume is written in a similar spirit, as it has been similar in its origin. The illustrative sketches of character introduced are, however, necessarily less elaborately treated, being busts rather than full-length portraits, and in many of the cases only some striking feature has been noted. The lives of individuals, as indeed of nations, often concentrating their luster and interest in a few passages. Such as the book is, the author now leaves it in the hands of the reader, in the hope that the lessons of industry, perseverance, and self-culture which it contains will be found useful and instructive as well as generally interesting. London, September, 1859. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 1. Self-Help. National and Individual Part 1. Quote, "The worth of a state in the long run is the worth of the individuals composing it." Unquote. by John Stuart Mill. Quote, "We put too much faith in systems and look too little to men." Unquote. B. Disraeli. Quote, "Heaven helps those who help themselves," unquote, is a well-tried maxim, embodying in a small compass the results of vast human experience. The spirit of self-help is the root of all genuine growth in the individual and exhibited in the lives of many. It constitutes the true source of national vigor and strength. Help from without is often enfeebling in its effects, but help from within invariably invigorates. Whatever is done for men or classes to a certain extent takes away the stimulus and necessity of doing for themselves, and where men are subjected to over-guidance and over-government, the inevitable tendency is to render them comparatively helpless. Even the best institutions can give a man no active help. Perhaps the most they can do is to leave him free to develop himself and improve his individual condition. But in all times men have been prone to believe that their happiness and well-being were to be secured by means of institutions rather than by their own conduct. Hence the value of legislation as an agent in human advancement has usually been much overestimated. To constitute the millionth part of a legislature by voting for 1 or 2 men once in 3 or 5 years, however conscientiously this duty may be performed, but little active influence upon any man's life and character. Moreover, it is every day becoming more clearly understood that the function of government is negative and restrictive, rather than positive and active, being resolvably principally into protection of life, liberty, and property. Laws wisely administered will secure men in the enjoyment of the fruits of their labor, whether of mind or body, at a comparatively small personal sacrifice, but no laws, however stringent, can make the idle industrious, the thriftless provident, or the drunken sober. Such reforms can only be effected by means of individual action, economy, and self-denial, by better habits rather than by greater rights. The government of a nation is usually found to be but the reflex of the individuals composing it. The government that is ahead of the people will be inevitably dragged down to their level, as the government that is behind them will, in the long run, be dragged up. In the order of nature, the collective character of a nation will as surely find its befitting results in its law and government, as water finds its own level. The noble people will be nobly ruled, and the ignorant and corrupt ignobly. Indeed, all experiences serves to prove that the worth and strength of a state depend far less upon the form of its institutions than upon the character of its men. For the nation is only an aggregate of individual conditions, and civilization itself is but a question of the personal improvement of the men, women, and children of whom society is composed. National progress is the sum of individual industry, energy, and uprightness, as national decay is of individual idleness, selfishness, and vice. While we are accustomed to decry as great social evils, will, for the most part, be found to be but the outgrowth of man's own perverted life. And though we may endeavor to cut them down and extirpate them by means of law, they will only spring up again with fresh luxuriance in some other form, unless conditions of personal life and character are radically improved. If this view be correct, then it follows that the highest patriotism and philanthropy consist, not so much in altering laws and modifying institutions, as in helping and stimulating men to elevate and improve themselves by their own free and independent individual action. It may be of comparatively little consequence how a man is governed from without, whilst everything depends upon how he governs himself from within. The greatest slave is not he who is ruled by a despot, great though that evil be, but he who is the thrall of his own moral ignorance, selfishness, and vice. Nations who are thus enslaved at heart cannot be freed by any mere changes of masters or of institutions, and so long as the fatal delusion prevails that liberty solely depends upon and consists in government, so long will such changes, no matter at what cost they may be effected, have as little practical and lasting result as the shifting of the figures in a phantasmagoria. The solid foundations of liberty must rest upon individual character, which is also the only sure guarantee for social security and national progress. John Stuart Mill truly observes that, quote, even despotism does not produce its worst effects so long as individuality exists under it, and whatever crosses individuality is despotism by whatever name it be called, unquote. Old fallacies as to human progress are constantly turning up. Some call for Caesars, others for nationalities, and others for acts of parliament. We are to wait for Caesars, and when they are found, quote, happy the people who recognize and follow them, unquote. This doctrine shortly means everything for the people, nothing by them, a doctrine which, if taken as a guide, must, by destroying the free conscience of a community, speedily prepare the way for any form of despotism. Caesarism is human idolatry in its worst form, a worship of mere power, as degrading in its effects as the worship of mere wealth would be. A far healthier doctrine to inculcate among the nations would be that of self-help, and so soon as it is thoroughly understood and carried into action, Caesarism will be no more. The two principles are directly antagonistic, and what Victor Hugo said of the pen and the sword alike applies to them. Cese tuera cela, this will kill that. The power of nationalities and acts of parliament is also a prevalent superstition. What William Dargan, one of Ireland's truest patriots, said at the closing of the first Dublin industrial expedition may be well quoted now. Quote, to tell the truth, he said, I never heard the word independence mentioned that my own country and my own fellow townsmen did not occur to my mind. I have heard a great deal about the independence that we were to get from this, that, and the other place, and of the great expectations we were to have from persons from other countries coming amongst us. Whilst I value as much as any man the great advantages that must result to us from that intercourse, I've always been deeply impressed with the feeling that our industrial independence is dependent upon ourselves. I believe that with simple industry and careful exactness in the utilization of our energies, we never had a fairer chance nor a brighter prospect than the present. We have made a step, but perseverance is the great agent of success. And if we but go on zealously, I believe in my conscience that in a short period we shall arrive at a position of equal comfort, of equal happiness, and of equal independence with that of any other people, unquote. All nations have been made what they are by the thinking and the working of many generations of men. Patient and persevering laborers in all ranks and conditions of life, cultivators of the soil and explorers of the mine, inventors and discoverers, manufacturers, mechanics, and artisans, poets, philosophers, and politicians, all have contributed towards the grand result, one generation building upon another's labors and carrying them forward to still higher stages. This constant succession of noble workers, the artisans of civilization, has served to create order out of chaos in industry, science, and art, and the living race has thus, in the course of nature, become the inheritor of the rich estate provided by the skill and industry of our forefathers, which is placed in our hands to cultivate and to hand down, not only unimpaired but improved to our successors. The spirit of self-help, as exhibited in the energetic action of individuals, has in all times been a marked feature in the English character and furnishes the true measure of our power as a nation. Rising above the heads of the mass, there will always to be found a series of individuals distinguished beyond others who commanded their public homage, but our progress has also been owing to multitudes of smaller and less known men. Though only the generals' names may be remembered in the history of any great campaign, it has been in a great measure through the individual valor and heroism of the privates that victories have been won, and life too is a soldier's battle, unquote. Men in the ranks having in all times been amongst the greatest of workers. Many are the lives of men unwritten, which have nevertheless as powerfully influenced civilization and progress as the more fortunate great, whose names are recorded in biography. Even the humblest person, who sets before his fellows an example of industry, sobriety, and upright honesty of purpose in life, has a present as well as a future influence upon the well-being of his country, for his life and character pass unconsciously into the lives of others and propagate good example for all time to come. Daily experience shows that it is energetic individualism which produces the most powerful effects upon the life and action of others, and really constitutes the best practical education. Schools, academies, and colleges give but the merest beginnings of culture in comparison with it. Far more influential is the life education daily given in our homes, in the streets, behind counters, in workshops, at the loom and the plough, in counting houses and manufactories, and in the busy haunts of men. This is that finishing instruction as members of society, which Schiller designated, quote, the education of the human race, unquote, consisting in action, conduct, self-culture, self-control, all that tends to discipline a man truly and fit him for the proper performance of the duties and business of life. A kind of education not to be learnt from books or acquired by any amount of mere literary training. With his usual weight of words, Bacon observes that, quote, studies teach not their own use, but that is a wisdom without them, and above them won by observation, unquote. A remark that holds true of actual life as well as the cultivation of the intellect itself. For all experiences serve to illustrate and enforce the lesson that a man perfects himself by work more than by reading, that it is life rather than literature, action rather than study, and character rather than biography, which tend perpetually to renovate mankind. Biographies of great, but especially of good men, are nevertheless most instructive and useful, as helps, guides, and incentives to others. Some of the best are almost equivalent to gospels, teaching high living, high thinking, and energetic action for their own and the world's good. The valuable examples which they furnish of the power of self-help, of patient purpose, resolute working, and steadfast integrity, issuing in the formation of truly noble and manly character, exhibit in language not to be misunderstood what is in the power of each to accomplish for himself, and eloquently illustrate the efficacy of self-respect and self-reliance in enabling men of even the humblest rank to work out for themselves an honorable competency and solid reputation. Great men of science, literature, and art, apostles of great thoughts and lords of the great heart, have belonged to no exclusive class nor rank in life. They have come alike from colleges, workshops, and farmhouses, from the huts of poor men and the mansions of the rich. Some of God's greatest apostles have come from, quote, the ranks, unquote. The poorest have sometimes taken the highest places, nor have difficulties, apparently, the most insuperable proved obstacles in their way. These very difficulties, in many instances, would ever seem to have been their best helpers by invoking their powers of labor and endurance and stimulating into life faculties which might otherwise have lain dormant. The instances of obstacles thus surmounted and of triumphs thus achieved are indeed so numerous as almost to justify the proverb that, quote, "with will one can do anything," unquote. Take, for instance, the remarkable fact that from the barber shop came Jeremy Taylor, the most poetical of divines, Sir Richard Arkwright, the inventor of the spinning jenny, and the founder of the cotton manufacture, Lord Tenterden, one of the most distinguished of Lord Chief Justices, and Turner, the greatest among landscape painters. No one knows to certainty what Shakespeare was, but it is unquestionable that he sprang from a humble rank. His father was a butcher and grazier, and Shakespeare himself is supposed to have been in early life a woolcomber, whilst others aver that he was an usher in a school and afterwards a Scrivener's clerk. He truly seems to have been, quote, "not one, but all mankind's epitome," unquote. For such is the accuracy of his sea phrases that a naval writer alleges that he must have been a sailor, whilst a clergyman infers from internal evidence in his writings that he was probably a parson's clerk, and a distinguished judge of horseflesh insists that he must have been a horse-dealer. Shakespeare was certainly an actor, and in the course of his life, quote, "played many parts," unquote, gathering his wonderful stores of knowledge from a wide field of experience and observation. In any event, he must have been a close student and a hard worker, and to this day his writings continue to exercise a powerful influence on the formation of English character. The common class of day laborers has given us Brindley the engineer, Cook the navigator, and Burns the poet. Masons and bricklayers can boast of Ben Jonson, who worked at the building of Lincoln's Inn, with a trowel in his hand and a book in his pocket, Edwards and Telford the engineers, Hugh Miller the geologist, and Allan Cunningham the writer and sculptor, whilst among distinguished carpenters we find the names of Inigo Jones the architect, Harrison the chronometer maker, John Hunter the physiologist, Romney and Opie the painters, Professor Lee the orientalist, and John Gibson the sculptor. From the weaver class have sprung Simpson the mathematician, Bacon the sculptor, the two milliners, Adam Walker, John Foster, Wilson the ornithologist, Dr. Livingstone the missionary traveler, and Tannahill the poet. Shoemakers have given us Sir Cloudesley Shovel, the great admiral, Sturgeon the electrician, Samuel Drew the essayist, Gifford the editor of the Quarterly Review, Bloomfield the poet, and William Carey the missionary, whilst Morrison, another laborious missionary, was a maker of shoe lasts. Within the last few years a profound naturalist has been discovered in the person of a shoemaker at Banff, named Thomas Edwards, who, whilst maintaining himself by his trade, has devoted his leisure to the study of natural science in all its branches. His researches in connection with the small crustacea have been rewarded by the discovery of a new species to which the name Prunella edwardsi has been given by naturalists, nor have tailors been undistinguished. John Stowe, the historian, worked at the trade during some part of his life. Jackson the painter made clothes until he reached manhood. The brave Sir John Hawkeswood, who so greatly distinguished himself at Poitiers and was knighted by Edward III for his valour, was in early life apprenticed to a London tailor. Admiral Hobson, who broke the boom at Vigo in 1702, belonged to the same calling. He was working as a tailor's apprentice near Bonchurch in the Isle of Wight, when the news flew through the village that a squadron of men of war was sailing off the island. He sprang from the shopboard and ran down with his comrades to the beach to gaze upon the glorious sight. The boy was suddenly inflamed with the ambition to be a sailor, and springing into a boat, he rowed off to the squadron, gained the admiral's ship, and was accepted as a volunteer. Years after he returned to his native village full of honors, and dined off bacon and eggs in the cottage where he had worked as an apprentice. But the greatest tailor of all is unquestionably Andrew Johnson, the present President of the United States. A man of extraordinary force and character and vigor of intellect. In his great speech at Washington, when describing himself as having begun his political career as an alderman and run through all the branches of the legislature, a voice in the crowd cried, quote, "From a tailor up," unquote. It was characteristic of Johnson to take the intended sarcasm in good part, and even to turn it to account. Quote, "Some gentleman says I have been a tailor. That does not disconcert me in the least, for when I was a tailor I had the reputation of being a good one, and making close fits. I was always punctual with my customers, and always did good work," unquote. Cardinal Wolsey, Defoe, Akenside, and Kirke White were the sons of butchers. Bunyan was a tinkerer, and Joseph Lancaster a basket maker. Among the great names identified with the invention of the steam engine are those of Newcomen, Watt, and Stephenson. The first a blacksmith, the second a maker of mathematical instruments, and the third an engine fireman. Huntingdon, the preacher, was originally a coal heaver, and Bewick, the father of wood engraving, a coal miner. Dodsley was a footman, and Holcraft a groom. Baffin, the navigator, began his seafaring career as a man before the mast, and Sir Cloudesley Shovel as a cabin boy. Herschel played the oboe in a military band. Chantrey was a journeyman carver, Etty a journeyman printer, and Sir Thomas Lawrence, the son of a tavern keeper. Michael Faraday, the son of a blacksmith, was in early life apprenticed to a bookbinder, and worked that trade until he reached his 22nd year. He now occupies the very first rank as a philosopher, excelling even his master, Sir Humphrey Davy, in the art of lucidly expounding the most difficult and abstruse points in natural science. Among those who have given the greatest impulse to the sublime science of astronomy we find Copernicus, the son of a Polish baker, Kepler, the son of a German public-house keeper, and himself the garçon de cabaret. D'Alembert, a foundling picked up one winter's night on the steps of the church of Saint Jean le Rond at Paris, and brought up by the wife of a glazier, and Newton and Laplace, the one the son of a small freeholder near Grantham, the other the son of a poor peasant of Beaumont-en-Auge near Honfleur. Notwithstanding their comparatively adverse circumstances in early life, these distinguished men achieved a solid and enduring reputation by the exercise of their genius, which all the wealth in the world could have not purchased. The very possession of wealth might indeed have proved an obstacle greater even than the humble means to which they were born. The father of Lagrange, the astronomer and mathematician, held the office of the treasurer of war at Turin. But having ruined himself by speculations, his family were reduced to comparative poverty. To this circumstance Lagrange was in after life accustomed partly to attribute his own fame and happiness. Quote, "Had I been rich," said he, "I should probably not have become a mathematician." Unquote. The sons of clergymen and ministers of religion generally have particularly distinguished themselves in our country's history. Amongst them we find the names of Drake and Nelson, celebrated in naval heroism, of Wollaston, Young, Playfair and Bell in science, of Wren, Reynolds, Wilkson and Wilkie in art, of Thurlow and Campbell in law, and of Addison, Thomson, Goldsmith, Coleridge, and Tennyson in literature. Lord Hardinge, Colonel Edwards, and Major Hodson, so honorably known in Indian warfare, were also the sons of clergymen. Indeed, the Empire of England in India was won and held chiefly by men of the middle class, such as Clive, Warren Hastings, and their successors, men for the most part bred in factories and trained to habits of business. Among the sons of attorneys we find Edmund Burke, Smeaton the engineer, Scott and Wordsworth, and Lords Somers, Hardwicke, and Dunning. Sir William Blackstone was the posthumous son of a silk mercer. Lord Gifford's father was a grocer at Dover, Lord Denman's a physician, Judge Chalford's a country brewer, and Lord Chief Baron Pollux a celebrated saddler at Charing Cross. Layard, the discoverer of the monuments of Nineveh, was an articled clerk in a London solicitor's office, and Sir William Armstrong, the inventor of hydraulic machinery and of the Armstrong Ordinance, were also trained to the law and practiced for some time as an attorney. Milton was the son of a London Scrivener, and Pope and Southey were the sons of linen drapers. Professor Wilson was the son of a Paisley manufacturer, and Lord Macaulay of an African merchant. Keats was a druggist, and Sir Humphrey Davy, a country apothecary's apprentice. Speaking of himself, Davy once said, quote, "What I am, I have made myself. I say this without vanity, and in pure simplicity of the heart." Unquote. Richard Owen, the Newton of natural history, began life as a midshipman, and did not enter upon the line of scientific research in which he has become so distinguished until comparatively late in life. He laid the foundations of his great knowledge, which occupied in cataloguing the magnificent museum accumulated by the industry of John Hunter, a work which occupied him at the College of Surgeons during a period of about 10 years. Foreign, not less than English biography, abounds in illustrations of men who have glorified the lot of poverty by their labors and genius. In art we find Claude, the son of a pastry cook, Jeeves of a baker, Leopold Robert of a watchmaker, and Haydn of a wheelwright, whilst Daguerre was a scene painter at the opera. The father of Gregory VII was a carpenter, of Sextus V a shepherd, and of Adrian VI a poor bargeman. When a boy, Adrian, unable to pay for a light by which to study, was accustomed to prepare his lessons by the light of the lamps in the streets and the church porches, exhibiting a degree of patience and industry, which were the certain forerunners of his future distinction. Of like humble origin were Hay, the mineralogist, who was the son of a weaver of Saint Just Haute-Feuillée, the mechanician of a baker at Orleans, Joseph Fourier, the mathematician of a tailor of Auxerre, Durand, the architect of a Paris shoemaker, and Gesner, the naturalist of a skinner or a worker in hides at Zurich. This last began his career under all the disadvantages attendant on poverty, sickness, and domestic calamity, none of which, however, were sufficient to damp his courage or hinder his progress. His life was indeed an eminent illustration of the truth of the saying that those who have most to do and are willing to work will find the most time. Pierre Ramus was another man of like character. He was the son of poor parents in Picardy, and when a boy was employed to tend sheep, but, not liking the occupation, he ran away to Paris. After encountering much misery, he succeeded in entering the College of Navarre as a servant. The situation, however, opened for him the road to learning, and he shortly became one of the most distinguished men of his time. End of section 2. Recorded by Meg Ferry 252. Section 3 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 1, Self-Help, National and Individual, Part 2. The chemist Vauquelin was the son of a peasant of Saint Andre de Herbetot in the Calvados. When a boy at school, though poorly clad, he was full of bright intelligence, and the master, who taught him to read and write, when praising him for his diligence, used to say, "Go on, my boy, work, study, call in, and one day you will go as well dressed as the parish church warden." A country apothecary who visited the school admired the robust boy's arms and offered to take him into his laboratory to pound his drugs, to which Vauquelin assented in the hope of being able to continue his lessons. But the apothecary would not permit him to spend any part of his time in learning, and on ascertaining this, the youth immediately determined to quit his service. He therefore left Saint Andre and took the road for Paris with his haversack on his back. Arrived there, he searched for a place as apothecary's boy, but could not find one. Worn out by fatigue and destitution, Vauquelin fell ill, and in that state was taken to the hospital, where he thought he should die. But better things were in store for the poor boy. He recovered, and again proceeded in his search of employment, which he at length found with an apothecary. Shortly after, he became known to Fourcroy, the eminent chemist, who was so pleased with the youth that he made him his private secretary, and many years after, on the death of that great philosopher, Vauquelin succeeded him as professor of chemistry. Finally, in 1829, the electors of the district of Calvados appointed him their representative in the Chamber of Deputies, and he re-entered in triumph the village which he had left so many years before, so poor and obscure. England has no parallels to show of promotions from the ranks of the army to the highest military offices, which have been so common in France since the first revolution. Laquelle Overt Oxtalines has there received many striking illustrations which would doubtless be matched among ourselves where the road to promotion is open. Hoche, Humbert, and Pique Hedgegrue began their respective careers as private soldiers. Hoche, while in the king's army, was accustomed to embroidered waistcoats to enable him to earn money wherewith to purchase books on military science. Humbert was a scapegrace when he knew that at 16 he ran away from home and was by turns servant to a tradesman at Nancy, a workman at Lyons, and a hawker of rabbit skins. In 1792 he enlisted as a volunteer, and in a year he was general of brigade. Kleber, Lefebvre, Souchet, Victor, Lyons, Sault, Massena, Saint-Cyr de Ullon, Maugrat, Augereau, Bessiers, and Ney all rose from the ranks. In some cases promotion was rapid, in others it was slow. Saint-Cyr, the son of a tanner of Toul, began life as an actor, after which he enlisted in the chasseurs and was promoted to a captaincy within a year. Victor du de Belluno enlisted in the artillery in 1781. During the events preceding the Revolution he was discharged, but immediately on the outbreak of war he re-enlisted, and in the course of a few months his intrepidity and ability secured his promotion as adjutant major and chief of battalion. Murat, quote, Le Beau-Sabir, unquote, was the son of a village innkeeper in Périgord, where he looked after the horses. He first enlisted in a regiment of chasseurs from which he was dismissed for insubordination, but again enlisting, he shortly rose to the rank of colonel. Ney enlisted at 18 in a hussar regiment and gradually advanced step by step. Kleber soon discovered his merits, surnaming him the Indefatigable, and promoted him to be adjutant general when only 25. On the other hand, Soult was 6 years from the date of his enlistment before he reached the rank of sergeant, but Soult's advancement was rapid compared with that of Messina, who served for 14 years before he was made sergeant, and though he afterwards rose successfully, step by step, to the grades of colonel, general of division, and marshal, he declared that the post of sergeant was the step of which all others had cost him the most labor to win. Similar promotions from the ranks in the French army have continued down to our own day. Chan Garnier entered the king's bodyguard as a private in 1815. Marshal Augiard served 4 years in the ranks, after which he was made an officer. Marshal Randon, the present French Minister of War, began his military career as a drummer boy. In the portrait of him in the gallery at Versailles, his hand rests upon a drumhead, the picture thus being painted at his own request. Instances such as these inspire French soldiers with enthusiasm for their service, as each private feels that he may possibly carry the baton of a marshal in his knapsack. The instances of men in this and other countries who, by dint of persevering application and energy, have raised themselves from the humblest ranks of industry to eminent positions of usefulness and influence in society, are indeed so numerous that they have long ceased to be regarded as exceptional. Looking at some of the more remarkable, it might almost be said that early encounter with difficulty and adverse circumstance was a necessary and indispensable condition of success. The British House of Commons has always contained a considerable number of such self-raised men, fitting representatives of the industrial character of the people, and it is to the credit of our legislature that they have been welcomed and honored here. When the late Joseph Brotherton, member for Salford, in the course of the discussion on the 10 Hours Bill, detailed with true pathos the hardships and fatigues to which he had been subjected when working as a factory boy in a cotton mill, and described the resolution which he had then formed, that if it was ever in his power, he would endeavor to ameliorate the condition of that class, Sir James Graham rose immediately after him and declared amidst the cheers of the House that he did not know that Mr. Brotherton's origin had been so humble, but that it rendered him more proud than he had ever been before of the House of Commons, to think that a person risen from that condition should be able to sit side by side on equal terms with the hereditary gentry of the land. The late Mr. Fox, member for Oldham, was accustomed to introduce his recollections of past times with the words, quote, "When I was working as a weaver boy at Norwich," unquote, and there are other members of Parliament still living, whose origins has been equally humble. Mr. Lindsay, the well-known ship-owner, until recently member for Sunderland, once told the simple story of his life to the electors of Weymouth, in answer to an attack made upon him by his political opponents. He had been left an orphan at 14, and when he left Glasgow for Liverpool to push his way in the world, not being able to pay the usual fare, the captain of the steamer agreed to take his labor in exchange, and the boy worked his passage by trimming the coals in the coal hole. At Liverpool he remained for 7 weeks before he could obtain employment, during which time he lived in sheds and fared hardly, until at last he found shelter on board a West Indiaman. He entered as a boy, and before he was 19, by steady good conduct, he had risen to the command of a ship. At 23 he retired from the sea and settled on shore, after which his progress was rapid. Quote, "He had prospered," quote, he said, quote, "by steady industry, by constant work, and by ever keeping in view the great principle of doing to others as you would be done by," unquote. The career of Mr. William Jackson of Birkenhead, the present member for North Derbyshire, bears considerable resemblance to that of Mr. Lindsay. His father, surgeon at Lancaster, died, leaving a family of 11 children, of whom William Jackson was the 7th son. The elder boys had been well educated while the father lived, but at his death the younger members had to shift for themselves. William, when under 12 years old, was taken from school and put to hard work at a ship's side from 6 in the morning till 9 at night. His master falling ill, the boy was taken into the counting-house where he had more leisure. This gave him an opportunity of reading, and having obtained access to a set of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, he read the volumes throughout from A to Z, partially by day, but chiefly at night. He afterwards put himself to a trade, was diligent, and succeeded in it. Now he has ships sailing on almost every sea, and holds commercial relations with nearly every country on the globe. Among like men of the same class may be ranked the late Richard Cobden, whose start in life was equally humble, the son of a small farmer at Midhurst in Sussex. He was sent at an early age to London, and employed as a boy in a warehouse in the city. He was diligent, well-conducted, and eager for information. His master, a man of the old school, warned him against too much reading, but the boy went on in his own course, storing his mind with the wealth found in books. He was promoted from one position of trust to another, became a traveler for his own house, secured a large connection, and eventually started in business as a calico printer at Manchester. Taking an interest in public questions, more especially in popular education, his attention was gradually drawn to the subject of the Corn Laws, to the repeal of which he may be said to have devoted his fortune and his life. It may be mentioned as a curious fact that the first speech he delivered in public was a total failure. But he had great perseverance, application, and energy, and with persistency and practice he became at length one of the most persuasive and effective public speakers, extorting the disinterested eulogy of even Sir Robert Peel himself. M. Doyen de Hughes, the French ambassador, has eloquently said of Mr. Cobden that he was, quote, a living proof of what merit, perseverance, and labor can accomplish, one of the most complex examples of those men who, sprung from the humblest ranks of society, raise themselves to the highest rank in public estimation by the effect of their own worth and of their personal services. Finally, one of the rarest examples of the solid qualities inherent in the English character, unquote. In all these cases, strenuous individual application was the price paid for distinction, excellence of any sort being invariably placed upon the reach of indolence. It is the diligent hand and head alone that maketh rich, in self-culture, growth, in wisdom, and in business. Even when men are born to wealth and high social position, any solid reputation which they may individually achieve can only be attained by energetic application, for though an inheritance of acres may be bequeathed, an inheritance of knowledge and wisdom cannot. The wealthy man may pay others for doing his work for him, but it is impossible to get his thinking done for him by another, or to purchase any kind of self-culture. Indeed, the doctrine that excellence in any pursuit is only to be achieved by laborious application holds as true in the case of the man of wealth as in of Drew and Gifford, whose only school was a cobbler's stall, or Hugh Miller, whose only college was a Cromarty stone quarry. Riches and eases, it is perfectly clear, are not necessary for man's highest culture, else had not the world been so largely indebted in all times to those who have sprung from the humbler ranks. An easy and luxurious existence does not train men to effort or encounter with difficulty, nor does it awaken that consciousness of power which is so necessary for energetic and effective action in life. Indeed, so far from poverty being a misfortune, it may, by vigorous self-help, be converted even into a blessing, rousing a man to that struggle with the world in which, though some may purchase ease by degradation, the right-minded and true-hearted find strength, confidence, and triumph. Bacon says, quote, men seem neither to understand their riches nor their strength. Of the former they believe greater things than they should, of the latter much less. Self-reliance and self-denial will teach a man to drink out of his own cistern and eat his own sweetbread, and to learn and labor truly to get his living, and carefully to expend the good things committed to his trust, unquote. Riches are so great a temptation to ease and self-indulgence to which men are by nature prone, that the glory is all the greatest who, born to ample fortunes, nevertheless take an active part in the work of their generation, who, scorn delights and live laborious days, It is to the honor of wealthier ranks in this country that they are not idlers, for they do their fair share of the work of the state, and usually take more of their fair share in its dangers. It was a fine thing said of a subaltern officer in the Peninsular campaigns, observed trudging alone through mud and mire by the side of his regiment, "There goes 15,000 ell a year," and in our own day the bleak slopes of Sebastopol and the burning soil of India have borne witness to the like noble self-denial and devotion on the part of our gentler classes. May a gallant and noble fellow of rank and estate, having risked his life or lost it, in one or other of those fields of action in the service of his country. Nor have the wealthier classes been undistinguished in the more peaceful pursuits of philosophy and science. Take, for instance, the great names of Bacon, the father of modern philosophy, and of Worcester, Boyle, Cavendish, Talbot, and Ross in science. The last name may be regarded as the great mechanic of the peerage, a man who, if he had not been born a peer, would probably have taken the highest rank as an inventor. So thorough is his knowledge of smith-work that he is said to have been pressed on one occasion to accept the foremanship of a large workshop by a manufacturer to whom his rank was unknown. The great Ross telescope of his own fabrication is certainly the most extraordinary instrument of the kind that has yet been constructed. But it is principally in the departments of politics and literature that we find the most energetic laborers amongst our higher classes. Success in these lines of actions, as in all others, can only be achieved through industry, practice, and study, and the great minister or parliamentary leader must necessarily be amongst the very hardest of workers. Such was Palmerston, and such are Derby and Russell, Disraeli and Gladstone. These men have had the benefit of no 10-hours bill, but have often during the busy season of Parliament worked, double shift, almost day and night. One of the most illustrious of such workers in modern time was unquestionably by the late Sir Robert Peel. He possessed in an ordinary degree the power of continuous intellectual labor, nor did he spare himself. His career, indeed, presented a remarkable example how much a man of comparatively moderate powers can accomplish by means of assiduous application and an indefatigable industry. During the 40 years that he held a seat in Parliament, his labors were prodigious. He was a most conscientious man, and whatever he undertook to do, he did thoroughly. All his speeches bear evidence of his careful study of everything that had been spoken or written on the subject under consideration. He was elaborate almost to excess, and spared no pains to adapt himself to the various capacities of his audience. Withal, he possessed much practical sagacity, great strength of purpose, and power to direct the issues of action with a steady hand and eye. In one respect he surpassed most men. His principles broadened and enlarged with time and age, instead of contracting, only served to mellow and ripen his nature. To the last he continued open to the reception of new views, and though many thought him cautious to excess, he did not allow himself to fall into that indiscriminating admiration of the past which is the palsy of many minds similarly educated, and renders the old age of many nothing but a pity. The indefatigable industry of Lord Brougham has become almost proverbial. His public labors have extended over a period of upwards of 60 years, during which he has ranged over many fields of law, literature, politics, and science, and achieved distinction in them all. However he contrived it has been to many a mystery. Once, when Sir Samuel Romilly was requested to undertake some new work, he excused himself by saying that he had no time, "but unquote. He added, quote, "Go with it to that fellow Brougham. He seems to have time for everything," unquote. The secret of it was that he never left a minute unemployed. Withal, he possessed a constitution of iron. When he arrived at an age at which most men would have retired from the world to enjoy their hard-earned leisure, perhaps to doze away their time in an easy-chair, Lord Brougham commenced and prosecuted a series of elaborate investigations as to the laws of light, and he submitted the results to the most scientific audiences that Paris and London could muster. About the same time, he was passing through the press his admirable sketches of the men of science and literature of the reign of George III, and taking his full share of the law business of the political discussions in the House of Lords. Sidney Smith once recommended him to confine himself to only the transaction of so much business as 3 strong men could get through, but such was Brougham's love for work, long become a habit, that no amount of application seems to have been too great for him, and such was his love of excellence, that it has been said of him that if his station in life had only been that of a shoeblack, he would have never rested satisfied until he had become the best shoeblack in England. Another hard-working man of the same class is Sir E. Bulwer-Lytton. Few writers have done more, or achieved higher distinction in various walks, as a novelist, poet, dramatist, historian, essayist, orator, and politician. He has worked his way step by step, disdainful of ease, and animated throughout by the ardent desire to excel. On the score of mere industry, there are few living English writers who have written so much, and none that have produced so much of high quality. The industry of Bulwer is entitled to all the greater praise that it has been entirely self-imposed. To hunt and shoot and live at ease, to frequent the clubs and enjoy the operas, with the variety of London visiting and sightseeing during the season, and then off to the country mansion, with its well-stocked preserves and its 1,000 delightful outdoor pleasures, to travel abroad to Paris, Vienna, or Rome. All this is excessively attractive to a lover of pleasure and a man of fortune, and by no means calculated to make him voluntarily undertake continuous labor of any kind. Yet these pleasures all within his reach, Bulwer must, as compared with men born to similar estate, have denied himself in assuming the position and pursuing the career of a literary man. Like Byron, his first effort was political, Weeds and Wildflowers, and a failure. His second was a novel, Falkland, and it proved a failure too. A man of a weaker nerve would have dropped authorship, but Bulwer had pluck and perseverance, and he worked on. Determined to succeed, he was incessantly industrious, read extensively, and from failure went courageously onwards to success. Pelham followed Falkland within a year, and the remainder of Bulwer's literary life, now extending over a period of 30 years, has been a succession of triumphs. Mr. Disraeli affords a similar instance in the power of industry and application in working out an eminent public career. His first achievements were like in Bulwer's in literature, and he reached success only through a succession of failures. His Wondrous Tale of Alroy and Revolutionary Epic were laughed at and regarded as indications of literary lunacy, but he worked in on other directions, and his Coningsby, Sybil, and Tancred proved the sterling stuff of which he was made. As an orator, too, his first appearance in the House of Commons was a failure. It was spoken of as, quote, more screaming than an Adelphi farce, unquote, though composed in a grand and ambitious strain. Every sentence was hailed with, quote, loud laughter, unquote. Hamlet, played as a comedy, were nothing to it, but he concluded with a sentence which embodied a prophecy. Writhing under the laughing with which his studied eloquence had been received, he exclaimed, quote, I've begun several times many things and have succeeded in them at last. I shall sit down now, but the time will come when you will hear me, unquote. The time did come, and how Disraeli succeeded in at length commanding the attention of the first assembly of gentlemen in the world, affords a striking illustration of what energy and determination will do. For Disraeli earned his position by dint of patient industry. He did not, as many young men do, having once failed, retire dejected, to mope and whine in a corner, but diligently set himself to work. He carefully unlearned his faults, studied the character of his audience, practiced sedulously the art of speech, and industrially filled his mind with the elements of parliamentary knowledge. He worked patiently for success, and it came but slowly. Then the House laughed with him instead of at him. The recollection of his early failure was effaced, and by general consent he was at length admitted to be one of the most finished and effective of parliamentary speakers. Although much may be accomplished by means of individual industry and energy, as these and other instances set forth in the following pages serve to illustrate, it must at the same time be acknowledged that the help with which we derive from others in the journey of life is of very great importance. The poet Wordsworth has well said that, quote, "These two things, contradictory though they may seem, must go together, manly dependence and manly independence, manly reliance and manly self-reliance. From infancy to old age, all are more or less indebted to others for nurture and culture, and the best and strongest are usually found the readiest to acknowledge such help. Take, for example, the career of the late Alexis de Tocqueville, a man doubly well born, for his father was a distinguished peer of France, and his mother, a granddaughter of Malesherbes. Through powerful family influence, he was appointed judge auditor at Versailles when only 21, but probably feeling that he had not fairly won the position by merit, he determined to give it up, and owe his future advancement in life to himself alone. A foolish resolution, some will say, but de Tocqueville bravely acted it out. He resigned his appointment and made arrangements to leave France for the purpose of traveling through the United States, the results of which were published in his great book on Democracy in America. His friend and traveling companion, Gustave de Beaumont, has described his indefatigable industry during this journey. Quote, "His nature," unquote, he says, quote, "was wholly averse to idleness, and whether he was traveling or resting, his mind was always at work." Unquote. With Alexis, the most agreeable conversation was that which was the most useful. The worst day was the lost day, or the day ill spent. The least loss of time annoyed him. Tocqueville himself wrote to a friend, quote, "There is no time at which one can wholly cease from action, for effort without one's self, and still more effort within, is equally necessary, if not more so, when we grow old. As it is in youth, I compare man in this world to a traveler journeying without ceasing a colder and colder region. The higher he goes, the faster he ought to walk. The great malady of the soul is cold, and in resisting this formidable evil, one needs not only to be sustained by the action of a mind employed, but also by contact with one's fellows in the business of life." Notwithstanding de Tocqueville's decided views as to the necessity of exercising individual energy and self-dependence, no one could be more ready than he was to recognize the value of that help and support for which all men are indebted to others, in a greater or less degree. Thus he often acknowledged with gratitude his obligation to his friends de Kergorle and Stoffels, to the former for intellectual assistance, and to the latter for moral support and sympathy. To de Kergorle he wrote, quote, "Thine is the only soul in which I have confidence, and whose influence exercises a genuine effect upon my own. Many others have influence upon the details of my actions, but no one has so much influence as thou on the origination of fundamental ideas, and of those principles which are the rule of conduct." Unquote. de Tocqueville was not less ready to confess the great obligations which he owed to his wife Marie for the preservation of that temper and frame of mind which enabled him to prosecute his studies with success. He believed that a noble-minded woman insensibly elevated the character of a husband, while one of a grovelling nature as certainly tended to degrade it. And fine human character is molded by 1,000 subtle influences, by example and precept, by life and literature, by friends and neighbors, by the world we live in, as well as by the spirits of our forefathers, whose legacy of good words and deeds we inherit. But great unquestionably, though these influences are acknowledged to be, it is nevertheless equally clear that men must necessarily be the active agents of their own well-being and well-doing, and that however much the wise and the good may owe to others, they themselves must in the very nature of things be their own best helpers. End of Section 3. Recorded by Mike Ferry 252.
Section 4 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wilkie Mills, Buffalo, New York. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 2, Leaders of Industry, Inventors, and Producers. Part 1. Quote, Le travail et la science sont désormais les maîtres du monde. Close quote. Work and science are now masters of the world. De Salvandi. Quote, Deduct all that men of the humbler classes have done for England in the way of inventions only, and see where she would have been but for them. Closed quote. Arthur Helps. One of the most strongly marked features of the English people is their spirit of industry, standing out prominent and distinct in their past history, and as strikingly characteristic of them now as at any former period. It is this spirit, displayed by the Commons of England, which has laid the foundations and built up the industrial greatness of the empire. This vigorous growth of the nation has been mainly the result of the free energy of individuals, and it has been contingent upon the number of hands and minds from time to time actively employed within it, whether as cultivators of the soil, producers of articles of utility, contrivers of tools and machines, writers of books, or creators of works of art. And while this spirit of active industry has been the vital principle of the nation, it has also been its saving and remedial one, counteracting from time to time the effects of errors in our laws and imperfections in our Constitution. The career of industry which the nation has pursued has also proved its best education. As steady application to work is the healthiest training for every individual, so is it the best discipline of a state. Honorable industry travels the same road with duty, and Providence has closely linked both with happiness. The gods, says the poet, have placed labor and toil on the way leading to the Elysian fields. Certain it is that no bread eaten by man is so sweet as that earned by his own labor, whether bodily or mental. By labor the earth has been subdued, and man redeemed from barbarism, nor has a single step in civilization been made without it. Labor is not only a necessity and a duty, but a blessing. Only the idler feels it to be a curse. The duty of work is written on the thews and muscles of the limbs, the mechanism of the hand, the nerves and lobes of the brain. the sum of whose healthy action is satisfaction and enjoyment. In the school of labor is taught the best practical wisdom, nor is a life of manual employment, as we shall hereafter find, incompatible with high mental culture. Hugh Miller, than whom none knew better the strength and weakness belonging to the lot of labor, stated the result of his experience to be that work, even the hardest, is full of pleasure and materials for self-improvement. He held honest labor to be the best of teachers, and that the school of toil is the noblest of schools, save only the Christian one, that it is a school in which the ability of being useful is imparted, the spirit of independence learnt, and the habit of persevering effort acquired. He was even of opinion that the training of the mechanic, by the exercise which it gives to his observant faculties, from his daily dealings with things actual and practical, and the close experience of life which he acquires, better fits him for picking his way along the journey of life, and is more favorable to his growth as a man, emphatically speaking, than the training afforded by any other condition. The array of great names which we have already curiously cited, of men springing from the ranks of the industrial classes, who have achieved distinction in various walks of life, in science, commerce, literature, and art, shows that at all events the difficulties imposed by poverty and labor are not insurmountable. As respects the great contrivances and inventions which have conferred so much power and wealth upon the nation, it is unquestionable that for the greater part of them we have been indebted to men of the humblest rank. Deduct what they have done in this particular line of action, and it will be found that very little indeed remains for other men to have accomplished. Inventors have set in motion some of the greatest industries in the world. To them society owes many of its chief necessaries, comforts, and luxuries, and by their genius and labor daily life has been rendered in all respects more easy as well as enjoyable. Our food, our clothing, the furniture of our homes, the glass which admits the light to our dwellings at the same time that it excludes the cold, the gas which illuminates our streets, our means of locomotion by land and by sea, the tools by which our various articles of necessity and luxury are fabricated, have been the result of the labor and ingenuity of many men and many minds. Mankind, at large, are all the happier for such inventions, and are every day reaping the benefit of them in an increase of individual well-being as well as of public enjoyment. Though the invention of the working steam engine, the king of machines, belongs, comparatively speaking, to our own epoch, the idea of it was born many centuries ago. Like other contrivances and discoveries, it was effected step by step, one man transmitting the result of his labors, at the time apparently useless, to his successors, who took it up and carried it forward another stage, the prosecution of the inquiry extending over many generations. Thus, the idea promulgated by Hero of Alexandria was never altogether lost, but, like the grain of wheat hid in the hand of the Egyptian mummy, it sprouted and again grew vigorously when brought into the full light of modern science. The steam engine was nothing, however, until it emerged from the state of theory and was taken in hand by practical mechanics. And what a noble story of patient, laborious investigation of difficulties encountered and overcome by heroic industry does not that marvelous machine tell of! It is indeed, in itself, a monument of the power of self-help in man. Grouped around it we find Savary, the military engineer; Newcomen, the Dartmouth blacksmith; Cowley, the glazier; Potter, the engine boy; Smeaton, the civil engineer; and, towering above all, The laborious, patient, never-tiring James Watt, the mathematical instrument maker. Watt was one of the most industrious of men, and the story of his life proves what all experience confirms, that it is not the man of the greatest natural vigor and capacity who achieves the highest results, but he who employs his powers with the greatest industry and the most carefully disciplined skill, the skill that comes by labor, application, and experience. Many men in his time knew far more than Watt, but none labored so assiduously as he did to turn all that he did know to useful, practical purposes. He was, above all things, most persevering in the pursuit of facts. He cultivated carefully that habit of active attention on which all the higher working qualities of the mind mainly depend. Indeed, Mr. Edgeworth entertained the opinion that the difference of intellect in men depends more upon the early cultivation of this habit of attention than upon any great disparity between the powers of one individual and another. Even when a boy, Watt found science in his toys. The quadrants lying about his father's carpenter's shop led him to the study of optics and astronomy. His ill health induced him to pry into the secrets of physiology, and his solitary walks through the country attracted him to the study of botany and history. While carrying on the business of a mathematical instrument maker, he received an order to build an organ, and though without an ear for music, he undertook the study of harmonics, and successfully constructed the instrument. And, in like manner, when the little model of Newcomen's steam engine belonging to the University of Glasgow was placed in his hands to repair, he forthwith set himself to learn all that was then known about heat, evaporation, and condensation, at the same time plotting his way in mechanics and the science of construction, the results of which he at length embodied in his condensing steam engine. For 10 years he went on contriving and inventing, with little hope to cheer him, and with few friends to encourage him. He went on, meanwhile, earning bread for his family by making and selling quadrants, making and mending fiddles, flutes, and musical instruments, measuring mason work, surveying roads, superintending the construction of canals, or doing anything that turned up and offered a prospect of honest gain. At length, Watt found a fit partner in another eminent leader of industry, Matthew Boulton of Birmingham, a skilful, energetic, and far-seeing man who vigorously undertook the enterprise of introducing the condensing engine into general use as a working power, and the success of both is now a matter of history. Many skilful inventors have from time to time added new power to the steam engine, and, by numerous modifications, rendered it capable of being applied to nearly all the purposes of manufacture, driving machinery, impelling ships, grinding corn, printing books, stamping money, hammering, planing, and turning iron, in short, of performing every description of mechanical labor where power is required. One of the most useful modifications in the engine was that devised by Trepetich, and eventually perfected by George Stephenson and his son, in the form of railway locomotive, by which social changes of immense importance have been brought about, of even greater consequence, considered in their results on human progress and civilization, than the condensing engine of Watt. One of the first grand results of Watt's invention, which placed an almost unlimited power at the command of the producing classes, was the establishment of the cotton manufacture. The person most closely identified with the foundation of this great branch of industry was unquestionably Sir Richard Arkwright, whose practical energy and sagacity were perhaps even more remarkable than his mechanical inventiveness. His originality as an inventor has indeed been called in question, like that of Watt and Stephenson. Arkwright probably stood in the same relation to the spinning machine that Watt did to the steam engine and Stephenson to the locomotive. He gathered together the scattered threads of ingenuity which already existed, and wove them after his own design into a new and original fabric. Though Louis Paul of Birmingham patented the invention of spinning by rollers 30 years before Arkwright, the machines constructed by him were so imperfect in their details that they could not be profitably worked, and the invention was practically a failure. Another obscure mechanic, a reed maker of Leigh named Thomas Hayes, is also said to have invented the water frame and spinning jenny, but they, too, proved unsuccessful. When the demands of industry are found to press upon the resources of inventors, the same idea is usually found floating about in many minds, such has been the case with the steam engine, the safety lamp, the electric telegraph, and other inventions. Many ingenious minds are found laboring in the throes of invention, until at length the master-mind, the strong practical man, steps forward and straightway delivers them of their idea, applies the principle successfully, and the thing is done. Then there is a loud outcry among all the smaller contrivers who see themselves distanced in the race, and hence men such as Watt, Stephenson, and Arkwright have usually to defend their reputation and their rights as practical and successful inventors. Richard Arkwright, like most of our great mechanicians, sprang from the ranks. He was born in Preston in 1732. His parents were very poor, and he was the youngest of 13 children. He was never at school. The only education he received he gave to himself, and to the last he was only able to write with difficulty. When a boy, he was apprenticed to a barber, and after learning the business, he set up for himself in Bolton, where he occupied an underground cellar, over which he put up the sign, "Come to the subterraneous barber. He shaves for a penny." The other barbers found their customers leaving them, and reduced their prices to his standard, when Arkwright, determined to push his trade, announced his determination to give a clean shave for a halfpenny. After a few years he quitted his cellar, and became an itinerant dealer in hair. At that time wigs were worn, and wig-making formed an important branch of the barbering business. Arkwright went about buying hair for the wigs. He was accustomed to attend the hiring fairs throughout Lancashire resorted to by young women for the purpose of securing their long tresses, and it is said that in negotiations of this sort he was very successful. He also dealt in a chemical hair dye, which he used adroitly, and thereby secured a considerable trade. But he does not seem, notwithstanding his pushing character, to have done more than earn a bare living. The fashion of wig-wearing having undergone a change, distress fell upon the wig-makers, and Arkwright, being of a mechanical turn, was consequently induced to turn machine inventor or conjurer, as the pursuit was then popularly termed. Many attempts were made about that time to invent a spinning machine, and our barber determined to launch his little bark on the sea of invention with the rest. Like other self-taught men of the same bias, he had already been devoting his spare time to the invention of a perpetual motion machine, and from that the transition to a spinning machine was easy. He followed his experiments so assiduously that he neglected his business, lost the little money he had saved, and was reduced to great poverty. His wife, for he had by this time married, was impatient at what she conceived to be a wanton waste of time and money, and in a moment of sudden wrath she seized upon and destroyed his models, hoping thus to remove the cause of the family privations. Arkwright was a stubborn and enthusiastic man, and he was provoked beyond measure by this conduct of his wife, from whom he immediately separated. In traveling about the country, Arkwright had become acquainted with a person named Kay, a clockmaker at Warrington, who assisted him in constructing some of the parts of his perpetual motion machinery. It is supposed that he was informed by Kay of the principle of spinning by rollers, but it is also said that the idea was first suggested to him by accidentally observing a red-hot piece of iron become elongated by passing between iron rollers. However this may be, the idea at once took firm possession of his mind, and he proceeded to devise the process by which it was to be accomplished, Kay being able to tell him nothing on this point. Arkwright now abandoned his business of hair collecting, and devoted himself to the perfecting of his machine, a model of which, constructed by Kay under his directions, he set up in the parlour of the Free Grammar School at Preston. Being a burgess of the town, he voted at the contested election at which General Burgoyne was returned, but such was his poverty and such the tattered state of his dress that a number of persons subscribed a sum sufficient to have him put in a state fit to appear in the poll-room. The exhibition of his machine in a town where so many workpeople lived by the exercise of manual labor proved a dangerous experiment. Ominous growlings were heard outside the schoolroom from time to time, and Arkwright, remembering the fate of Kay, who was mobbed and compelled to fly from Lancashire because of his invention of the fly-shuttle, and of poor Hargraves, whose spinning jenny had been pulled to pieces only a short time before by a Blackburn mob, wisely determined on packing up his model and removing to a less dangerous locality. He went accordingly to Nottingham, where he applied to some of the local bankers for pecuniary assistance, and the Messrs. Wright consented to advance him a sum of money on condition of sharing in the profits of the invention. The machine, however, not being perfected so soon as they had anticipated, the bankers recommended Arkwright to apply to Messrs. Strutt and Need, the former of whom was the ingenious inventor and patentee of the stocking frame. Mr. Strutt at once appreciated the merits of the invention, and a partnership was entered into with Arkwright, whose road to fortune was now clear. The patent was secured in the name of Richard Arkwright of Nottingham, clockmaker, and it is a circumstance worthy of note that it was taken out in 1769, the same year in which Watt secured the patent for his steam engine. A cotton mill was first erected at Nottingham, driven by horses, and another was shortly after built on a much larger scale at Cromford in Derbyshire, turned by a water wheel, from which circumstance the spinning machine came to be called the water frame. Arkwright's labours, however, were, comparatively speaking, only begun. He had still to perfect all the working details of his machine. It was in his hands the subject of constant modification and improvement, until eventually it was rendered practicable and profitable in an eminent degree. But success was only secured by long and patient labor. For some years, indeed, the speculation was disheartening and unprofitable, swallowing up a very large amount of capital without any result. When success began to appear more certain, then the Lancashire manufacturers fell upon Arkwright's patent to pull it in pieces, as the Cornish miners fell upon Boulton and Watt to rob them of the profits of their steam engine. Arkwright was even denounced as the enemy of the working people, and a mill which he built near Chorley was destroyed by a mob in the presence of a strong force of police and military. The Lancashire men refused to buy his materials, though they were confessedly the best in the market. Then they refused to pay patent right for the use of his machines and combined to crush him in the courts of law. To the disgust of right-minded people, Arkwright's patent was upset. After the trial, when passing the hotel at which his opponents were staying, one of them said, loud enough to be heard by him, "Well, we've done the old shaver at last." To which he coolly replied, "Never mind, I've a razor left that will shave you all." He established new mills in Lancashire, Derbyshire, and at New Lanark in Scotland. The mills at Cromford also came into his hands at the expiry of his partnership with Strutt, and the amount and the excellence of his products were such that in a short time he obtained so complete a control of the trade that the prices were fixed by him, and he governed the main operations of the other cotton spinners. Arkwright was a man of great force of character, indomitable courage, much worldly shrewdness, with a business faculty almost amounting to genius. At one period his time was engrossed by severe and continuous labor, occasioned by the organizing and conducting of his numerous manufactories, sometimes from 4 in the morning till 9 at night. At 50 years of age he set to work to learn English grammar and improve himself in writing and orthography. After overcoming every obstacle, he had the satisfaction of reaping the reward of his enterprise. 18 years after he had constructed his first machine, he rose to such estimation in Derbyshire that he was appointed High Sheriff of the county, and shortly after George III conferred upon him the honor of knighthood. He died in 1792. Be it for good or for evil, Arkwright was the founder in England of the modern factory system, a branch of industry which has unquestionably proved a source of immense wealth to individuals and to the nation. All the other great branches of industry in Britain furnish like examples of energetic men of business, the source of much benefit to the neighborhoods in which they have labored, and of increased power and wealth to the community at large. Amongst such might be cited the Strutts of Belper, the Tennants of Glasgow, the Marshalls and Gotts of Leeds, the Peels, Ashworths, Burleys, Fieldons, Ashtons, Haywoods, and Ainsworths of South Lancashire, some of whose descendants have since become distinguished in connection with the political history of England. Such pre-eminently were the Peels of South Lancashire. The founder of the Peel family, about the middle of last century, was a small yeoman occupying the Whole House farm near Blackburn, from which he afterwards removed to a house situated in Fish Lane in that town. Robert Peel, as he advanced in life, saw a large family of sons and daughters growing up about him, but the land about Blackburn being somewhat barren, it did not appear to him that agricultural pursuits offered a very encouraging prospect for their industry. The place had, however, long been the seat of a domestic manufacture, the fabric called Blackburn Greys, consisting of linen weft and cotton warp, being chiefly made in that town and its neighborhood. It was then customary, previous to the introduction of the factory system, for industrious yeomen with families to employ the time not occupied in the fields in weaving at home, and Robert Peel accordingly began the domestic trade of calico making. He was honest and made an honest article, thrifty and hard-working, and his trade prospered. He was also enterprising, and was one of the first to adopt the carding cylinder, then recently invented. But Robert Peel's attention was principally directed to the printing of calico, then a comparatively unknown art, and for some time he carried on a series of experiments with the object of printing by machinery. The experiments were secretly conducted in his own house, the cloth being ironed for the purpose by one of the women of the family. It was then customary, in such houses as the Peels', to use pewter plates at dinner. Having sketched a figure or pattern on one of the plates, the thought struck him that an impression might be got from it in reverse, and printed on calico with color. In a cottage at the end of the farmhouse lived a woman who kept a calendaring machine, and going into her cottage he put the plate with color rubbed into the figured part and some calico over it through the machine, when it was found to leave a satisfactory impression. Such is said to have been the origin of roller printing on calico. Robert Peel shortly perfected his process, and the first pattern he brought out was a parsley leaf. Hence he is spoken of in the neighborhood of Blackbourn to this day as Parsley Peel. The process of calico printing by what is called the mule machine, that is, by means of a wooden cylinder in relief, with an engraved copper cylinder, was afterwards brought to perfection by one of his sons, the head of the firm of Messrs. Peel and Company, of Church. Stimulated by his success, Robert Peel shortly gave up farming, and removing to Brookside, a village about 2 miles from Blackbourn, he devoted himself exclusively to the printing business. There, with the aid of his sons, who were as energetic as himself, he successfully carried on the trade for several years, and as the young men grew up towards manhood, the concern branched out into various firms of Peels, each of which became a centre of industrial activity and a source of remunerative employment to large numbers of people. From what can now be learnt of the character of the original and untitled Robert Peel, he must have been a remarkable man, shrewd, sagacious, and far-seeing. But little is known of him excepting from traditions, and the sons of those who knew him are fast passing away. His son, Sir Robert, thus modestly spoke of him, quote, "My father may be truly said to have been the founder of our family, and he so accurately appreciated the importance of commercial wealth in a national point of view that he was often heard to say that the gains to individuals were small compared with the national gains arising from trade." Closed quote. End of section 4. Recording by Wilkie Mills, Buffalo, New York. Section 5 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wilkie Mills, Buffalo, New York. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance, by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 2, Leaders of Industry, Inventors and Producers, Part 2. Sir Robert Peel, the first baronet and the second manufacturer of the name, inherited all his father's enterprise, ability, and industry. His position at starting in life was little above that of an ordinary working man, for his father, though laying the foundations of future prosperity, was still struggling with the difficulties arising from insufficient capital. When Robert was only 20 years of age, he determined to begin the business of cotton printing, which he had by this time learnt from his father on his own account. His uncle, James Haworth, and William Yates of Blackburn joined him in his enterprise, the whole capital which they could raise amongst them amounting to only £500, the principal part of which was supplied by William Yates. The father of the latter was a householder in Blackburn, where he was well known and much respected, and having saved money by his business, he was willing to advance sufficient to give his son a start in the lucrative trade of cotton printing, then in its infancy. Robert Peel, though comparatively a mere youth, supplied the practical knowledge of the business, but it was said of him, and proved true, that he carried an old head on young shoulders. A ruined corn mill, with its adjoining fields, was purchased for a comparatively small sum, near the then insignificant town of Bury, where the works long after continued to be known as the Ground. And a few wooden sheds having been run up, the firm commenced their cotton printing business in a very humble way in the year 1770, adding to it that of cotton spinning a few years later. The frugal style in which the partners lived may be inferred from the following incident in their early career. William Yates, being a married man with a family, commenced housekeeping on a small scale, and, to oblige Peel, who was single, he agreed to take him as a lodger. The sum which the latter first paid for board and lodging was only 8 shillings a week, but Yates, considering this too little, insisted on the weekly payment being increased a shilling, to which Peel at first demurred, and a difference between the partners took place, which was eventually compromised by the lodger paying an advance of 6 pence a week. William Yates's eldest child was a girl named Ellen, and she very soon became an especial favorite with the young lodger. On returning from his hard day's work at the ground, he would take the little girl upon his knee and say to her, "Nelly, thou bonny little dear, wilt be my wife?" To which the child would readily answer, "Yes," as any child would do. "Then I'll wait for thee, Nelly. I'll wed thee and none else." And Robert Peel did wait. As the girl grew in beauty towards womanhood, his determination to wait for her was strengthened, and after a lapse of 10 years, years of close application to business and rapidly increasing prosperity, Robert Peel married Ellen Yates when she had completed her 17th year. And the pretty child whom her mother's lodger and father's partner had nursed upon his knee became Mrs. Peel, and eventually Lady Peel, the mother of the future Prime Minister of England. Lady Peel was a noble and beautiful woman, fitted to grace any station in life. She possessed rare powers of mind, and was, on every emergency, the highest-souled and faithful counsellor of her husband. For many years after their marriage she acted as his amanuensis, conducting the principal part of his business correspondence, for Mr. Peel himself was an indifferent and almost unintelligible writer. She died in 1803, only 3 years after the baronetcy had been conferred upon her husband. It is said that London fashionable life, so unlike what she had been accustomed to at home, proved injurious to her health, and old Mr. Yates afterwards used to say, "If Robert hadn't made our Nelly a lady, she might have been living yet." The career of Yates, Peel and Company was throughout one of great and uninterrupted prosperity. Sir Robert Peel himself was the soul of the firm, to great energy and application uniting much practical sagacity and first-rate mercantile abilities, qualities in which many of the early cotton spinners were exceedingly deficient. He was a man of iron mind and frame, and toiled unceasingly. In short, he was to cotton printing what Arkwright was to cotton spinning, and his success was equally great. The excellence of the articles produced by the firm secured the command of the market, and the character of the firm stood pre-eminent in Lancashire. Besides greatly benefiting Bury, the partnership planted similar extensive works in the neighbourhood, on the Irwell and the Roch, and it was cited to their honour that, while they sought to raise to the highest perfection the quality of their manufactures, they also endeavoured in all ways to promote the well-being and comfort of the workpeople, for whom they contrived to provide remunerative employment even in the least prosperous times. Sir Robert Peel readily appreciated the value of all new processes and inventions, in illustration of which we may allude to his adoption of the process for producing what is called resist work in calico printing. This is accomplished by the use of a paste or resist on such parts of the cloth as were intended to remain white. The person who discovered the paste was a traveller for a London house, who sold it to Mr. Peel for an inconsiderable sum. It required the experience of a year or two to perfect the system and make it practically useful, but the beauty of its effect and the extreme precision of outline in the pattern produced at once placed the Bury establishment at the head of all the factories for calico printing in the country. Other firms conducted with like spirit were established by members of the same family at Burnley, Foxhill Bank, and Alton in Lancashire, Sally Abbey in Yorkshire, and afterwards at Burton-on-Trent in Staffordshire. These various establishments, whilst they brought wealth to their proprietors, setting an example to the whole cotton trade, and training up many of the most successful printers and manufacturers in Lancashire. Among other distinguished founders of industry, the Reverend William Lee, inventor of the stocking frame, and John Heathcote, inventor of the bobbin net machine, are worthy of notice, as men of great mechanical skill and perseverance, through whose labors a vast amount of remunerative employment has been provided for the laboring population of Nottingham and the adjacent districts. The accounts which have been preserved of the circumstances connected with the invention of the stocking frame are very confused, and in many respects contradictory, though there is no doubt as to the name of the inventor. This was William Lee, born at Woodborough, a village some 7 miles from Nottingham, about the year 1563. According to some accounts, he was the heir to a small freehold, while, according to others, he was a poor scholar, and had to struggle with poverty from his earliest years. He entered as a sizar at Christ's College, Cambridge, in May 1579, and subsequently removed to St. John's, taking his degree of B.A. in 1582–83. It is believed that he commenced M.A. in 1586, but on this point there appears to be some confusion in the records of the university. The statement usually made that he was expelled for marrying contrary to the statutes is incorrect, as he was never a fellow of the university, and therefore could not be prejudiced by taking such a step. At the time when Lee invented the stocking frame, he was officiating as curate of Calverton, near Nottingham, and it is alleged by some writers that the invention had its origin in disappointed affection. The curate is said to have fallen deeply in love with a young lady of the village who failed to reciprocate his affections, and when he visited her, she was accustomed to pay much more attention to the process of knitting stockings and instructing her pupils in the art than to the addresses of her admirer. This slight is said to have created in his mind such an aversion to knitting by hand that he formed the determination to invent a machine that should supersede it and render it as a gainless employment. For 3 years he devoted himself to the prosecution of the invention, sacrificing everything to his new idea. At the prospect of success opened before him, he abandoned his curacy and devoted himself to the art of stocking making by machinery. This is the version of the story given by Henson, on the authority of an old stocking-maker, who died in Collins Hospital, Nottingham, aged 92, and was apprenticed in the town during the reign of Queen Anne. It is also given by Deering and de Blackner as the traditional account in the neighbourhood, and it is in some measure borne out by the arms of the London Company of Framework Knitters, which consists of a stocking frame without the woodwork, with a clergyman on one side and a woman on the other as supporters. Whatever may have been the actual facts as to the origin of the invention of the stocking loom, there can be no doubt as to the extraordinary mechanical genius displayed by its inventor. That a clergyman, living in a remote village whose life had for the most part been spent with books, should contrive a machine of such delicate and complicated movements, and at once advance the art of knitting from the tedious process of linking threads in a chain of loops by 3 skewers in the fingers of a woman, to the beautiful and rapid process of weaving by the stocking frame, was indeed an astonishing achievement, which may be pronounced almost unequalled in the history of mechanical invention. Lee's merit was all the greater as the handicraft arts were then in their infancy, and little attention had as yet been given to the contrivance of machinery for the purpose of manufacture. He was under the necessity of extemporizing the parts of his machine as best he could, and adopting various expedients to overcome difficulties as they arose. His tools were imperfect, and his materials imperfect, and he had no skilled workmen to assist him. According to tradition, the first frame he made was a 12-gauge without lead sinkers, and it was almost wholly of wood, the needles being also stuck in bits of wood. One of Lee's principal difficulties consisted in the formation of the stitch for want of needle eyes, but this he eventually overcame by forming eyes to the needles with a 3-square file. At length one difficulty after another was successfully overcome, and after 3 years' labor the machine was sufficiently complete to be fit for use. The quondam curate, full of enthusiasm for his art, now began stocking weaving in the village of Calverton, and he continued to work there for several years, instructing his brother James and several of his relations in the practice of the art. Having brought his frame to a considerable degree of perfection, and being desirous of securing the patronage of Queen Elizabeth, whose partiality for knitted silk stockings was well known, Lee proceeded to London to exhibit the loom before Her Majesty. He first showed it to several members of the court, among others to Sir William, afterwards Lord, Hunsdon, whom he taught to work it with success, and Lee was, through their instrumentality, at length admitted to an interview with the Queen, and worked the machine in her presence. Elizabeth, however, did not give him the encouragement that he had expected, and she is said to have opposed the invention on the ground that it was calculated to deprive a large number of poor people of their employment of hand-knitting. Lee was no more successful in finding other patrons, and considering himself and his invention treated with contempt, he embraced the offer made to him by Sully, the sagacious minister of Henry IV., to proceed to Rouen and instruct the operatives of that town, then one of the most important manufacturing centres of France, in the construction and use of the stocking frame. Lee accordingly transferred himself and his machines to France in 1605, taking with him his brother and 7 workmen. He met with a cordial reception at Rouen, and was proceeding with the manufacture of stockings on a large scale, having 9 of his frames in full work, when unhappily ill fortune again overtook him. Henry IV., his protector, on whom he had relied for the rewards, honors, and promised grant of privileges which had induced Lee to settle in France, was murdered by the fanatic Ravaillac, and the encouragement and protection which had heretofore been extended to him were at once withdrawn. To press his claims at court, Lee proceeded to Paris, but being a Protestant as well as a foreigner, his representations were treated with neglect, and worn out with vexation and grief, this distinguished inventor shortly after died at Paris, in a state of extreme poverty and distress. Lee's brother, with 7 of the workmen, succeeded in escaping from France with their frames, leaving 2 behind. On James Lee's return to Nottinghamshire, he was joined by one Ashton, a miller of Thoroton, who had been instructed in the art of framework knitting by the inventor himself before he left England. These 2, with the workmen and their frames, began the stocking manufacture at Thoroton, and carried it on with considerable success. The place was favorably situated for the purpose, as the sheep pastured in the neighboring district of Sherwood yielded a kind of wool of the longest staple. Ashton is said to have introduced the method of making the frames with lead sinkers, which was a great improvement. The number of looms employed in different parts of England gradually increased, and the machine manufacture of stockings eventually became an important branch of the national industry. One of the most important modifications in the stocking frame was that which enabled it to be applied to the manufacture of lace on a large scale. In 1777, two workmen, Frost and Holmes, were both engaged in making point net by means of the modifications they had introduced in the stocking frame, and in the course of about 30 years, so rapid was the growth of this branch of production that 1,500 point net frames were at work, giving employment to upwards of 15,000 people. Owing, however, to the war, to change of fashion, and to other circumstances, the Nottingham lace manufacture rapidly fell off, and it continued in a decaying state until the invention of the bobbin net machine by John Heathcote, late M.P. for Tiverton, which had the effect of at once re-establishing the manufacture on solid foundations. John Heathcote was the youngest son of a respectable small farmer at Duffield, Derbyshire, where he was born in 1783. When at school, he made steady and rapid progress, but was early removed from it to be apprenticed to a framesmith near Loughborough. The boy soon learnt to handle tools with dexterity, and he acquired a minute knowledge of the parts of which the stocking frame was composed, as well as of the more intricate warp machine. At his leisure he studied how to introduce improvements in them, and his friend, Mr. Bazley, M.P., states that as early as the age of 16 he conceived the idea of inventing a machine by which lace might be made similar to Buckingham or French lace, then all made by hand. The first practical improvement he succeeded in introducing was in the warp frame, when, by means of an ingenious apparatus, he succeeded in producing knits of lacy appearance, and it was this success which determined him to pursue the study of mechanical lace-making. The stocking frame had already, in a modified form, been applied to the manufacture of point-net lace, in which the mesh was looped as in a stocking, but the work was slight and frail, and therefore unsatisfactory. Many ingenious Nottingham mechanics had, during a long succession of years, been labouring at the problem of inventing a machine by which the mesh of threads should be twisted round each other on the formation of the net. Some of these men died in poverty, some were driven insane, and all alike failed in the object of their search. The old warp machine held its ground. When a little over 21 years of age, Heathcote went to Nottingham, where he readily found employment, for which he soon received the highest remuneration as a setter-up of hosiery and warp frames, and was much respected for his talent for invention, general intelligence, and the sound and sober principles that governed his conduct. He also continued to pursue the subject on which his mind had before been occupied, and laboured to compass the contrivance of a twist-traverse net machine. He first studied the art of making the Buckingham or pillow lace by hand, with the object of effecting the same motions by mechanical means. It was a long and laborious task, requiring the exercise of great perseverance and ingenuity. His master, Eliot, described him at that time as inventive, patient, self-denying, and taciturn, undaunted by failures and mistakes, full of resources and expedients, and entertaining the most perfect confidence that his application of mechanical principles would eventually be crowned with success. It is difficult to describe in words an invention so complicated as the bobbin net machine. It was, indeed, a mechanical pillow for making lace, imitating in an ingenious manner the motions of the lace-maker's fingers in intersecting or tying the meshes of the lace upon her pillow. On analyzing the component parts of a piece of handmade lace, Heathcote was enabled to classify the threads into longitudinal and diagonal. He began his experiments by fixing common pack-threads lengthwise on a sort of frame for the warp, and then passing the waft threads between them by common pliers, delivering them to other pliers on the opposite side. Then, after giving them a sideways motion and twist, the threads were repassed back between the next adjoining cords, the meshes being thus tied in the same way as upon pillows by hand. He had then to contrive a mechanism that should accomplish all these nice and delicate movements, and to do this cost him no small amount of mental toil. Long after, he said, "The single difficulty of getting the diagonal threads to twist in the allotted space was so great that if it had now to be done, I should probably not attempt its accomplishment." His next step was to provide thin metallic discs to be used as bobbins for conducting the threads backwards and forwards through the warp. These discs, being arranged in carrier frames placed on each side of the warp, were moved by suitable machinery so as to conduct the threads from side to side in forming the lace. He eventually succeeded in working out his principle with extraordinary skill and success, and at the age of 24 he was enabled to secure his invention by a patent. During this time his wife was kept in almost as great anxiety as himself, for she well knew of his trials and difficulties while he was striving to perfect his invention. Many years after they had been successfully overcome, the conversation which took place one eventful evening was vividly remembered. "Well," said the anxious wife, "will it work?" "No," was the sad answer. "I have had to take it all to pieces again." Though he could still speak hopefully and cheerfully, his poor wife could restrain her feelings no longer, but sat down and cried bitterly. She had, however, only a few more weeks to wait, for success long labored for and richly deserved came at last, and a proud and happy man was John Heathcote when he brought home the first narrow strip of bobbin net made by his machine, and placed it in the hands of his wife. As in the case of nearly all inventions which have proved productive, Heathcote's rights as a patentee were disputed, and his claims as an inventor called in question. On the supposed invalidity of the patent, the lace-makers boldly adopted the bobbin-net machine and set the inventor at defiance. But other patents were taken out for alleged improvements and adaptations, and it was only when these new patentees fell out and went to the law with each other that Heathcote's rights became established. One lace manufacturer, having brought an action against another for an alleged infringement of his patent, the jury brought in a verdict for the defendant, in which the judge concurred, on the ground that both the machines in question were infringements on Heathcote's patent. It was on the occasion of this trial, Beauville versus Moore, that Sir John Copley, afterwards Lord Lyndhurst, who was retained for the defence in the interest of Mr. Heathcote, learnt to work the bobbin-net machine in order that he might master the details of the invention. On reading over his brief, he confessed that he did not quite understand the merits of the case, but as it seemed to him to be one of great importance, he offered to go down into the country forthwith and study the machine until he understood it. "And then," said he, "I will defend you to the best of my ability." He accordingly put himself into the Knight's Mail, and went down to Nottingham to get up his case as perhaps counsel never got it up before. Next morning the learned sergeant placed himself in the lace-room, and he did not leave it until he could deftly make a piece of bobbin-net with his own hands, and thoroughly understood the principle as well as the details of the machine. When the case came on for trial, the learned sergeant was enabled to work the model on the table with such case and skill, and to explain the precise nature of the invention with such felicitous clearness, as to astonish alike judge, jury, and spectators, and the thorough conscientiousness and mastery with which he handled the case had no doubt its influence upon the decision of the court. After the trial was over, Mr. Heathcote, on inquiry, found about 600 machines at work after his patent, and he proceeded to levy royalty upon the owners of them, which amounted to a large sum. But the profits realized by the manufacturers of lace were very great, and the use of the machines rapidly extended, while the price of the article was reduced from £5 the square yard to about 5 pence in the course of 25 years. During the same period, the average annual returns of the lace trade have been at least 4 millions sterling, and it gives remunerative employment to about 150,000 workpeople. To return to the personal history of Mr. Heathcote, in 1809 we find him established as a lace manufacturer at Loughborough in Leicestershire. There he carried on a prosperous business for several years, giving employment to a large number of operatives, at wages varying from £5 to £10 a week. Notwithstanding the great increase in the number of hands employed in lace-making through the introduction of the new machines, it began to be whispered about among the workpeople that they were superseding labor, and an extensive conspiracy was formed for the purpose of destroying them wherever found. As early as the year 1811, disputes arose between the masters and men engaged in the stocking and lace trades in the southwestern parts of Nottinghamshire and the adjacent parts of Derbyshire and Leicestershire, the result of which was the assembly of a mob at Sutton in Ashfield, who proceeded in open day to break the stocking and lace frames of the manufacturers. Some of the ringleaders having been seized and punished, the disaffected learnt caution. But the destruction of the machines was nevertheless carried on secretly wherever a safe opportunity presented itself. As the machines were of so delicate a construction that a single blow of a hammer rendered them useless, and as the manufacture was carried on for the most part in detached buildings, often in private dwellings remote from towns, the opportunities of destroying them were unusually easy. In the neighborhood of Nottingham, which was the focus of turbulence, the machine-breakers organized themselves in regular bodies, and held nocturnal meetings at which their plans were arranged. Probably, with the view of inspiring confidence, they gave out that they were under the command of a leader named Ned Ludd, or General Ludd, and hence their designation of Luddites. Under this organization, machine-breaking was carried on with great vigor during the winter of 1811, occasioning great distress and throwing large numbers of workpeople out of employment. Meanwhile, the owners of the frames proceeded to remove them from the villages and lone dwellings in the country, and brought them into warehouses in the towns for their better protection. End of Section 5. Recording by Wilkie Mills, Buffalo, New York.
Section 6 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hopeforce One. Self-Help with illustrations of conduct and perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 2. Leaders of Industry, Inventors and Producers, Part 3. The Luddites seem to have been encouraged by the lenity of the sentences pronounced on such of their confederates as had been apprehended and tried, and, shortly after, the mania broke out afresh, and rapidly extended over the northern and midland manufacturing districts. The organization became more secret. An oath was administered to the members binding them to obedience to the orders issued by the heads of the confederacy, and the betrayal of their designs was decreed to be death. All machines were doomed by them to destruction, whether employed in the manufacture of cloth, calico, or lace, and a reign of terror began which lasted for years. In Yorkshire and Lancashire, mills were boldly attacked by armed rioters, and in many cases they were wrecked or burnt, so that it became necessary to guard them by soldiers and yeomanry. The masters themselves were doomed to death. Many of them were assaulted, and some were murdered. At length the law was vigorously set in motion. Numbers of the misguided Luddites were apprehended, some were executed, and after several years' violent commotion from this cause, the machine-breaking riots were at length quelled. Among the numerous manufacturers whose works were attacked by the Luddites was the inventor of the bobbin net machine himself. One bright, sunny day, in the summer of 1816, a body of rioters entered his factory at Loughborough with torches and set fire to it, destroying 37 lace machines and above £10,000 worth of property. 10 of the men were apprehended for the felony, and 8 of them were executed. Mr. Heathcote made a claim upon the county for compensation, and it was resisted, but the Court of Queen's Bench decided in his favour, and decreed that the county must make good his loss of £10,000. The magistrates sought to couple with the payment of the damage the condition that Mr. Heathcote should expend the money in the county of Leicester, but to this he would not assent, having already resolved on removing his manufacture elsewhere. At Tiverton, in Devonshire, he found a large building which had been formerly used as a woollen manufactory, but the Tiverton cloth trade having fallen into decay, the building remained unoccupied, and the town itself was generally in a very poverty-stricken condition. Mr. Heathcote bought the old mill, renovated and enlarged it, and there recommenced the manufacture of lace upon a larger scale than before, keeping in full work as many as 300 machines, and employing a large number of artisans at good wages. Not only did he carry on the manufacture of lace, but the various branches of business connected with it, yarn doubling, silk spinning, net making, and finishing. He also established at Tiverton an iron foundry and works for the manufacture of agricultural implements, which proved of great convenience to the district. It was a favourite idea of his that steam power was capable of being applied to perform all the heavy drudgery of life, and he laboured for a long time at the invention of a steam plough. In 1832 he so far completed his invention as to be enabled to take out a patent for it, and Heathcote's steam plough, though it has since been superseded by Fowler's, was considered the best machine of the kind that had up to that time been invented. Mr. Heathcote was a man of great natural gifts. He possessed a sound understanding, quick perception, and a genius for business of the highest order. With these he combined uprightness, honesty, and integrity, qualities which are the true glory of human character. Himself a diligent self-educator, he gave ready encouragement to deserving youths in his employment, stimulating their talents and fostering their energies. During his own busy life, he contrived to save time to master French and Italian, of which he acquired an accurate and grammatical knowledge. His mind was largely stored with the results of a careful study of the best literature, and there were few subjects on which he had not formed for himself shrewd and accurate views. The 2,000 workpeople in his employment regarded him almost as a father, and he carefully provided for their comfort and improvement. Prosperity did not spoil him, as it does so many, nor close his heart against the claims of the poor and struggling, who were always sure of his sympathy and help. To provide for the education of the children of his workpeople, he built schools for them at a cost of about £6,000. He was also a man of singularly cheerful and buoyant disposition, a favorite with men of all classes and most admired and beloved by those who knew him best. In 1831 the electors of Tiverton, of which town Mr. Heathcote had proved himself so genuine a benefactor, returned him to represent them in Parliament, and he continued their member for nearly 30 years. During a great part of that time he had Lord Palmerston for his colleague, and the noble lord on more than one public occasion expressed the high regard which he entertained for his venerable friend. On retiring from the representation in 1859, owing to advancing age and increasing infirmities, 1,300 of his workmen presented him with a silver inkstand and gold pen, in token of their esteem. He enjoyed his leisure for only 2 more years, dying in January 1861, at the age of 77, and leaving behind him a character for probity, virtue, manliness, and mechanical genius, of which his descendants may well be proud. We next turn to a career of a very different kind, that of the illustrious but unfortunate Jacquard, whose life also illustrates in a remarkable manner the influence which ingenious men, even of the humblest rank, may exercise upon the industry of a nation. Jacquard was the son of a hard-working couple of Lyons, his father being a weaver, and his mother a pattern reader. They were too poor to give him any but the most meagre education. When he was of age to learn a trade, his father placed him with a bookbinder. An old clerk, who made up the master's accounts, gave Jacquard some lessons in mathematics. He very shortly began to display a remarkable turn for mechanics, and some of his contrivances quite astonished the old clerk, who advised Jacquard's father to put him to some other trade, in which his peculiar abilities might have better scope than in bookbinding. He was accordingly put apprentice to a cutler, but was so badly treated by his master that he shortly afterwards left his employment, on which he was placed with a type founder. His parents dying, Jacquard found himself in a measure compelled to take his father's 2 looms, and carry on the trade of a weaver. He immediately proceeded to improve the looms, and became so engrossed with his inventions that he forgot his work, and very soon found himself at the end of his means. He then sold the looms to pay his debts, at the same time that he took upon himself the burden of supporting a wife. He became still poorer, and to satisfy his creditors, he next sold his cottage. He tried to find employment, but in vain, people believing him to be an idler, occupied with mere dreams about his inventions. At length he obtained employment with a linemaker of Bresse, whither he went, his wife remaining at Lyons, earning a precarious living by making straw bonnets. We hear nothing further of Jacquard for some years, but in the interval he seems to have prosecuted his improvement in the draw loom for the better manufacture of figured fabrics, for, in 1790, he brought out his contrivance for selecting the warp threads, which, when added to the loom, superseded the services of a draw boy. The adoption of this machine was slow but steady, and in 10 years after its introduction 4,000 of them were found at work in Lyons. Jacquard's pursuits were rudely interrupted by the Revolution, and in 1792 we find him fighting in the ranks of the Lyonnese volunteers against the army of the Convention, under the command of Dubois-Crancé. The city was taken. Jacquard fled and joined the army of the Rhine, where he rose to the rank of sergeant. He might have remained a soldier, but that, his only son having been shot dead at his side, he deserted and returned to Lyons to recover his wife. He found her in a garret, still employed at her old trade of straw bonnet making. While living in concealment with her, his mind reverted to the inventions over which he had so long brooded in former years, but he had no means wherewith to prosecute them. Jacquard found it necessary, however, to emerge from his hiding place and try to find some employment. He succeeded in obtaining it with an intelligent manufacturer, and while working by day, he went on inventing by night. It had occurred to him that great improvements might still be introduced in looms for figured goods, and he incidentally mentioned the subject one day to his master, regretting at the same time that his limited means prevented him from carrying out his ideas. Happily, his master appreciated the value of the suggestions, and with laudable generosity placed a sum of money at his disposal, that he might prosecute the proposed improvements at his leisure. In 3 months, Jacquard had invented a loom to substitute mechanical action for the irksome and toilsome labour of the workman. The loom was exhibited at the Exposition of National Industry at Paris in 1801, and obtained a bronze medal. Jacquard was further honoured by a visit at Lyons from the minister Carnot, who decided to congratulate him in person on the success of his invention. In the following year, the Society of Arts in London offered a prize for the invention of a machine for manufacturing fishing nets and boarding netting for ships. Jacquard heard of this, and while walking one day in the fields according to his custom, he turned the subject over in his mind, and contrived a plan of a machine for the purpose. His friend, the manufacturer, again furnished him with the means of carrying out his idea, and in 3 weeks Jacquard had completed his invention. Jacquard's achievement having come to the knowledge of the prefect of the department, he was summoned before that functionary, and, on his explanation of the working of the machine, a report on the subject was forwarded to the Emperor. The inventor was forthwith summoned to Paris with his machine, and brought into the presence of the Emperor, who received him with the consideration due to his genius. The interview lasted 2 hours, during which Jacquard, placed at his ease by the Emperor's affability, explained to him the improvements which he proposed to make in the looms for weaving figured goods. The result was that he was provided with apartments in the Conservatoire des Arts et Métiers, where he had the use of the workshop during his stay, and was provided with suitable allowance for maintenance. Installed in the Conservatoire, Jacquard proceeded to complete the details of his improved loom. He had the advantage of minutely inspecting the various exquisite pieces of mechanism contained in that great treasury of human ingenuity. Among the machines which more particularly attracted his attention, and eventually set him upon the track of his discovery, was a loom for weaving flowered silk, made by Vaucanson, the celebrated automaton maker. Vaucanson was a man of the highest order of constructive genius. The inventive faculty was so strong in him that it may almost be said to have amounted to a passion, and could not be restrained. The saying that the poet is born, not made, applies with equal force to the inventor, who, though indebted, like the other, to culture and improved opportunities, nevertheless contrives and constructs new combinations of machinery, mainly to gratify his own instinct. This was peculiarly the case with Vaucanson, for his most elaborate works were not so much distinguished for their utility as for the curious ingenuity which they displayed. While a mere boy attending Sunday conversations with his mother, he amused himself by watching, through the chinks of a partition wall, part of the movements of a clock in the adjoining apartment. He endeavoured to understand them, and by brooding over the subject, after several months he discovered the principle of the escapement. From that time, the subject of mechanical invention to complete possession of him. With some rude tools which he contrived, he made a wooden clock that marked the hours with remarkable exactness, while he made for a miniature chapel the figures of some angels, which waved their wings, and some priests that made several ecclesiastical movements. With a view of executing some other automata he had designed, he proceeded to study anatomy, music, and mechanics, which occupied him for several years. The sight of the flute player in the gardens of the Tuileries inspired him with the resolution to invent a similar figure that should play, and after several years' study and labor, though struggling with illness, he succeeded in accomplishing his object. He next produced a flageolet player, which was succeeded by a duck, the most ingenious of his contrivances, which swam, dabbled, drank, and quacked like a real duck. He next invented an asp, employed in the tragedy of Cleopatra, which hissed and darted at the bosom of the actress. Vaucanson, however, did not confine himself merely to the making of automata. By reason of his ingenuity, Cardinal de Fleury appointed him inspector of the silk manufactories of France, and he was no sooner in office than with his usual irrepressible instinct to invent, he proceeded to introduce improvements in silk machinery. One of these was his mill for thrown silk, which so excited the anger of the Lyons operatives, who feared the loss of employment through its means, that they pelted him with stones and had nearly killed him. He nevertheless went on inventing, and next produced a machine for weaving flowered silks, with a contrivance for giving a dressing to the thread, so as to render that of each bobbin or skein of an equal thickness. When Vaucanson died in 1782, after a long illness, he bequeathed his collection of machines to the Queen, who seems to have set but small value on them, and they were shortly after dispersed. But his machine for weaving flowered silks was happily preserved in the Conservatoire des Arts et Métiers, and here Jacquard found it among the many curious and interesting articles in the collection. It proved of the utmost value to him, for it immediately set him on the track of the principal modification which he introduced in his improved loom. One of the chief features of Vaucanson's machine was a pierced cylinder, which, according to the holes it presented when revolved, regulated the movement of certain needles, and caused the threads of the warp to deviate in such a manner as to produce a given design, though only of a simple character. Jacquard seized upon the suggestion with avidity, and, with the genius of the true inventor, at once proceeded to improve upon it. At the end of a month his weaving machine was completed. To the cylinder of Vaucanson he added an endless piece of pasteboard pierced with a number of holes, through which the threads of the warp were presented to the weaver, while another piece of mechanism indicated to the workman the colour of the shuttle which he ought to throw. Thus the draw boy and the reader of designs were both at once superseded. The first use Jacquard made of his new loom was to weave with it several yards of rich stuff, which he presented to the Empress Josephine. Napoleon was highly gratified with the result of the inventor's labours, and ordered a number of the looms to be constructed by the best workmen, after Jacquard's model, and presented to him, after which he returned to Lyons. There he experienced the frequent fate of inventors. He was regarded by his townsmen as an enemy, and treated by them as Kay, Hargreaves, and Arkwright had been in Lancashire. The workmen looked upon the new loom as fatal to their trade, and feared lest it should at once take the bread from their mouths. A tumultuous meeting was held on the Place de Terreau, when it was determined to destroy the machines. This was, however, prevented by the military, but Jacquard was denounced and hanged in effigy. The Conseil de Prud'hommes in vain endeavored to allay the excitement, and they were themselves denounced. At length, carried away by the popular impulse, the Prud'hommes, most of whom had been workmen and sympathized with the class, had one of Jacquard's looms carried off and publicly broken in pieces. Riots followed, in one of which Jacquard was dragged along the quay by an infuriated mob intending to drown him, but he was rescued. The great value of the Jacquard loom, however, could not be denied, and its success was only a question of time. Jacquard was urged by some English silk manufacturers to pass over into England and settle there, but notwithstanding the harsh and cruel treatment he had received at the hands of his townspeople, his patriotism was too strong to permit him to accept their offer. The English manufacturers, however, adopted his loom. Then it was, and only then, that Lyons, threatened to be beaten out of the field, adopted it with eagerness, and before long the Jacquard machine was employed in nearly all kinds of weaving. The result proved that the fears of the workpeople had been entirely unfounded. Instead of diminishing employment, the Jacquard loom increased it at least tenfold. The number of persons occupied in the manufacture of figured goods in Lyons was stated by M. Leon Forcher to have been 60,000 in 1833, and that number has since been considerably increased. As for Jacquard himself, the rest of his life passed peacefully, excepting that the workpeople who dragged him along the quay to drown him were shortly after found eager to bear him in triumph along the same route in celebration of his birthday. But his modesty would not permit him to take part in such a demonstration. The municipal council of Lyons proposed to him that he should devote himself to improving his machine for the benefit of the local industry, to which Jacquard agreed in consideration of a moderate pension, the amount of which was fixed by himself. After perfecting his invention accordingly, he retired at 60 to end his days at Orleans, his father's native place. It was there that he received, in 1820, the decoration of the Legion of Honor, and it was there that he died, and was buried in 1834. A statue was erected to his memory, but his relatives remained in poverty, and 20 years after his death, his two nieces were under the necessity of selling for a few hundred francs the gold medal bestowed upon their uncle by Louis XVIII. Such, says a French writer, was the gratitude of the manufacturing interests of Lyons to the man to whom it owes so large a portion of its splendor. It would be easy to extend the martyrology of inventors, and to cite the names of other equally distinguished men who have, without any corresponding advantage to themselves, contributed to the industrial progress of the age. For it has too often happened that genius has planted the tree of which patient dullness has gathered the fruit, but we will confine ourselves for the present to a brief account of an inventor of comparatively recent date, by way of illustration of the difficulties and privations which it is so frequently the lot of mechanical genius to surmount. We allude to Joshua Haleman, the inventor of the combing machine. Haleman was born in 1796 at Mulhouse, the principal seat of the Alsace cotton manufacture. His father was engaged in that business, and Joshua entered his office at 15. He remained there for 2 years, employing his spare time in mechanical drawing. He afterwards spent 2 years in his uncle's banking house in Paris, prosecuting the study of mathematics in the evenings. some of his relatives having established a small cotton spinning factory at Mulhouse. Young Hillman was placed with Messieurs Tissot and Rey at Paris to learn the practice of that firm. At the same time he became a student at the Conservatoire des Arts et Métiers, where he attended the lectures and studied the machines in the museum. He also took practical lessons in turning from a toy maker. After some time, this diligently occupied, he returned to Alsace to superintend the construction of the machinery for the new factory at Vieuxtemps, which was shortly finished and set to work. The operations of the manufactory were, however, seriously affected by a commercial crisis which occurred, and it passed into other hands, on which Hillman returned to his family at Mulhouse. He had in the meantime been occupying much of his leisure with inventions, more particularly in connection with the weaving of cotton and the preparation of the staple for spinning. One of his earliest contrivances was an embroidering machine, in which 20 needles were employed, working simultaneously, and he succeeded in accomplishing his object after about 6 months' labor. For this invention, which he exhibited at the Exposition of 1834, he received a gold medal, and was decorated with the Legion of Honor. Other inventions quickly followed: an improved loom, a machine for measuring and folding fabrics, an improvement of the bobbin and fly frames of the English spinners, and a weft-winding machine, with various improvements in the machinery for preparing, spinning, and weaving silk and cotton. One of his most ingenious contrivances was his loom for weaving simultaneously 2 pieces of velvet or other pile fabric, united by the pile common to both, with a knife and traversing apparatus for separating the 2 fabrics when woven. But by far the most beautiful and ingenious of his inventions was a combing machine, the history of which we now proceed shortly to describe. Hillman had for some years been diligently studying the contrivance of a machine for combing long stapled cotton, the ordinary carding machine being found ineffective in preparing the raw material for spinning, especially the finer sorts of yarn, besides causing considerable waste. To avoid these imperfections, the cotton spinners of Alsace offered a price of 5,000 francs for an improved combing machine, and Hillman immediately proceeded to compete for the reward. He was not stimulated by the desire of gain, for he was comparatively rich, having acquired a considerable fortune by his wife. It was a saying of his that one will never accomplish great things who is constantly asking himself, how much gain will this bring me? What mainly impelled him was the irrepressible instinct of the inventor, who no sooner has a mechanical problem set before him than he feels impelled to undertake its solution. The problem in this case was, however, much more difficult than he had anticipated. The close study of the subject occupied him for several years, and the expenses in which he became involved in connection with were so great that his wife's fortune was shortly swallowed up, and he was reduced to poverty, without being able to bring his machine to perfection. From that time he was under the necessity of relying mainly on the help of his friends to enable him to prosecute the invention. While still struggling with poverty and difficulties, Hillman's wife died, believing her husband ruined, and shortly after he proceeded to England and settled for a time at Manchester, still labouring at his machine. He had a model made for him by the eminent machine makers, Sharp, Roberts, and Company, but still he could not make it work satisfactorily, and he was at length brought almost to the verge of despair. He returned to France to visit his family, still pursuing his idea, which had obtained complete possession of his mind. While sitting by his hearth one evening, meditating upon the hard fate of inventors and the misfortunes in which their families so often become involved, he found himself almost unconsciously watching his daughters combing their long hair and drawing it out at full length between their fingers. The thought suddenly struck him that if he could successfully imitate in a machine the process of combing out the longest hair and forcing back the short, by reversing the action of the comb, it might serve to extricate him from his difficulty. It may be remembered that this incident in the life of Haleman has been made the subject of a beautiful picture by Mr. Elmore, R.A., which was exhibited at the Royal Academy Exhibition of 1862. Upon this idea he proceeded, introduced the apparently simple but really most intricate process of machine combing, and after great labor he succeeded in perfecting the invention. The singular beauty of the process can only be appreciated by those who have witnessed the machine at work, when the similarity of its movements to that of combing the hair, which suggested the invention, is at once apparent. The machine has been described as acting with almost the delicacy of touch of the human fingers. It combs the lock of cotton at both ends, places the fibers exactly parallel with each other, separates the long from the short, and unites the long fibers in one sliver, and the short ones in another. In fine, the machine not only acts with the delicate accuracy of the human fingers, but apparently with the delicate intelligence of the human mind. The chief commercial value of the invention consisted in its rendering the commoner sort of cotton available for fine spinning. The manufacturers were thereby enabled to select the most suitable fibers for high-priced fabrics, and to produce the finer sorts of yarn in much larger quantities. It became possible by its means to make thread so fine that a length of 334 miles might be spun from a single pound weight of the prepared cotton, and, worked up into the finer sorts of lace, the original shilling's worth of cotton wool, before it passed into the hands of the consumer, might thus be increased to the value of between £300 and £400 sterling. The beauty and utility of Haleman's invention were at once appreciated by the English cotton spinners. 6 Lancashire firms united and purchased the patent for cotton spinning for England for the sum of £30,000. The wool spinners paid the same sum for the privilege of applying the process to wool, and the Messrs. Marshall of Leeds £20,000 for the privilege of applying it to flax. Thus wealth suddenly flowed in upon poor Haleman at last, but he did not live to enjoy it. Scarcely had his long labours been crowned by success than he died, and his son, who had shared in his privations, shortly followed him. It is at the price of lives such as these that the wonders of civilization are achieved. End of section 6. Recording by Hope Force 1.
Section 7 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 3. The Great Potters. Palissy, Bertger, Wedgwood. Part 1. Patience is the finest and worthiest part of fortitude, and the rarest too. Patience lies at the root of all pleasures as well as of all powers. Hope herself ceases to be happiness when impatience companions her. John Ruskin. Il y avant et sans en passé, qu'il ne me fut monstré un coup de terre tourné et esmilé d'une telle beauté que dès lors, sans avoir égard que je ne vois nulle connaissance des terres argileuses, je me mis à chercher le MO comme un homme qui taste en ténèbres. Bernard Palissy. It so happens that the history of pottery furnishes some of the most remarkable instances of patient perseverance to be found in the whole range of biography. Of these, we select three of the most striking, as exhibited in the lives of Bernard Palissy, the Frenchman, Johann Friedrich Böttger, the German, and Josiah Wedgwood, the Englishman. Though the art of making common vessels of clay was known to most of the ancient nations, that of manufacturing enameled earthenware was much less common. It was, however, practiced by the ancient Etruscans, specimens of whose ware are still to be found in antiquarian collections. But it became a lost art and was only recovered at a comparatively recent date. The Etruscan ware was very valuable in ancient times, a vase being worth its weight in gold in the time of Augustus. The Moors seem to have preserved amongst them a knowledge of the art, which they were found practicing in the island of Majorca when it was taken by the Pisans in 1115. Among the spoil carried away were many plates of Moorish earthenware, which in token of triumph were embedded in the walls of several of the ancient churches of Pisa, where they are to be seen to this day. About 2 centuries later, the Italians began to make an imitation enameled ware, which they named maiolica, after the Moorish place of manufacture. The reviver, or rediscoverer, of the art of enameling in Italy was Luca della Robbia, a Florentine sculptor. Vasari describes him as a man of indefatigable perseverance, working with his chisel all day and practicing drawing during the greater part of the night. He pursued the latter art with so much assiduity that when working late, to prevent his feet from freezing with the cold, he was accustomed to provide himself with a basket of shavings, in which he placed them to keep himself warm and enable him to proceed with his drawings. Nor, says Vasari, am I in the least astonished at this, since no man ever becomes distinguished in any art whatsoever who does not early begin to acquire the power of supporting heat, cold, hunger, thirst, and other discomforts, whereas those persons deceive themselves altogether who suppose that when taking their ease and surrounded by all the enjoyments of the world, they may still attain to honorable distinction. For it is not by sleeping, but by waking, watching, and laboring continually, that proficiency is attained and reputation acquired. But Luca, notwithstanding all his application and industry, did not succeed in earning enough money by sculpture to enable him to live by the art, and the idea occurred to him that he might nevertheless be able to pursue his modeling in some material more facile and less dear than marble. Hence it was that he began to make his models in clay, and to endeavor by experiment so to coat and bake the clay as to render those models durable. After many trials, he at length discovered a method of covering the clay with a material which, when exposed to the intense heat of a furnace, became converted into an almost imperishable enamel. He afterwards made the further discovery of a method of imparting color to the enamel, thus greatly adding to its beauty. The fame of Luca's work extended throughout Europe, and specimens of his art became widely diffused. Many of them were sent into France and Spain, where they were greatly prized. At that time, coarse brown jars and pipkins were almost the only articles of earthenware produced in France, and this continued to be the case with comparatively small improvement until the time of Palissy, a man who toiled and fought against stupendous difficulties with a heroism that sheds a glow almost of romance over the events of his checkered life. Bernard Palissy is supposed to have been born in the south of France in the diocese of Agen about the year 1510. His father was probably a worker in glass, to which trade Bernard was brought up. His parents were poor people, too poor to give him the benefit of any school education. I had no other books, said he afterwards, than heaven and earth, which are open to all. He learnt, however, the art of glass painting, to which he added that of drawing, and afterwards reading and writing. When about 18 years old, the glass trade becoming decayed, Palissy left his father's house with his wallet on his back and went out into the world to search whether there was any place in it for him. He first travelled towards Gascony, working at his trade where he could find employment, and occasionally occupying part of his time in land measuring. Then he traveled northwards, sojourning for various periods at different places in France, Flanders, and Lower Germany. Thus Palissy occupied about 10 more years of his life, after which he married and ceased from his wanderings, settling down to practice glass painting and land measuring at the small town of Sens in the Lower Charente. There children were born to him, and not only his responsibilities but his expenses increased, while, do what he could, his earnings remained too small for his needs. It was therefore necessary for him to bestir himself. Probably he felt capable of better things than drudging in an employment so precarious as glass painting, and hence he was induced to turn his attention to the kindred art of painting and enameling earthenware. Yet on this subject he was wholly ignorant, for he had never seen earth baked before he began his operations. He had therefore everything to learn by himself, without any helper. But he was full of hope, eager to learn, of unbounded perseverance and inexhaustible patience. It was the sight of an elegant cup of Italian manufacture, most probably one of Luca della Robbia's make, which first set Palissy a thinking about the new art. A circumstance so apparently insignificant would have produced no effect upon an ordinary mind, or even upon Palissy himself at an ordinary time, but occurring as it did when he was meditating a change of calling, he at once became inflamed with the desire of imitating it. The sight of this cup disturbed his whole existence, and the determination to discover the enamel with which it was glazed thenceforth possessed him like a passion. Had he been a single man, he might have travelled into Italy in search of the secret, but he was bound to his wife and his children, and could not leave them. So he remained by their side, groping in the dark in the hope of finding out the process of making and enameling earthenware. At first he could merely guess the materials of which the enamel was composed, and he proceeded to try all manner of experiments to ascertain what they really were. He pounded all the substances which he supposed were likely to produce it. Then he bought common earthen pots, broke them into pieces, and, spreading his compounds over them, subjected them to the heat of a furnace, which he erected for the purpose of baking them. His experiments failed, and the results were broken pots and a waste of fuel, drugs, time, and labor. Women do not readily sympathize with experiments whose only tangible effect is to dissipate the means of buying clothes and food for their children, and Palissy's wife, however dutiful in other respects, could not be reconciled to the purchase of more earthen pots, which seemed to her to be bought only to be broken. Yet she must needs submit, for Palissy had become thoroughly possessed by the determination to master the secret of the enamel, and would not leave it alone. For many successive months and years, Palissy pursued his experiments. The first furnace having proved a failure, he proceeded to erect another out of doors. There he burnt more wood, spoiled more drugs and pots, and lost more time, until poverty stared him and his family in the face. Thus, said he, I fooled away several years, with sorrow and sighs, because I could not at all arrive at my intention. In the intervals of his experiments, he occasionally worked at his former callings, painting on glass, drawing portraits, and measuring land, but his earnings from these sources were very small. At length he was no longer able to carry on his experiments in his own furnace because of the heavy cost of fuel, but he bought more potsherds, broke them up as before into 300 or 400 pieces, and covering them with chemicals, carried them to a tile work 1.5 leagues distant from Sens, there to be baked in an ordinary furnace. After the operation he went to see the pieces taken out, and, to his dismay, the whole of the experiments were failures. But though disappointed, he was not yet defeated, for he determined on the very spot to begin afresh. His business as a land measurer called him away for a brief season from the pursuit of his experiments. In conformity with an edict of the state, it became necessary to survey the salt marshes in the neighborhood of Sens for the purpose of levying the land tax. Palissy was employed to make this survey and prepare the requisite map. The work occupied him some time, and he was doubtless well paid for it. But no sooner was it completed than he proceeded, with redoubled zeal to follow up his old investigations in the track of the enamels. He began by breaking 36 new earthen pots, the pieces of which he covered with different materials which he had compounded, and then took them to a neighboring glass furnace to be baked. The results gave him a glimmer of hope. The greater heat of the glass furnace had melted some of the compounds, but though Palissy searched diligently for the white enamel, he could find none. For 2 more years he went on experimenting without any satisfactory result, until the proceeds of his survey of the salt marshes having become nearly spent, he was reduced to poverty again. But he resolved to make a last great effort, and he began by breaking more pots than ever. More than 300 pieces of pottery covered with his compounds were sent to the glass furnace, and thither he himself went to watch the results of the baking. 4 hours passed, during which he watched, and then the furnace was opened. The material on one only of the 300 pieces of potsherd had melted, and it was taken out to cool. As it hardened, it grew white and polished. The piece of potsherd was covered with white enamel, described by Palissy as singularly beautiful. And beautiful it must no doubt have been in his eyes after all his weary waiting. He ran home with it to his wife, feeling himself, as he expressed it, quite a new creature. But the prize was not yet won. Far from it. The partial success of this intended last effort merely had the effect of luring him on to a succession of further experiments and failures. In order that he might complete the invention which he now believed to be at hand, he resolved to build for himself a glass furnace near his dwelling, where he might carry on his operations in secret. He proceeded to build the furnace with his own hands, carrying the bricks from the brickfield upon his back. He was bricklayer, laborer, and all. From 7 to 8 more months passed. At last the furnace was built and ready for use. Palissy had in the meantime fashioned a number of vessels of clay in readiness for the laying on of the enamel. After being subjected to a preliminary process of baking, they were covered with the enamel compound, and again placed in the furnace for the grand, crucial experiment. Although his means were nearly exhausted, Palissy had been for some time accumulating a great store of fuel for the final effort, and he thought it was enough. At last the fire was lit, and the operation proceeded. All day he sat by the furnace, feeding it with fuel. He sat there watching and feeding all through the long night. But the enamel did not melt. The sun rose upon his labors. His wife brought him a portion of the scanty morning meal, for he would not stir from the furnace, into which he continued from time to time to heave more fuel. The second day passed, and still the enamel did not melt. The sun set, and another night passed. The pale, haggard, unshorn, baffled, yet not beaten, Palissy sat by his furnace eagerly looking for the melting of the enamel. A third day and night passed. A fourth, a fifth, and even a sixth. Yes, for 6 long days and nights did the unconquerable Palissy watch and toil, fighting against hope, and still the enamel would not melt. It then occurred to him that there might be some defect in the materials for the enamel, perhaps something wanting in the flux, so he set to work to pound and compound fresh materials for a new experiment. Thus 2 or 3 more weeks passed. But how to buy more pots? For those which he had made with his own hands for the purposes of the first experiment were by long baking irretrievably spoiled for the purposes of a second. His money was now all spent, but he could borrow. His character was still good, though his wife and the neighbors thought him foolishly wasting his means in futile experiments. Nevertheless, he succeeded. He borrowed sufficient from a friend to enable him to buy more fuel and more pots, and he was again ready for a further experiment. The pots were covered with the new compound, placed in the furnace, and the fire was again lit. It was the last and most desperate experiment of the whole. The fire blazed up, the heat became intense, but still the enamel did not melt. The fuel began to run short. How to keep up the fire? There were the garden palings. Those would burn. They must be sacrificed rather than that the great experiment should fail. The garden palings were pulled up and cast into the furnace. They were burnt in vain. The enamel had not yet melted. 10 minutes more heat might do it. Fuel must be had at whatever cost. There remained the household furniture and shelving. A crashing noise was heard in the house, and amidst the screams of his wife and children, who now feared Palissy's reason was giving way, the tables were seized, broken up, and heaved into the furnace. The enamel had not melted yet. There remained the shelving. Another noise of the wrenching of timber was heard within the house, and the shelves were torn down and hurled after the furniture into the fire. Wife and children then rushed from the house and went frantically through the town, calling out that poor Palissy had gone mad and was breaking up his very furniture for firewood. For an entire month his shirt had not been off his back, and he was utterly worn out, wasted with toil, anxiety, watching, and want of food. He was in debt, and seemed on the verge of ruin. But he had at length mastered the secret, for the last great burst of heat had melted the enamel. The common brown household jars, when taken out of the furnace after it had become cool, were found covered with a white glaze. For this he could endure reproach, contumely, and scorn, and wait patiently for the opportunity of putting his discovery into practice as better days came round. Palissy next hired a potter to make some earthen vessels after designs which he furnished, while he himself proceeded to model some medallions in clay for the purpose of enameling them. But how to maintain himself and his family until the wares were made and ready for sale? Fortunately, there remained one man in Sens who still believed in the integrity, if not in the judgment, of Palissy, an innkeeper who agreed to feed and lodge him for 6 months, while he went on with his manufacture. As for the working potter whom he had hired, Palissy soon found that he could not pay him the stipulated wages. Having already stripped his dwelling, he could but strip himself, and he accordingly parted with some of his clothes to the potter, in part payment of the wages which he owed him. Palissy next erected an improved furnace, but he was so unfortunate as to build part of the inside with flints. When it was heated, these flints cracked and burst, and the spiculae were scattered over the pieces of pottery, sticking to them. Though the enamel came out right, the work was irretrievably spoilt, and thus 6 more months' labor was lost. Persons were found willing to buy the articles at a low price, notwithstanding the injury they had sustained, but Palissy would not sell them, considering that to have done so would be to decry and abate his honor, and so he broke in pieces the entire batch. Nevertheless, says he, hope continued to inspire me, and I held on manfully. Sometimes when visitors called, I entertained them with pleasantry, while I was really sad at heart. Worst of all the sufferings I had to endure were the mockeries and persecutions of those of my own household, who were so unreasonable as to expect me to execute work without the means of doing so. For years my furnaces were without any covering or protection, and while attending them I have been for nights at the mercy of the wind and the rain, without help or consolation, save it might be the wailing of cats on the one side and the howling of dogs on the other. Sometimes the tempest would beat so furiously against the furnaces that I was compelled to leave them and seek shelter within doors. Drenched by rain, and in no better plight than if I had been dragged through mire, I have gone to lie down at midnight or at daybreak, stumbling into the house without a light, and reeling from one side to another as if I had been drunken, but really weary with watching and filled with sorrow at the loss of my labor after such long toiling. But alas! My home proved no refuge, for drenched and besmeared as I was, I found in my chamber a second persecution worse than the first, which makes me even now marvel that I was not utterly consumed by my many sorrows. At this stage of his affairs, Palissy became melancholy and almost hopeless, and seems to have all but broken down. He wandered gloomily about the fields near Sens, his clothes hanging in tatters, and himself worn to a skeleton. In a curious passage in his writings, he describes how that the calves of his legs had disappeared, and were no longer able, with the help of garters, to hold up his stockings, which fell about his heels when he walked. The family continued to reproach him for his recklessness, and his neighbors cried shame upon him for his obstinate folly. So he returned for a time to his former calling, and after about a year's diligent labor, during which he earned bread for his household and somewhat recovered his character among his neighbors, he again resumed his darling enterprise. But though he had already spent about 10 years in the search for the enamel, it cost him nearly 8 more years of experimental plodding before he perfected his invention. He gradually learnt dexterity and certainty of result by experience, gathering practical knowledge out of many failures. Each mishap was a fresh lesson to him, teaching him something new about the nature of enamels, the qualities of argillaceous earths, the tempering of clays, and the construction and management of furnaces. At last, after about 16 years' labor, Palissy took heart and called himself potter. These 16 years had been his term of apprenticeship to the art, during which he had wholly to teach himself, beginning at the very beginning. He was now able to sell his wares and thereby maintain his family in comfort. But he never rested satisfied with what he had accomplished. He proceeded from one step of improvement to another, always aiming at the greatest perfection possible. He studied natural objects for patterns, and with such success that the great Buffon spoke of him as so great a naturalist as nature only can produce. His ornamental pieces are now regarded as rare gems in the cabinets of virtuosi and sell at almost fabulous prices. The ornaments on them are for the most part accurate models from life of wild animals, lizards, and plants found in the fields about Saintes, and tastefully combined as ornaments into the texture of a plate or vase. When Palissy had reached the height of his art, he styled himself ouvrier de terre et inventeur de rustique figurines. We have not, however, come to an end of the sufferings of Palissy, respecting which a few words remain to be said. Being a Protestant, at a time when religious persecution waxed hot in the south of France, and expressing his views without fear, he was regarded as a dangerous heretic. His enemies having informed against him, his house at Saintes was entered by the officers of justice, and his workshop was thrown open to the rabble, who entered and smashed his pottery, while he himself was hurried off by night and cast into a dungeon at Bordeaux to wait his turn at the stake or the scaffold. He was condemned to be burnt, but a powerful noble, the Constable de Montmorency, interposed to save his life, not because he had any special regard for Palissy or his religion, but because no other artist could be found capable of executing the enameled pavement for his magnificent chateau then in course of erection at Yqueux, about 4 leagues from Paris. By his influence, an edict was issued appointing Palissy inventor of rustic figurines to the king and to the constable, which had the effect of immediately removing him from the jurisdiction of Bordeaux. He was accordingly liberated and returned to his home at Saintes, only to find it devastated and broken up. His workshop was open to the sky, and his works lay in ruins. Shaking the dust of Saintes from his feet, he left the place never to return to it, and removed to Paris to carry on the works ordered of him by the constable and the queen mother, being lodged in the Tuileries while so occupied. Besides carrying on the manufacture of pottery with the aid of his 2 sons, Palissy, during the latter part of his life, wrote and published several books on the potter's art, with a view to the instruction of his countrymen, and in order that they might avoid the many mistakes which he himself had made. He also wrote on agriculture, on fortification and natural history, on which latter subject he even delivered lectures to a limited number of persons. He waged war against astrology, alchemy, witchcraft, and like impostures. This stirred up against him many enemies, who pointed the finger at him as a heretic, and he was again arrested for his religion and imprisoned in the Bastille. He was now an old man of 78, trembling on the verge of the grave, but his spirit was as brave as ever. He was threatened with death unless he recanted, but he was as obstinate in holding to his religion as he had been in hunting out the secret of the enamel. The king, Henry III, even went to see him in prison to induce him to abjure his faith. "My good man," said the king, "you have now served my mother and myself for 45 years. We have put up with your adhering to your religion amidst fires and massacres. Now I am so pressed by the Guise party as well as by my own people that I am constrained to leave you in the hands of your enemies, and tomorrow you will be burnt unless you become converted." "Sire," answered the unconquerable old man, "I am ready to give my life for the glory of God. You have said many times that you have pity on me, and now I have pity on you, who have pronounced the words, I am constrained. It is not spoken like a king, sire. It is what you and those who constrain you, the Guisard and all your people, can never effect upon me, for I know how to die. Palissy did indeed die shortly after, a martyr, though not at the stake. He died in the Bastille after enduring about a year's imprisonment, there peacefully terminating a life distinguished for heroic labor, extraordinary endurance, inflexible rectitude, and the exhibition of many rare and noble virtues. End of section 7. Section 8 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 3. The Great Potters. Palissy, Bürger, Wedgwood. Part 2. The life of John Frederick Bürger, the inventor of hard porcelain, presents a remarkable contrast to that of Palissy, though it also contains many points of singular and almost romantic interest. Bürger was born at Schleitz in the Voigtland in 1685, and at 12 years of age was placed apprentice with an apothecary at Berlin. He seems to have been early fascinated by chemistry, and occupied most of his leisure in making experiments. These for the most part tended in one direction, the art of converting common metals into gold. At the end of several years, Bürger pretended to have discovered the universal solvent of the alchemists, and professed that he had made gold by its means. He exhibited its powers before his master, the apothecary Zurn, and by some trick or other succeeded in making him and several other witnesses believe that he had actually converted copper into gold. The news spread abroad that the apothecary's apprentice had discovered the grand secret, and crowds collected about the shop to get a sight of the wonderful young gold cook. The king himself expressed a wish to see and converse with him, and when Frederick I was presented with a piece of the gold pretended to have been converted from copper, he was so dazzled with the prospect of securing an infinite quantity of it, Prussia being then in great straits for money, that he determined to secure Bürger and employ him to make gold for him within the strong fortress of Spandau. But the young apothecary, suspecting the king's intention and probably fearing detection, at once resolved on flight, and he succeeded in getting across the frontier into Saxony. A reward of 1,000 thalers was offered for Bürger's apprehension, but in vain. He arrived at Wittenberg and appealed for protection to the Elector of Saxony, Frederick Augustus I, King of Poland, surnamed the Strong. Frederick was himself very much in want of money at the time, and he was overjoyed at the prospect of obtaining gold in any quantity by the aid of the young alchemist. Bürger was accordingly conveyed in secret to Dresden, accompanied by a royal escort. He had scarcely left Wittenberg when a battalion of Prussian grenadiers arrived before the gates demanding the gold-maker's extradition. But it was too late. Bürger had already arrived in Dresden, where he was lodged in the Golden House, and treated with every consideration, though strictly watched and kept under guard. The Elector, however, must needs leave him there for a time, having to depart forthwith to Poland, then almost in a state of anarchy. But, impatient for gold, he wrote Bürger from Warsaw, urging him to communicate the secret, so that he himself might practice the art of commutation. The young gold cook, thus pressed, forwarded to Frederick a small vial containing a reddish fluid, which it was asserted changed all metals, when in a molten state, into gold. This important vial was taken in charge by the Prince Fürst von Fürstenberg, who, accompanied by the regiment of guards, hurried with it to Warsaw. Arrived there, it was determined to make immediate trial of the process. The king and the prince locked themselves up in a secret chamber of the palace, girt themselves about with leather aprons, and, like true gold cooks, set to work melting copper in a crucible, and afterwards applying to it the red fluid of Bürger. But the result was unsatisfactory, for notwithstanding all that they could do, the copper obstinately remained copper. On referring to the alchemist's instructions, however, The king found that to succeed with the process, it was necessary that the fluid should be used in great purity of heart. And as his majesty was conscious of having spent the evening in very bad company, he attributed the failure of the experiment to that cause. A second trial was followed by no better results, and then the king became furious, for he had confessed and received absolution before beginning the second experiment. Frederick Augustus now resolved on forcing Bertger to disclose the golden secret as the only means of relief from his urgent pecuniary difficulties. The alchemist, hearing of the royal intention, again determined to fly. He succeeded in escaping his guard, and after 3 days' travel arrived at Enns in Austria, where he thought himself safe. The agents of the elector were, however, at his heels. They had tracked him to the Golden Stag, which they surrounded, and seizing him in his bed, notwithstanding his resistance and appeals to the Austrian authorities for help, they carried him by force to Dresden. From this time he was more strictly watched than ever, and he was shortly after transferred to the strong fortress of Königstein. It was communicated to him that the royal exchequer was completely empty, and that 10 regiments of Poles in arrears of pay were waiting for his gold. The king himself visited him, and told him in a severe tone that if he did not at once proceed to make gold, he would be hung. Zu mir zurecht, Bertger, sonst lass ich dich hangen. Years passed, and still Bertger made no gold, but he was not hung. It was reserved for him to make a far more important discovery than the conversion of copper into gold, namely the conversion of clay into porcelain. Some rare specimens of this ware had been brought by the Portuguese from China, which were sold for more than their weight in gold. Bertger was first induced to turn his attention to the subject by Walter von Tschirnhaus, a maker of optical instruments, also an alchemist. Tschirnhaus was a man of education and distinction, and was held in much esteem by Prince Fürstenberg, as well as by the elector. He very sensibly said to Bertger, still in fear of the gallows, "If you can't make gold, try and do something else. Make porcelain." The alchemist acted on the hint, and began his experiments, working night and day. He prosecuted his investigations for a long time, with great assiduity, but without success. At length, some red clay brought to him for the purpose of making his crucibles set him on the right track. He found that this clay, when submitted to a high temperature, became vitrified and retained its shape, and that its texture resembled that of porcelain, excepting in color and opacity. He had, in fact, accidentally discovered red porcelain, and he proceeded to manufacture it and sell it as porcelain. Bertger was, however, well aware that the white color was an essential property of true porcelain, and he therefore prosecuted his experiments in the hope of discovering the secret. Several years thus passed, but without success, until again accident stood his friend, and helped him to a knowledge of the art of making white porcelain. One day in the year 1707, he found his peruke unusually heavy, and asked of his valet the reason. The answer was that it was owing to the powder with which the wig was dressed, which consisted of a kind of earth then much used for hair powder. Bertger's quick imagination immediately seized upon the idea. This white earthy powder might possibly be the very earth of which he was in search. At all events, the opportunity must not be let slip of ascertaining what it really was. He was rewarded for his painstaking care and watchfulness, for he found on experiment that the principal ingredient of the hair powder consisted of kaolin, the want of which had so long formed an insuperable difficulty in the way of his inquiries. The discovery, in Bertger's intelligent hands, led to great results, and proved of far greater importance than the discovery of the philosopher's stone would have been. In October 1707, he presented his first piece of porcelain to the elector, who was greatly pleased with it, and it was resolved that Bertger should be furnished with the means necessary for perfecting his invention. Having obtained a skilled workman from Delft, he began to turn porcelain with great success. He now entirely abandoned alchemy for pottery, and inscribed over the door of his workshop this distich: Es macht Gott der große Schöpfer, aus einem Goldmacher einem Töpfer. Bertger, however, was still under strict surveillance, for fear lest he should communicate his secret to others or escape the elector's control. The new workshops and furnaces which were erected for him were guarded by troops night and day, and 6 superior officers were made responsible for the personal security of the potter. Böttger's further experiments with his new furnaces proving very successful, and the porcelain which he manufactured being found to fetch large prices, it was next determined to establish a royal manufactory of porcelain. The manufacture of Delft ware was known to have greatly enriched Holland. Why should not the manufacture of porcelain equally enrich the Elector? Accordingly, a decree went forth, dated the 23rd of January, 1710, for the establishment of a large manufactory of porcelain at the Albrechtsberg in Meissen. In this decree, which was translated into Latin, French, and Dutch, and distributed by the ambassadors of the Elector at all the European courts, Frederick Augustus set forth that to promote the welfare of Saxony, which had suffered much through the Swedish invasion, he had directed his attention to the subterranean treasures Unterirrdischen Schätze of the country, and having employed some able persons in the investigation, they had succeeded in manufacturing a sort of red vessels, eine Art roter Gefäße, far superior to the Indian terra sigillata, as also colored ware and plates, buntes Geschirr und Tafeln, which may be cut, ground, and polished, and are quite equal to Indian vessels, and finally that specimens of white porcelain, Proben von weißem Porzellan, had already been obtained, and it was hoped that this quality too would soon be manufactured in considerable quantities. The royal decree concluded by inviting foreign artists and handicraftsmen to come to Saxony and engage as assistants in the new factory, at high wages and under the patronage of the king. This royal edict probably gives the best account of the actual state of Böttger's invention at the time. It has been stated in German publications that Böttger, for the great services rendered by him to the Elector and to Saxony, was made manager of the royal porcelain works, and further promoted to the dignity of baron. Doubtless he deserved these honors, but his treatment was of an altogether different character, for it was shabby, cruel, and inhuman. 2 royal officials, named Mathieu and Nemitz, were put over his head as directors of the factory, while he himself only held the position of foreman of potters, and at the same time was detained the king's prisoner. During the erection of the factory at Meissen, while his assistance was still indispensable, he was conducted by soldiers to and from Dresden, and even after the works were finished, he was locked up nightly in his room. All this preyed upon his mind, and in repeated letters to the king he sought to obtain mitigation of his fate. Some of these letters are very touching. "I will devote my whole soul to the art of making porcelain," he writes on one occasion. "I will do more than any inventor ever did before. Only give me liberty, liberty." To these appeals the king turned a deaf ear. He was ready to spend money and grant favors, but liberty he would not give. He regarded Böttger as his slave. In this position the persecuted man kept on working for some time, till at the end of a year or two he grew negligent. Disgusted with the world and with himself, he took to drinking. Such is the force of example that it no sooner became known that Böttger had betaken himself to this vice than the greater number of the workmen at the Meissen factory became drunkards too. Quarrels and fightings without end were the consequence, so the troops were frequently called upon to interfere and keep peace among the Porzellanern, as they were nicknamed. After a while, the whole of them, more than 300, were shut up in the Albrechtsberg and treated as prisoners of state. Böttger at last fell seriously ill, and in May 1713 his dissolution was hourly expected. The king, alarmed at losing so valuable a slave, now gave him permission to take carriage exercise under a guard, and having somewhat recovered, he was allowed occasionally to go to Dresden. In a letter written by the king in April 1714, Böttger was promised his full liberty, but the offer came too late. Broken in body and mind, alternately working and drinking, though with occasional gleams of nobler intention, and suffering under constant ill health, the result of his enforced confinement, Böttger lingered on for a few years more, until death freed him from his sufferings on the 13th of March, 1719, in the 35th year of his age. He was buried at night, as if he had been a dog, in the Johannes cemetery of Meissen. Such was the treatment and such the unhappy end of one of Saxony's greatest benefactors. The porcelain manufacture immediately opened up an important source of public revenue, and it became so productive to the Elector of Saxony that his example was shortly after followed by most European monarchs. Although soft porcelain had been made at St. Cloud 14 years before Bergthur's discovery, the superiority of the hard porcelain soon became generally recognized. Its manufacture was begun at Sèvres in 1770, and it has since almost entirely superseded the softer material. This is now one of the most thriving branches of French industry, of which the high quality of the articles produced is certainly indisputable. The career of Josiah Wedgwood, the English potter, was less checkered and more prosperous than that of either Palissy or Bergthur, and his lot was cast in happier times. Down to the middle of last century, England was behind most other nations of the first order in Europe in respect of skilled industry. Although there were many potters in Staffordshire, and Wedgwood himself belonged to a numerous clan of potters of the same name, their productions were of the rudest kind, for the most part only plain brown ware, with the patterns scratched in while the clay was wet. The principal supply of the better articles of earthenware came from Delft in Holland, and of drinking stone pots from Cologne. 2 foreign potters, the brother Ehlers from Nuremberg, settled for a time in Staffordshire, and introduced an improved manufacture, but they shortly after removed to Chelsea, where they confined themselves to the manufacture of ornamental pieces. No porcelain capable of resisting a scratch with a hard point had yet been made in England, and for a long time the whiteware made in Staffordshire was not white, but of a dirty cream color. Such, in a few words, was the condition of the pottery manufacture when Josiah Wedgwood was born in Burslem in 1730. By the time that he died, 64 years later, it had become completely changed. By his energy, skill, and genius, he established the trade upon a new and solid foundation, and in the words of his epitaph, converted a rude and inconsiderable manufacture into an elegant art and an important branch of national commerce. Josiah Wedgwood was one of those indefatigable men who from time to time spring from the ranks of the common people, and by their energetic character not only practically educate the working population in habits of industry, but by the examples of diligence and perseverance which they set before them, largely influence the public activity in all directions, and contribute in a great degree to form the national character. He was, like Arkwright, the youngest of a family of 13 children. His grandfather and granduncle were both potters, as was also his father, who died when he was a mere boy, leaving him a patrimony of 20 pounds. He had learned to read and write at the village school, but on the death of his father he was taken from it and set to work as a thrower in the small pottery carried on by his elder brother. There he began life, his working life, to use his own words, at the lowest round of the ladder, when only 11 years old. He was shortly after seized by an attack of virulent smallpox, from the effects of which he suffered during the rest of his life, for it was followed by a disease in the right knee, which recurred at frequent intervals, and was only got rid of by the amputation of the limb many years later. Mr. Gladstone, in his eloquent Éloge on Wedgwood, recently delivered at Burslem, well observed that the disease from which he suffered was not improbably the occasion of his subsequent excellence. It prevented him from growing up to be the active, vigorous English workman, possessed of all his limbs, and knowing right well the use of them, but it put him upon considering whether, as he could not be that, he might not be something else, and something greater. It sent his mind inwards. It drove him to meditate upon the laws and secrets of his art. The result was that he arrived at a perception and a grasp of them which might perhaps have been envied, certainly have been owned, by an Athenian potter. When he had completed his apprenticeship with his brother, Josiah joined partnership with another workman, and carried on a small business in making knife hafts, boxes, and sundry articles for domestic use. Another partnership followed, when he proceeded to make melon table plates, green pickle leaves, candlesticks, snuff boxes, and such like articles, but he made comparatively little progress, until he began business on his own account at Burslem in the year 1759. There he diligently pursued his calling, introducing new articles to the trade and gradually extending his business. What he chiefly aimed at was to manufacture cream-colored ware of a better quality than was produced in Staffordshire as regarded shape, color, glaze, and durability. To understand the subject thoroughly, he devoted his leisure to the study of chemistry, and he made numerous experiments on fluxes, glazes, and various sorts of clay. Being a close inquirer and accurate observer, he noticed that a certain earth containing silica, which was black before calcination, became white after exposure to the heat of a furnace. This fact, observed and pondered on, led to the idea of mixing silica with the red powder of the potteries, and to the discovery that the mixture becomes white when calcined. He had but to cover this material with a vitrification of transparent glaze to obtain one of the most important products of fictile art, that which under the name of English earthenware was to obtain the greatest commercial value and become of the most extensive utility. Wedgwood was for some time much troubled by his furnaces, though nothing like to the same extent that Palissy was, and he overcame his difficulties in the same way, by repeated experiments and unfaltering perseverance. His first attempts at making porcelain for table use was a succession of disastrous failures, the labors of months often being destroyed in a day. It was only after a long series of trials, in the course of which he lost time, money, and labor, that he arrived at the proper sort of glaze to be used. But he would not be denied, and at last he conquered success through patience. The improvement of pottery became his passion, and was never lost sight of for a moment. Even when he had mastered his difficulties and become a prosperous man, manufacturing white stoneware and cream-colored ware in large quantities for home and foreign use, he went forward perfecting his manufactures, until, his example extending in all directions, the action of the entire district was stimulated, and a great branch of British industry was eventually established on firm foundations. He aimed throughout at the highest excellence, declaring his determination to give over manufacturing any article, whatsoever it might be, rather than to degrade it. Wedgwood was cordially helped by many persons of rank and influence, for, working in the truest spirit, he readily commanded the help and encouragement of other true workers. He made for Queen Charlotte the first royal table service of English manufacture, of the kind afterwards called Queen's ware, and was appointed royal potter, a title which he prized more than if he had been made a baron. Valuable sets of porcelain were entrusted to him for imitation, in which he succeeded to admiration. Sir William Hamilton lent him specimens of ancient art from Herculaneum, of which he produced accurate and beautiful copies. The Duchess of Portland outbid him for the Barberini vase when that article was offered for sale. He bid as high as 1,700 guineas for it. Her Grace secured it for 1,800, but when she learned Wedgwood's object, she at once generously lent him the vase to copy. He produced 50 copies at a cost of about £2,500, and his expenses were not covered by their sale, but he gained his object, which was to show that whatever had been done, that English skill and energy could and would accomplish. Wedgwood called to his aid the crucible of the chemist, the knowledge of the antiquary, and the skill of the artist. He found out Flaxman when a youth, and while he liberally nurtured his genius, drew from him a large number of beautiful designs for his pottery and porcelain, converting them by his manufacture into objects of taste and excellence, and thus making them instrumental in the diffusion of classical art amongst the people. By careful experiment and study, he was even enabled to rediscover the art of painting on porcelain or earthenware vases and similar articles, an art practiced by the ancient Etruscans, but which had been lost since the time of Pliny. He distinguished himself by his own contributions to science, and his name is still identified with the pyrometer, which he invented. He was an indefatigable supporter of all measures of public utility, and the construction of the Trent and Mersey Canal, which completed the navigable communication between the eastern and western sides of the island, was mainly due to his public-spirited exertions, allied to the engineering skill of Brindley. The road accommodation of the district being of an execrable character, he planned and executed a turnpike road through the potteries, 10 miles in length. The reputation he achieved was such that his works at Burslem and subsequently those at Etruria, which he founded and built, became a point of attraction to distinguished visitors from all parts of Europe. The result of Wedgwood's labors was that the manufacture of pottery, which he found in the very lowest condition, became one of the staples of England, and instead of importing what we needed for home use from abroad, we became large exporters to other countries, supplying them with earthenware, even in the face of enormous prohibitory duties on articles of British produce. Wedgwood gave evidence as to his manufactures before Parliament in 1785, only some 30 years after he had begun his operations, from which it appeared that instead of providing only casual employment to a small number of inefficient and badly remunerated workmen, about 20,000 persons then derived their bread directly from the manufacture of earthenware, without taking into account the increased numbers to which it gave employment in coal mines and in the carrying trade by land and sea, and the stimulus which it gave to employment in many ways in various parts of the country. Yet, important as had been the advances made in his time, Mr. Wedgwood was of opinion that the manufacture was but in its infancy, and that the improvements which he had effected were of but small amount compared with those to which the art was capable of attaining through the continued industry and growing intelligence of the manufacturers, and the natural facilities and political advantages enjoyed by Great Britain, an opinion which has been fully borne out by the progress which has since been effected in this important branch of industry. In 1852, not fewer than 84 million pieces of pottery were exported from England to other countries, besides what were made for home use. But it is not merely the quantity and value of the produce that is entitled to consideration, but the improvement of the condition of the population by whom this great branch of industry is conducted. When Wedgwood began his labors, the Staffordshire district was only in a half-civilized state. The people were poor, uncultivated, and few in number. When Wedgwood's manufacture was firmly established, there was found ample employment at good wages for 3 times the number of population, while their moral advancement had kept pace with their material improvement. Men such as these are fairly entitled to take rank as the industrial heroes of the civilized world. Their patient self-reliance amidst trials and difficulties, their courage and perseverance in the pursuit of worthy objects, are not less heroic of their kind than the bravery and devotion of the soldier and the sailor, whose duty and pride it is heroically to defend what these valiant leaders of industry have so heroically achieved. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Self-Help, with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance, by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 4, Application and Perseverance, Part 1. Rich are the diligent, who can command time, nature's stock, and could his hourglass fall, would, as for seed of stars, stoop for the sand, and by incessant labor gather all. Davenant. Allez en avant, et la foi vous viendra. D'Alembert. The greatest results in life are usually attained by simple means, and the exercise of ordinary qualities. The common life of every day, with its cares, necessities, and duties, affords ample opportunity for acquiring experience of the best kind, and its most beaten paths provide the true worker with abundant scope for effort and room for self-improvement. The road of human welfare lies along the old highway of steadfast well-doing, and they who are the most persistent and work in the truest spirit will usually be the most successful. Fortune has often been blamed for her blindness, but fortune is not so blind as men are. Those who look into practical life will find that fortune is usually on the side of the industrious, as the winds and waves are on the side of the best navigators. In the pursuit of even the highest branches of human inquiry, the commoner qualities are found the most useful, such as common sense, attention, application, and perseverance. Genius may not be necessary, though even genius of the highest sort does not disdain the use of these ordinary qualities. The very greatest men have been among the least believers in the power of genius, and as worldly wise and persevering as successful men of the commoner sort. Some have even defined genius to be only common sense intensified. A distinguished teacher and president of a college spoke of it as the power of making efforts. John Foster held it to be the power of lighting one's own fire. Buffon said of genius, it is patience. Newton's was unquestionably a mind of the very highest order, and yet, when asked by what means he had worked out his extraordinary discoveries, he modestly answered, by always thinking unto them. At another time he thus expressed his method of study. I keep the subject continually before me, and wait until the first dawnings open slowly, by little and little, into a full and clear light. It was in Newton's case, as in every other, only by diligent application and perseverance that his great reputation was achieved. Even his recreation consisted in change of study, laying down one subject to take up another. To Dr. Bentley he said, "If I have done the public any service, it is due to nothing but industry and patient thought." So Kepler, another great philosopher, speaking of his studies and his progress, said, as in Virgil, fama mobilitate viget, vires acquirit iundo. So it is with me, that the diligent thought on these things was the occasion of still further thinking, until at last I brooded with the whole energy of my mind upon the subject. The extraordinary results effected by dint of sheer industry and perseverance have led many distinguished men to doubt whether the gift of genius be so exceptional an endowment as it is usually supposed to be. Thus Voltaire held that it is only a very slight line of separation that divides the man of genius from the man of ordinary mold. Beccaria was even of opinion that all men might be poets and orators, and Reynolds that they might be painters and sculptors. If this were really so, that stolid Englishman might not have been so very far wrong, after all, who, on Canova's death, inquired of his brother whether it was his intention to carry on the business. Locke, Helvetius, and Diderot believed that all men have an equal aptitude for genius, and that what some are able to effect, under the laws which regulate the operations of the intellect, must also be within the reach of others, who, under like circumstances, apply themselves to like pursuits. But while admitting to the fullest extent the wonderful achievements of labor, and recognizing the fact that men of the most distinguished genius have invariably been found the most indefatigable workers, it must nevertheless be sufficiently obvious that, without the original endowment of heart and brain, no amount of labor, however well applied, could have produced a Shakespeare, a Newton, a Beethoven, or a Michelangelo. Dalton, the chemist, repudiated the notion of his being a genius, attributing everything which he had accomplished to simple industry and accumulation. John Hunter said of himself, "My mind is like a beehive, but full as it is of buzz and apparent confusion, it is yet full of order and regularity, and food collected with incessant industry from the choicest stores of nature." We have, indeed, but to glance at the biographies of great men to find that the most distinguished inventors, artists, thinkers, and workers of all kinds owe their success, in a great measure, to their indefatigable industry and application. They were men who turned all things to gold, even time itself. Disraeli the elder held that the secret of success consisted in being master of your subject, such mastery being attainable only through continuous application and study. Hence it happens that the men who have most moved the world have not been so much men of genius, strictly so called, as men of intense mediocre abilities and untiring perseverance, not so often the gifted, of naturally bright and shining qualities, as those who have applied themselves diligently to their work, in whatsoever line that might lie. Alas, said a widow, speaking of her brilliant but careless son, he is not the gift of continuance. Wanting in perseverance, such volatile natures are outstripped in the race of life by the diligent and even the dull. Che va piano va longano e va lontano, says the Italian proverb, who goes slowly goes long and goes far. Hence, a great point to be aimed at is to get the working quality well trained. When that is done, the race will be found comparatively easy. We must repeat and again repeat. Facility will come with labor. Not even the simplest art can be accomplished without it, and what difficulties it is found capable of achieving. It was by early discipline and repetition that the late Sir Robert Peel cultivated those remarkable, those still mediocre powers which rendered him so illustrious an ornament of the British Senate. When a boy at Drayton Manor, his father was accustomed to set him up at table to practice speaking extempore, and he early accustomed him to repeat as much of the Sunday's sermon as he could remember. Little progress was made at first, but by steady perseverance the habit of attention became powerful, and the sermon was at length repeated almost verbatim. When afterwards, replying in succession to the arguments of his parliamentary opponents, an art in which he was perhaps unrivaled, it was little surmised that the extraordinary power of accurate remembrance which he displayed on such occasions had been originally trained under the discipline of his father in the parish church of Drayton. It is indeed marvelous what continuous application will effect in the commonest of things. It may seem a simple affair to play upon a violin, yet what a long and laborious practice it requires. Giardini said to a youth who asked him how long it would take to learn it, 12 hours a day for 20 years together. Industry, it is said, fait l'ors danser. The poor figurante must devote years of incessant toil to her profitless task before she can shine in it. When Taglioni was preparing herself for her evening exhibition, she would, after a severe 2 hours' lesson from her father, fall down exhausted, and had to be undressed, sponged, and resuscitated, totally unconscious. The agility and bounds of the evening were ensured only at a price like this. Progress, however, of the best kind, is comparatively slow. Great results cannot be achieved at once, and we must be satisfied to advance in life as we walk, step by step. De Maistre says that to know how to wait is the great secret of success. We must sow before we can reap, and often have to wait long, content meanwhile to look patiently forward in hope. The fruit best worth waiting for often ripening the slowest. But time and patience, says the Eastern proverb, change the mulberry leaf to satin. To wait patiently, however, men must work cheerfully. Cheerfulness is an excellent working quality, imparting great elasticity to the character. As a bishop has said, temper is 9/10 of Christianity. So are cheerfulness and diligence 9/10 of practical wisdom. They are the life and soul of success, as well as of happiness, perhaps the very highest pleasure in life consisting in clear, brisk, conscious working, energy, confidence, and every other good quality mainly depending upon it. Sidney Smith, when laboring as a parish priest at Fawston-le-Clay in Yorkshire, though he did not feel himself to be in his proper element, went cheerfully to work in the firm determination to do his best. I am resolved, he said, to like it, and reconcile myself to it, which is more manly than to feign myself above it, and to send up complaints by the post of being thrown away, and being desolate, and such like trash. So Dr. Hook, when leaving Leeds for a new sphere of labor, said, "Wherever I may be, I shall, by God's blessing, do with my might what my hand findeth to do, and if I do not find work, I shall make it." Laborers for the public good especially have to work long and patiently, often uncheered by the prospect of immediate recompense or result. The seeds they sow sometimes lie hidden under the winter's snow, and before the spring comes, the husbandman may have gone to his rest. It is not every public worker who, like Rowland Hill, sees his great idea bring forth fruit in his lifetime. Adam Smith sowed the seeds of a great social amelioration in that dingy old University of Glasgow where he so long labored, and laid the foundations of his wealth of nations, but 70 years passed before his work bore substantial fruits, nor indeed are they all gathered in yet. Nothing can compensate for the loss of hope in a man. It entirely changes the character. "How can I work? How can I be happy?" said a great but miserable thinker, "when I have lost all hope?" One of the most cheerful and courageous, because one of the most hopeful of workers, was Carey, the missionary. When in India, it was no uncommon thing for him to weary out 3 pundits, who officiated as his clerks, in one day, he himself taking rest only in change of employment. Carey, the son of a shoemaker, was supported in his labors by Ward, the son of a carpenter, and Marsham, the son of a weaver. By their labors a magnificent college was erected at Serampore. 16 flourishing stations were established. The Bible was translated into 16 languages, and the seeds were sown of a beneficent moral revolution in British India. Carey was never ashamed of the humbleness of his origin. On one occasion, when at the Governor-General's table, he overheard an officer opposite him asking another, loud enough to be heard, whether Carey had not once been a shoemaker. "No, sir," exclaimed Carey immediately, "only a cobbler." An eminently characteristic anecdote has been told of his perseverance as a boy. When climbing a tree one day, his foot slipped and he fell to the ground, breaking his leg by the fall. He was confined to his bed for weeks, but when he recovered and was able to walk without support, the very first thing he did was go and climb that tree. Carey had need of this sort of dauntless courage for the great missionary work of his life, and nobly and resolutely he did it. It was a maxim of Dr. Young, the philosopher, that any man can do what any other man has done, and it is unquestionable that he himself never recoiled from any trials to which he determined to subject himself. It is related of him that the first time he mounted a horse, he was in company with the grandson of Mr. Barclay of Uri, the well-known sportsman, when the horseman who preceded them leapt a high fence. Young wished to imitate him, but fell off his horse in the attempt. Without saying a word, he remounted, made a second effort, and was again unsuccessful, but this time he was not thrown further than on to the horse's neck, to which he clung. At the third trial he succeeded and cleared the fence. The story of Timur the Tartar learning a lesson of perseverance under adversity from the spider is well known. Not less interesting is the anecdote of Audubon, the American ornithologist, as related by himself. An accident, he says, which happened to 200 of my original drawings, nearly put a stop to my researches in ornithology. I shall relate it merely to show how far enthusiasm, for by no other name can I call my perseverance, may enable the preserver of nature to surmount the most disheartening difficulties. I left the village of Henderson, in Kentucky, situated on the banks of the Ohio, where I resided for several years, to proceed to Philadelphia on business. I looked to my drawings before my departure, placed them carefully in a wooden box, and gave them in charge of a relative, with injunctions to see that no injury should happen to them. My absence was of several months, and when I returned, after having enjoyed the pleasures of home for a few days, I inquired after my box and what I was pleased to call my treasure. The box was produced and opened, but reader, feel for me. A pair of Norway rats had taken possession of the whole, and reared a young family among the gnawed bits of paper, which but a month previous represented nearly 1,000 inhabitants of the air. The burning beat which instantly rushed through my brain was too great to be endured without affecting my whole nervous system. I slept for several nights, and the days passed like days of oblivion, until the animal powers being recalled into action through the strength of my constitution, I took up my gun, my notebook, and my pencils, and went forth to the woods as gaily as if nothing had happened. I felt pleased that I might now make better drawings than before, and ere a period not exceeding 3 years had elapsed, my portfolio was again filled. The accidental destruction of Sir Isaac Newton's papers by his little dog Diamond upsetting a lighted taper upon his desk, by which the elaborate calculations of many years were in a moment destroyed, is a well-known anecdote, and need not be repeated. It is said that the loss caused the philosopher such profound grief that it seriously injured his health and impaired his understanding. An accident of a somewhat similar kind happened to the manuscript of Mr. Carlyle's first volume of his French Revolution. He had lent the manuscript to a literary neighbor to peruse. By some mischance it had been left lying on the parlor floor and became forgotten. Weeks ran on, and the historian sent for his work, the printers being loud for copy. Inquiries were made, and it was found that the maid-of-all-work, finding what she conceived to be a bundle of waste paper on the floor, had used it to light the kitchen and parlor fires with. Such was the answer returned to Mr. Carlyle, and his feelings may be imagined. There was, however, no help for him but to set resolutely to work to rewrite the book, and he turned to and did it. He had no draft, and was compelled to rake up from his memory facts, ideas, and expressions which had been long since dismissed. The composition of the book in the first instance had been a work of pleasure. The rewriting of it a second time was one of pain and anguish almost beyond belief. That he persevered and finished the volume under such circumstances affords an instance of determination of purpose which has seldom been surpassed. The lives of eminent inventors are eminently illustrative of the same quality of perseverance. George Stephenson, when addressing young men, was accustomed to sum up his best advice to them in the words, "Do as I have done, persevere. He had worked at the improvement of his locomotive for some 15 years before achieving his decisive victory at Rainhill, and Watt was engaged for some 30 years upon the condensing engine before he brought it to perfection. But there are equally striking illustrations of perseverance to be found in every other branch of science, art, and industry. Perhaps one of the most interesting is that connected with the disentombment of the Nineveh marbles and the discovery of the long-lost cuneiform or arrow-headed character in which the inscriptions on them are written, a kind of writing which had been lost to the world since the period of the Macedonian conquest of Persia. An intelligent cadet of the East India Company, stationed at Kermanshah in Persia, had observed the curious cuneiform inscriptions on the old monuments in the neighborhood, so old that all historical traces of them had been lost. And among the inscriptions which he copied was that on the celebrated rock of Behistun, a perpendicular rock rising abruptly some 1,700 feet from the plain, the lower part bearing inscriptions for the space of about 300 feet in 3 languages, Persian, Scythian, and Assyrian. Comparison of the known with the unknown, of the language which survived with the language that had been lost, enabled this cadet to acquire some knowledge of the cuneiform character and even to form an alphabet. Mr. (afterwards Sir Henry) Rawlinson sent his tracings home for examination. No professors in colleges as yet knew anything of the cuneiform character, but there was a ci devant clerk of the East India House, a modest, unknown man of the name of Norris, who had made this little understood subject his study, to whom the tracings were submitted, and so accurate was his knowledge that, though he had never seen the Behistun rock, he pronounced that the cadet had not copied the puzzling inscription with proper exactness. Rawlinson, who was still in the neighborhood of the rock, compared his copy with the original and found that Norris was right, and by further comparison and careful study, the knowledge of the cuneiform writing was thus greatly advanced. But to make the learning of these 2 self-taught men of avail, a third laborer was necessary in order to supply them with material for the exercise of their skill. Such a laborer presented himself in the person of Austin Layard, originally an articled clerk in the office of a London solicitor. One would scarcely have expected to find in these 3 men, a cadet, an India House clerk, and a lawyer's clerk, the discoverers of a forgotten language and of the buried history of Babylon. Yet it was so. Layard was a youth of only 22, traveling in the East when he was possessed with a desire to penetrate the regions beyond the Euphrates. Accompanied by a single companion, trusting to his arms for protection, and what was better, to his cheerfulness, politeness, and chivalrous bearing, he passed safely amidst tribes at deadly war with each other, and after the lapse of many years, with comparatively slender means at his command, but aided by application and perseverance, resolute will and purpose, and almost sublime patience, borne up throughout by his passionate enthusiasm for discovery and research, he succeeded in laying bare and digging up an amount of historical treasures, the like of which has probably never before been collected by the industry of any one man. Not less than 2 miles of bas-reliefs were thus brought to light by Mr. Layard. The selection of these valuable antiquities, now placed in the British Museum, was found so curiously corroborative of the scriptural records of events which occurred some 3,000 years ago, that they burst upon the world almost like a new revelation. And the story of the disentombment of these remarkable works, as told by Mr. Layard himself in his Monuments of Nineveh, will always be regarded as one of the most charming and unaffected records which we possess of individual enterprise, industry, and energy. End of section 9. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 10 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Self-Help, with illustrations of conduct and perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 4. Application and Perseverance, Part 2. The career of the Comte de Buffon presents another remarkable illustration of the power of patient industry, as well as of his own saying that genius is patience. Notwithstanding the great results achieved by him in natural history, Buffon, when a youth, was regarded as of mediocre talents. His mind was slow in forming itself, and slow in reproducing what it had acquired. He was also constitutionally indolent, and being born to good estate, it might be supposed that he would indulge his liking for ease and luxury. Instead of which, he early formed the resolution of denying himself pleasure, and devoting himself to study and self-culture. Regarding time as a treasure that was limited, and finding that he was losing many hours by lying abed in the mornings, he determined to break himself of the habit. He struggled hard against it for some time, but failed in being able to rise at the hour he had fixed. He then called his servant Joseph to his help, and promised him the reward of a crown every time that he succeeded in getting him up before 6. At first, when called, Buffon declined to rise, pleaded that he was ill, or pretended anger at being disturbed. And on the count at length getting up, Joseph found that he had earned nothing but reproaches for having permitted his master to lie abed, contrary to his express orders. At length the valet determined to earn his crown, and again he forced Buffon to rise, notwithstanding his entreaties, expostulations, and threats of immediate discharge from his service. One morning Buffon was unusually obstinate, and Joseph found it necessary to resort to the extreme measure of dashing a basin of ice-cold water under the bedclothes, the effect of which was instantaneous. By the persistent use of such means, Buffon at length conquered his habit, and he was accustomed to say that he owed to Joseph 3 or 4 volumes of his natural history. For 40 years of his life, Buffon worked every morning at his desk from 9 till 2, and again in the evening from 5 till 9. His diligence was so continuous and so regular that it became habitual. His biographer has said of him, "Work was his necessity, his studies were the charm of his life, and towards the last term of his glorious career, he frequently said that he still hoped to be able to consecrate to them a few more years." He was a most conscientious worker, always studying to give the reader his best thoughts, expressed in the very best manner. He was never wearied with touching and retouching his compositions, so that his style may be pronounced almost perfect. He wrote the Epoques de la Nature not fewer than 11 times before he was satisfied with it, although he had thought over the work about 50 years. He was a thorough man of business, most orderly in everything, and he was accustomed to say that genius without order lost 3/4 of its power. His great success as a writer was the result mainly of his painstaking labor and diligent application. Buffon, observed Madame Necker, strongly persuaded that genius is the result of a profound attention directed to a particular subject, said that he was thoroughly wearied out when composing his first writings, but compelled himself to return to them and go over them carefully again, even when he thought he had already brought them to a certain degree of perfection, and that at length he found pleasure instead of weariness in this long and elaborate correction. It ought to be added that Buffon wrote and published all his great works while afflicted by one of the most painful diseases to which the human frame is subject. Literary life affords abundant illustrations of the same power of perseverance, and perhaps no career is more instructive, viewed in this light, than that of Sir Walter Scott. His admirable working qualities were trained in a lawyer's office, where he pursued for many years a sort of drudgery scarcely above that of a copying clerk. His daily dull routine made his evenings, which were his own, all the more sweet, and he generally devoted them to reading and study. He himself attributed to his prosaic office discipline that habit of steady, sober diligence in which mere literary men are so often found wanting. As a copying clerk, he was allowed 3d. For every page containing a certain number of words, and he sometimes, by extra work, was able to copy as many as 120 pages in 24 hours, thus earning some 30 shillings, out of which he would occasionally purchase an odd volume, otherwise beyond his means. During his after life, Scott was wont to pride himself upon being a man of business, and he averred, in contradiction to what he called the cant of sonneteers, that there was no necessary connection between genius and an aversion or contempt for the common duties of life. On the contrary, he was of opinion that to spend some fair portion of every day in any matter-of-fact occupation was good for the higher faculties themselves in the upshot. While afterwards acting as clerk to the Court of Session in Edinburgh, he performed his literary work chiefly before breakfast, attending the court during the day, where he authenticated registered deeds and writings of various kinds. On the whole, says Lockhart, it forms one of the most remarkable features in his history, that throughout the most active period of his literary career he must have devoted a large proportion of his hours, during half at least of every year, to the conscientious discharge of professional duties. It was a principle of action which he laid down for himself, that he must earn his living by business and not by literature. On one occasion he said, "I determined that literature should be my staff, not my crutch, and that the profits of my literary labor, however convenient otherwise, should not, if I could help it, become necessary to my ordinary expenses." His punctuality was one of the most carefully cultivated of his habits, otherwise it had not been possible for him to get through so enormous an amount of literary labor. He made it a rule to answer every letter received by him on the same day, except where inquiry and deliberation were requisite. Nothing else could have enabled him to keep abreast with the flood of communications that poured in upon him and sometimes put his good nature to the severest test. It was his practice to rise by 5 o'clock and light his own fire. He shaved and dressed with deliberation, and was seated at his desk by 6 o'clock, with his papers arranged before him in the most accurate order, his works of reference marshaled round him on the floor, while at least one favorite dog lay watching his eye outside the line of books. Thus, by the time the family assembled for breakfast between 9 and 10, he had done enough, to use his own words, to break the neck of the day's work. But with all his diligent and indefatigable industry, and his immense knowledge, the result of many years' patient labor, Scott always spoke with the greatest diffidence of his own powers. On one occasion he said, "Throughout every part of my career I have felt pinched and hampered by my own ignorance." Such is true wisdom and humility, for the more a man really knows, the less conceited he will be. The student at Trinity College, who went up to his professor to take leave of him because he had finished his education, was wisely rebuked by the professor's reply, "Indeed, I am only beginning mine." The superficial person who has obtained a smattering of many things, but knows nothing well, may pride himself upon his gifts. But the sage humbly confesses that all he knows is that he knows nothing, or, like Newton, that he has been only engaged in picking shells by the seashore, while the great ocean of truth lies all unexplored before him. The lives of second-rate literary men furnish equally remarkable illustrations of the power of perseverance. The late John Britton, author of The Beauties of England and Wales, and of many valuable architectural works, was born in a miserable cot in Kingston, Wiltshire. His father had been a baker and maltster, but was ruined in trade and became insane while Britton was yet a child. The boy received very little schooling, but a great deal of bad example, which happily did not corrupt him. He was early in life set to labor with an uncle, a tavern keeper in Clerkenwell, under whom he bottled, corked, and binned wine for more than 5 years. His health failing him, his uncle turned him adrift in the world with only 2 guineas, the fruits of his 5 years' service, in his pocket. During the next 7 years of his life he endured many vicissitudes and hardships. Yet he says in his autobiography, "In my poor and obscure lodgings, at 18 pence a week, I indulged in study, and often read in bed during the winter evenings, because I could not afford a fire." Traveling on foot to Bath, he there obtained an engagement as a cellarman, but shortly after we find him back in the metropolis again, almost penniless, shoeless, and shirtless. He succeeded, however, in obtaining employment as a cellarman at the London Tavern, where it was his duty to be in the cellar from 7 in the morning until 11 at night. His health broke down under this confinement in the dark, added to the heavy work, and he then engaged himself at 15 shillings a week to an attorney, for he had been diligently cultivating the art of writing during the few spare minutes that he could call his own. While in this employment he devoted his leisure principally to perambulating the bookstalls, where he read books by snatches which he could not buy, and thus picked up a good deal of odd knowledge. Then he shifted to another office, at the advanced wages of 20 shillings a week, still reading and studying. At 28 he was able to write a book, which he published under the title of The Enterprising Adventures of Pizarro, and from that time until his death, during a period of about 55 years, Britton was occupied in laborious literary occupation. The number of his published works is not fewer than 87, the most important being The Cathedral Antiquities of England in 14 volumes, a truly magnificent work, itself the best monument of John Britton's indefatigable industry. London, the landscape gardener, was a man of somewhat similar character, possessed of an extraordinary working power. The son of a farmer near Edinburgh, he was early inured to work. His skill in drawing plans and making sketches of scenery induced his father to train him for a landscape gardener. During his apprenticeship, he sat up 2 whole nights every week to study, yet he worked harder during the day than any laborer. In the course of his night studies he learnt French, and before he was 18 he translated a Life of Abelard for an encyclopedia. He was so eager to make progress in life that when only 20, while working as a gardener in England, he wrote down in his notebook, "I am now 20 years of age, and perhaps a third part of my life has passed away, and yet what have I done to benefit my fellow man?" An unusual reflection for a youth of only 20. From French he proceeded to learn German, and rapidly mastered that language. Having taken a large farm for the purpose of introducing Scotch improvements in the art of agriculture, he shortly succeeded in realizing a considerable income. The continent being thrown open at the end of the war, he traveled abroad for the purpose of inquiring into the system of gardening and agriculture in other countries. He twice repeated his journeys, and the results were published in his encyclopedias, which are among the most remarkable works of their kind, distinguished for the immense mass of useful matter which they contain, collected by an amount of industry and labor that has rarely been equaled. The career of Samuel Drew is not less remarkable than any of those which we have cited. His father was a hard-working laborer of the parish of St. Austell in Cornwall. Though poor, he contrived to send his 2 sons to a penny-a-week school in the neighborhood. Jabez, the elder, took delight in learning, and made great progress in his lessons. But Samuel, the younger, was a dunce, notoriously given to mischief and playing truant. When about 8 years old, he was put to manual labor, earning 3 halfpence a day as a buttle boy at a tin mine. At 10 he was apprenticed to a shoemaker, and while in this employment he endured much hardship, living, as he used to say, like a toad under a harrow. He often thought of running away and becoming a pirate or something of the sort, and he seems to have grown in recklessness as he grew in years. In robbing orchards he was usually a leader, and as he grew older he delighted to take part in any poaching or smuggling adventure. When about 17, before his apprenticeship was out, he ran away, intending to enter on board a man-of-war, but sleeping in a hayfield at night cooled him a little, and he returned to his trade. Drew next removed to the neighborhood of Plymouth to work at his shoemaking business, and while at Cawsand he won a prize for cudgel playing, in which he seems to have been an adept. While living there he had nearly lost his life in a smuggling exploit which he had joined, partly induced by the love of adventure, and partly by the love of gain, for his regular wages were not more than 8 shillings a week. One night notice was given throughout Crafthall that a smuggler was off the coast ready to land her cargo, on which the male population of the place, nearly all smugglers, made for the shore. One party remained on the rocks to make signals and dispose of the goods as they were landed, and another manned the boats, Drew being of the latter party. The night was intensely dark, and very little of the cargo had been landed when the wind rose, with a heavy sea. The men in the boats, however, determined to persevere, and several trips were made between the smuggler, now standing farther out to sea, and the shore. One of the men in the boat in which Drew was had his hat blown off by the wind, and in attempting to recover it, the boat was upset. 3 of the men were immediately drowned. The others clung to the boat for a time, but finding it drifting out to sea, they took to swimming. They were 2 miles from land, and the night was intensely dark. After being about 3 hours in the water, Drew reached a rock near the shore with 1 or 2 others, where he remained, benumbed with cold, till morning, when he and his companions were discovered and taken off, more dead than alive. A keg of brandy from the cargo just landed was brought, the head knocked in with a hatchet, and a bowlful of the liquid presented to the survivors, and shortly after, Drew was able to walk 2 miles through deep snow to his lodgings. This was a very unpromising beginning of a life, and yet this same Drew, scapegrace, orchard robber, shoemaker, cudgel player, and smuggler, outlived the recklessness of his youth, and became distinguished as a minister of the gospel and a writer of good books. Happily, before it was too late, The energy which characterized him was turned into a more healthy direction, and rendered him as eminent in usefulness as he had been before in wickedness. His father again took him back to St. Austell, and found employment for him as a journeyman shoemaker. Perhaps his recent escape from death had tended to make the young man serious, as we shortly find him attracted by the forcible preaching of Dr. Adam Clarke, a minister of the Wesleyan Methodists. His brother having died about the same time, the impression of seriousness was deepened, and thenceforward he was an altered man. He began anew the work of education, for he had almost forgotten how to read and write, and even after several years' practice, a friend compared his writing to the traces of a spider dipped in ink set to crawl upon paper. Speaking of himself about that time, Drew afterwards said, "The more I read, the more I felt my own ignorance, and the more I felt my ignorance, the more invincible became my energy to surmount it. Every leisure moment was now employed in reading one thing or another. Having to support myself by manual labor, my time for reading was but little, and to overcome this disadvantage, my usual method was to place a book before me while at meat, and at every repast I read 5 or 6 pages. The perusal of Locke's Essay on the Understanding gave the first metaphysical turn to his mind. It awakened me from my stupor," said he, "and induced me to form a resolution to abandon the grovelling views which I had been accustomed to entertain." Drew began business on his own account, with a capital of a few shillings, but his character for steadiness was such that a neighboring miller offered him a loan, which was accepted, and success attending his industry, the debt was repaid at the end of a year. He started with a determination to owe no man anything, and he held to it in the midst of many privations. Often he went to bed supperless to avoid rising in debt. His ambition was to achieve independence by industry and economy, and in this he gradually succeeded. In the midst of incessant labor, he sedulously strove to improve his mind, studying astronomy, history, and metaphysics. He was induced to pursue the latter study chiefly because it required fewer books to consult than either of the others. It appeared to be a thorny path, he said, but I determined nevertheless to enter, and accordingly began to tread it. Added to his labors in shoemaking and metaphysics, Drew became a local preacher and a class leader. He took an eager interest in politics, and his shop became a favorite resort with the village politicians. And when they did not come to him, he went to them to talk over public affairs. This so encroached upon his time that he found it necessary sometimes to work until midnight to make up for the hours lost during the day. His political fervor became the talk of the village. While busy one night hammering away at a shoe sole, a little boy, seeing a light in the shop, put his mouth to the keyhole of the door, and called out in a shrill pipe, "Shoemaker, shoemaker, work by night and run about by day." A friend, to whom Drew afterwards told the story, asked, "And did not you run after the boy and strap him?" "No, no," was the reply. "Had a pistol been fired off at my ear, I could not have been more dismayed or confounded. I dropped my work, and said to myself, 'True, true, but you shall never have that to say of me again.' To me that cry was as the voice of God, and it has been a word in season throughout my life. I learnt from it not to leave till tomorrow the work of today, or to idle when I ought to be working." From that moment Drew dropped politics, and stuck to his work, reading and studying in his spare hours, but he never allowed the latter pursuit to interfere with his business, though it frequently broke in upon his rest. He married, and thought of emigrating to America, but he remained working on. His literary taste first took the direction of poetical composition, and from some of the fragments which have been preserved, it appears that his speculations as to the immateriality and immortality of the soul had their origin in these poetical musings. His study was the kitchen, where his wife's bellows served him for a desk, and he wrote amidst the cries and cradlings of his children. Paine's Age of Reason having appeared about this time, and excited much interest, he composed a pamphlet in refutation of its arguments, which was published. He used afterwards to say that it was the Age of Reason that made him an author. Various pamphlets from his pen shortly appeared in rapid succession, and a few years later, while still working at shoemaking, he wrote and published his admirable Essay on the Immateriality and Immortality of the Human Soul, which he sold for £20, a great sum in his estimation at the time. The book went through many editions, and is still prized. Drew was in no wise puffed up by his success, as many young authors are, but long after he had become celebrated as a writer, used to be seen sweeping the street before his door, or helping his apprentices to carry in the winter's coals. Nor could he for some time bring himself to regard literature as a profession to live by. His first care was to secure an honest livelihood by his business, and to put into the lottery of literary success, as he termed it, only the surplus of his time. At length, however, he devoted himself wholly to literature, more particularly in connection with the Wesleyan body, editing one of their magazines and superintending the publication of several of their denominational works. He also wrote in the Eclectic Review, and compiled and published a valuable history of his native county, Cornwall, with numerous other works. Towards the close of his career, he said of himself, "Raised from one of the lowest stations in society, I have endeavored through life to bring my family into a state of respectability, by honest industry, frugality, and a high regard for my moral character. Divine Providence has smiled on my exertions, and crowned my wishes with success." The late Joseph Hume pursued a very different career, but worked in an equally persevering spirit. He was a man of moderate parts, but of great industry and unimpeachable honesty of purpose. The motto of his life was perseverance, and well he acted up to it. His father dying while he was a mere child, his mother opened a small shop in Montrose, and toiled hard to maintain her family and bring them up respectably. Joseph she put apprentice to a surgeon, and educated for the medical profession. Having got his diploma, he made several voyages to India as ship's surgeon. Footnote: It was characteristic of Mr. Hume that during his professional voyages between England and India, he should diligently apply his spare time to the study of navigation and seamanship, and many years after it proved of use to him in a remarkable manner. In 1825, when on his passage from London to Leith by a sailing smack, the vessel had scarcely cleared the mouth of the Thames when a sudden storm came on. She was driven out of her course, and in the darkness of the night she struck on the Goodwin Sands. The captain, losing his presence of mind, seemed incapable of giving coherent orders, and it is probable that the vessel would have become a total wreck had not one of the passengers suddenly taken command and directed the working of the ship, himself taking the helm while the danger lasted. The vessel was saved, and the stranger was Mr. Hume. End of footnote. And afterwards obtained a cadetship in the company's service. None worked harder or lived more temperately than he did, and securing the confidence of his superiors, who found him a capable man in the performance of his duty, they gradually promoted him to higher offices. In 1803 he was with the division of the army under General Powell in the Mahratta War, and the interpreter having died, Hume, who had meanwhile studied and mastered the native languages, was appointed in his stead. He was next made chief of the medical staff. But as if this were not enough to occupy his full working power, he undertook in addition the offices of paymaster and postmaster, and filled them satisfactorily. He also contracted to supply the commissariat, which he did with advantage to the army and profit to himself. After about 10 years' unremitting labor, he returned to England with a competency, and one of his first acts was to make provision for the poorer members of his family. But Joseph Hume was not a man to enjoy the fruits of his industry in idleness. Work and occupation had become necessary for his comfort and happiness. To make himself fully acquainted with the actual state of his own country and the condition of the people, he visited every town in the kingdom which then enjoyed any degree of manufacturing celebrity. He afterwards traveled abroad for the purpose of obtaining a knowledge of foreign states. Returned to England, he entered Parliament in 1812, and continued a member of that assembly, with a short interruption, for a period of about 34 years. His first recorded speech was on the subject of public education, and throughout his long and honorable career he took an active and earnest interest in that and all other questions calculated to elevate and improve the condition of the people. Criminal reform, savings banks, free trade, economy and retrenchment, extended representation, and such like measures, all of which he indefatigably promoted. Whatever subject he undertook, he worked at with all his might. He was not a good speaker, but what he said was believed to proceed from the lips of an honest, single-minded, accurate man. If ridicule, as Shaftesbury says, be the test of truth, Joseph Hume stood the test well. No man was more laughed at, but there he stood perpetually and literally at his post. He was usually beaten on a division, but the influence which he exercised was nevertheless felt, and many important financial improvements were effected by him, even with the vote directly against him. The amount of hard work which he contrived to get through was something extraordinary. He rose at 6, wrote letters, and arranged his papers for Parliament. Then after breakfast he received persons on business, sometimes as many as 20 in a morning. The House rarely assembled without him, and though the debate might be prolonged to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, his name was seldom found absent from the division. In short, to perform the work which he did, extending over so long a period, in the face of so many administrations, week after week, year after year, to be outvoted, beaten, laughed at, standing on many occasions almost alone, to persevere in the face of every discouragement, preserving his temper unruffled, never relaxing in his energy or his hope, and living to see the greater number of his measures adopted with acclamation, must be regarded as one of the most remarkable illustrations of the power of human perseverance that biography can exhibit. End of section 10. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 11 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 5. Helps and Opportunities. Scientific Pursuits. Part 1. Neither the naked hand nor the understanding, left to itself, can do much. The work is accomplished by instruments and helps, of which the need is not less for the understanding than the hand. Bacon. Opportunity has hair in front, behind she is bold. If you seize her by the forelock, you may hold her, but if suffered to escape, not Jupiter himself can catch her again. From the Latin. Accident does very little towards the production of any great result in life, though sometimes what is called a happy hit may be made by a bold venture. The common highway of steady industry and application is the only safe road to travel. It is said of the landscape painter Wilson that when he had nearly finished a picture in a tame, correct manner, he would step back from it, his pencil fixed at the end of a long stick, and after gazing earnestly on the work, he would suddenly walk up and by a few bold touches give a brilliant finish to the painting. But it will not do for everyone who would produce an effect to throw his brush at the canvas in the hope of producing a picture. The capability of putting in these last vital touches is acquired only by the labour of a life, and the probability is that the artist who has not carefully trained himself beforehand, in attempting to produce a brilliant effect at a dash, will only produce a blotch. Sedulous attention and painstaking industry always mark the true worker. The greatest men are not those who despise the day of small things, but those who improve them the most carefully. Michelangelo was one day explaining to a visitor at his studio what he had been doing at a statue since his previous visit. "I have retouched this part, polished that, softened this feature, brought out that muscle, given some expression to this lip, and more energy to that limb." "But these are trifles," remarked the visitor. "It may be so," replied the sculptor, "but recollect that trifles make perfection, and perfection is no trifle." So it was said of Nicolas Poussin, the painter, that the rule of his conduct was that whatever was worth doing at all was worth doing well, and when asked late in life by his friend Vignon de Marville by what means he had gained so high a reputation among the painters of Italy, Poussin emphatically answered, "Because I have neglected nothing." Although there are discoveries which are said to have been made by accident, if carefully inquired into, it will be found that there has really been very little that was accidental about them. For the most part, these so-called accidents have only been opportunities, carefully improved by genius. The fall of the apple at Newton's feet has often been quoted in proof of the accidental character of some discoveries. But Newton's whole mind had already been devoted for years to the laborious and patient investigation of the subject of gravitation, and the circumstance of the apple falling before his eyes was suddenly apprehended only as genius could apprehend it, and served to flash upon him the brilliant discovery then opening to his sight. In like manner, the brilliantly coloured soap bubbles blown from a common tobacco pipe, though trifles light as air in most eyes, suggested to Dr. Young his beautiful theory of interferences, and led to his discovery relating to the diffraction of light. Although great men are popularly supposed only to deal with great things, men such as Newton and Young were ready to detect the significance of the most familiar and simple facts, their greatness consisting mainly in their wise interpretation of them. The difference between men consists, in a great measure, in the intelligence of their observation. The Russian proverb says of the non-observant man, "He goes through the forest and sees no firewood." "The wise man's eyes are in his head," says Solomon, "but the fool walketh in darkness." "Sir," said Johnson on one occasion to a fine gentleman just returning from Italy, "some men will learn more in the Hampstead stage than others in the tour of Europe." It is the mind that sees as well as the eye. Where unthinking gazers observe nothing, men of intelligent vision penetrate into the very fibre of the phenomena presented to them, attentively noting differences, making comparisons, and recognizing their underlying idea. Many before Galileo had seen a suspended weight swing before their eyes with a measured beat, but he was the first to detect the value of the fact. One of the vergers in the cathedral at Pisa, after replenishing with oil a lamp which hung from the roof, left it swinging to and fro, and Galileo, then a youth of only 18, noting it attentively, conceived the idea of applying it to the measurement of time. 50 years of study and labour, however, elapsed before he completed the invention of his pendulum, the importance of which in the measurement of time and in astronomical calculations can scarcely be overrated. In like manner, Galileo, having casually heard that one Lippershey, a Dutch spectacle maker, had presented to Count Maurice of Nassau an instrument by means of which distant objects appeared nearer to the beholder, addressed himself to the cause of such a phenomenon, which led to the invention of the telescope, and proved the beginning of the modern science of astronomy. Discoveries such as these could never have been made by a negligent observer or by a mere passive listener. While Captain, afterwards Sir Samuel, Brown was occupied in studying the construction of bridges, with the view of contriving one of a cheap description to be thrown across the Tweed, near which he lived, he was walking in his garden one dewy autumn morning, when he saw a tiny spider's net suspended across his path. The idea immediately occurred to him that a bridge of iron ropes or chains might be constructed in like manner, and the result was the invention of his suspension bridge. So James Watt, when consulted about the mode of carrying water by pipes under the Clyde, along the unequal bed of the river, turned his attention one day to the shell of a lobster presented at table, and from the model he invented an iron tube, which, when laid down, was found effectually to answer the purpose. Sir Isambard Brunel took his first lessons in forming the Thames Tunnel from the tiny shipworm. He saw how the little creature perforated the wood with its well-armed head, first in one direction and then in another, till the archway was complete, and then daubed over the roof and sides with a kind of varnish, and by copying this work exactly on a large scale, Brunel was at length enabled to construct his shield and accomplish his great engineering work. It is the intelligent eye of the careful observer which gives these apparently trivial phenomena their value. So trifling a matter as the sight of seaweed floating past his ship enabled Columbus to quell the mutiny which arose amongst his sailors at not discovering land, and to assure them that the eagerly sought New World was not far off. There is nothing so small that it should remain forgotten, and no fact, however trivial, but may prove useful in some way or other if carefully interpreted. Who could have imagined that the famous chalk cliffs of Albion had been built up by tiny insects, detected only by the help of the microscope, of the same order of creatures that have gemmed the sea with islands of coral? And who that contemplates such extraordinary results arising from infinitely minute operations will venture to question the power of little things? It is the close observation of little things which is the secret of success in business, in art, in science, and in every pursuit in life. Human knowledge is but an accumulation of small facts, made by successive generations of men, the little bits of knowledge and experience carefully treasured up by them growing at length into a mighty pyramid. Though many of these facts and observations seemed in the first instance to have but slight significance, they are all found to have their eventual uses, and to fit into their proper places. Even many speculations, seemingly remote, turn out to be the basis of results the most obviously practical. In the case of the conic sections discovered by Apollonius Pergaeus, 20 centuries elapsed before they were made the basis of astronomy, a science which enables the modern navigator to steer his way through unknown seas, and traces for him in the heavens an unerring path to his appointed haven. And had not mathematicians toiled for so long, and, to uninstructed observers, apparently so fruitlessly, over the abstract relations of lines and surfaces, it is probable that but few of our mechanical inventions would have seen the light. When Franklin made his discovery of the identity of lightning and electricity, it was sneered at, and people asked, "Of what use is it?" To which his reply was, "What is the use of a child? It may become a man." When Galvani discovered that a frog's leg twitched when placed in contact with different metals, it could scarcely have been imagined that so apparently insignificant a fact could have led to important results. Yet therein lay the germ of the electric telegraph, which binds the intelligence of the continents together, and, probably before many years have elapsed, will put a girdle round the globe. So, too, little bits of stone and fossil, dug out of the earth, intelligently interpreted, have issued in the science of geology and the practical operations of mining, in which large capitals are invested and vast numbers of persons profitably employed. The gigantic machinery employed in pumping our mines, working our mills and manufacturers, and driving our steamships and locomotives, in like manner depends for its supply of power upon so slight an agency as little drops of water expanded by heat. That familiar agency called steam, which we see issuing from the common tea-kettle spout, but which, when put up within an ingeniously contrived mechanism, displays a force equal to that of millions of horses, and contains a power to rebuke the waves, and set even the hurricane at defiance. The same power at work within the bowels of the earth has been the cause of those volcanoes and earthquakes which have played so mighty a part in the history of the globe. It is said that the Marquis of Worcester's attention was first accidentally directed to the subject of steam power by the tight cover of a vessel containing hot water having been blown off before his eyes, when confined a prisoner in the Tower. He published the result of his observations in his Century of Inventions, which formed a sort of textbook for inquirers into the powers of steam for a time, until Savary, Newcomen, and others, applying it to practical purposes, brought the steam engine to the state in which Watt found it, when called upon to repair a model of Newcomen's engine, which belonged to the University of Glasgow. This accidental circumstance was an opportunity for Watt, which he was not slow to improve, and it was the labour of his life to bring the steam engine to perfection. The art of seizing opportunities and turning even accidents to account, bending them to some purpose, is a great secret of success. Dr. Johnson has defined genius to be a mind of large general powers accidentally determined in some particular direction. Men who are resolved to find a way for themselves will always find opportunities enough, and if they do not lie ready to their hand, they will make them. It is not those who have enjoyed the advantages of colleges, museums, and public galleries that have accomplished the most for science and art, nor have the greatest mechanics and inventors been trained in mechanics' institutes. Necessity, oftener than facility, has been the mother of invention, and the most prolific school of all has been the school of difficulty. Some of the very best workmen have had the most indifferent tools to work with, but it is not tools that make the workman, but the trained skill and perseverance of the man himself. Indeed, it is proverbial that the bad workman never yet had a good tool. Someone asked Opie by what wonderful process he mixed his colours. "I mix them with my brains, sir," was his reply. It is the same with every workman who would excel. Ferguson made marvellous things, such as his wooden clock that accurately measured the hours, by means of a common penknife, a tool in everybody's hand, but then everybody is not a Ferguson. A pan of water and 2 thermometers were the tools by which Dr. Black discovered latent heat, and a prism, a lens, and a sheet of pasteboard enabled Newton to unfold the composition of light and the origin of colours. An eminent foreign savant once called upon Dr. Wollaston and requested to be shown over his laboratories, in which science had been enriched by so many important discoveries. When the doctor took him into a little study, and pointing to an old tea-tray on the table, containing a few watch-glasses, test papers, a small balance, and a blowpipe, said, "There is all the laboratory I have." Stothard learned the art of combining colours by closely studying butterflies' wings. He would often say that no one knew what he owed to these tiny insects. A burnt stick and a barn door served Wilkie in lieu of pencil and canvas. Bewick first practised drawing on the cottage walls of his native village, which he covered with his sketches in chalk, and Benjamin West made his first brushes out of the cat's tail. Ferguson laid himself down in the fields at night in a blanket, and made a map of the heavenly bodies by means of a thread with small beads on it stretched between his eye and the stars. Franklin first robbed the thundercloud of its lightning by means of a kite made with 2 cross sticks and a silk handkerchief. Watt made his first model of the condensing steam engine out of an old anatomist's syringe used to inject the arteries previous to dissection. Gifford worked his first problems in mathematics when a cobbler's apprentice, upon small scraps of leather, which he beat smooth for the purpose, while Rittenhouse, the astronomer, first calculated ellipses on his plough handle. The most ordinary occasions will furnish a man with opportunities or suggestions for improvement, if he be but prompt to take advantage of them. Professor Lee was attracted to the study of Hebrew by finding a Bible in that tongue in a synagogue, while working as a common carpenter at the repairs of the benches. He became possessed with a desire to read the book in the original, and buying a cheap second-hand copy of a Hebrew grammar, he set to work and learnt the language for himself. As Edmund Stone said to the Duke of Argyll, in answer to his Grace's inquiry how he, a poor gardener's boy, had contrived to be able to read Newton's Principia in Latin, "One needs only to know the 24 letters of the alphabet in order to learn everything else that one wishes." Application and perseverance and the diligent improvement of opportunities will do the rest. Sir Walter Scott found opportunities for self-improvement in every pursuit, and turned even accidents to account. Thus it was, in the discharge of his functions as a writer's apprentice that he first visited the Highlands and formed those friendships among the surviving heroes of 1745 which served to lay the foundation of a large class of his works. Later in life, when employed as quartermaster of the Edinburgh Light Cavalry, he was accidentally disabled by the kick of a horse and confined for some time to his house. But Scott was a sworn enemy to idleness, and he forthwith set his mind to work. In 3 days he had composed the first canto of The Lay of the Last Minstrel, which he shortly after finished, his first great original work. The attention of Dr. Priestley, the discoverer of so many gases, was accidentally drawn to the subject of chemistry through his living in the neighbourhood of a brewery. When visiting the place one day, he noted the peculiar appearances attending the extinction of lighted chips in the gas floating over the fermented liquor. He was 40 years old at the time and knew nothing of chemistry. He consulted books to ascertain the cause, but they told him little, for as yet nothing was known on the subject. Then he began to experiment with some rude apparatus of his own contrivance. The curious results of his first experiments led to others, which in his hands shortly became the science of pneumatic chemistry. About the same time, Scheele was obscurely working in the same direction in a remote Swedish village, and he discovered several new gases with no more effective apparatus at his command than a few apothecaries' phials and pigs' bladders. Sir Humphrey Davy, when an apothecary's apprentice, performed his first experiments with instruments of the rudest description. He extemporized the greater part of them himself, out of the motley materials which chance threw in his way, the pots and pans of the kitchen, and the phials and vessels of his master's surgery. It happened that a French ship was wrecked off the Land's End, and the surgeon escaped, bearing with him his case of instruments, amongst which was an old-fashioned Gleister apparatus. This article he presented to Davy, with whom he had become acquainted. The apothecary's apprentice received it with great exultation, and forthwith employed it as a part of a pneumatic apparatus which he contrived, afterwards using it to perform the duties of an air pump in one of his experiments on the nature and sources of heat. In like manner, Professor Faraday, Sir Humphrey Davy's scientific successor, made his first experiments in electricity by means of an old bottle, while he was still a working bookbinder, and it is a curious fact that Faraday was first attracted to the study of chemistry by hearing one of Sir Humphrey Davy's lectures on the subject at the Royal Institution. A gentleman, who was a member, calling one day at the shop where Faraday was employed in binding books, found him poring over the article Electricity in an encyclopaedia placed in his hands to bind. The gentleman, having made inquiries, found that the young bookbinder was curious about such subjects, and gave him an order of admission to the Royal Institution, where he attended a course of 4 lectures delivered by Sir Humphrey. He took notes of them, which he showed to the lecturer, who acknowledged their scientific accuracy, and was surprised when informed of the humble position of the reporter. Faraday then expressed his desire to devote himself to the prosecution of chemical studies, from which Sir Humphrey at first endeavoured to dissuade him, but the young man persisting, he was at length taken into the Royal Institution as an assistant, and eventually the mantle of the brilliant apothecary's boy fell upon the worthy shoulders of the equally brilliant bookbinder's apprentice. The words which Davy entered in his notebook when about 20 years of age, working in Dr. Beddoes' laboratory at Bristol, were eminently characteristic of him. "I have neither riches, nor power, nor birth to recommend me, yet, if I live, I trust I shall not be of less service to mankind and my friends than if I had been born with all these advantages." Davy possessed the capability, as Faraday does, of devoting the whole power of his mind to the practical and experimental investigation of a subject in all its bearings, and such a mind will rarely fail, by dint of mere industry and patient thinking in producing results of the highest order. Coleridge said of Davy, "There is an energy and elasticity in his mind which enables him to seize on and analyze all questions, pushing them to their legitimate consequences. Every subject in Davy's mind has the principle of vitality. Living thoughts spring up like turf under his feet." Davy, on his part, said of Coleridge, whose abilities he greatly admired, "With the most exalted genius, enlarged views, sensitive heart, and enlightened mind, he will be the victim of a want of order, precision, and regularity." The great Cuvier was a singularly accurate, careful, and industrious observer. When a boy, he was attracted to the subject of natural history by the sight of a volume of Buffon, which accidentally fell in his way. He at once proceeded to copy the drawings, and to colour them after the descriptions given in the text. While still at school, one of his teachers made him a present of Linnaeus's System of Nature, and for more than 10 years this constituted his library of natural history. At 18 he was offered the situation of tutor in a family residing near Fécamp in Normandy. Living close to the seashore, he was brought face to face with the wonders of marine life. Strolling along the sands one day, he observed a stranded cuttlefish. He was attracted by the curious object, took it home to dissect, and thus began the study of the molluscae, in the pursuit of which he achieved so distinguished a reputation. He had no books to refer to, excepting only the great book of nature, which lay open before him. The study of the novel and interesting things which it daily presented to his eyes made a much deeper impression on his mind than any written or engraved descriptions could possibly have done. 3 years thus passed, during which he compared the living species of marine animals with the fossil remains found in the neighbourhood, dissected the specimens of marine life that came under his notice, and, by careful observation, prepared the way for a complete reform in the classification of the animal kingdom. About this time Cuvier became known to the learned Abbé Tessier, who wrote to Jussieu and other friends in Paris on the subject of the young naturalist's inquiries, in terms of such high commendation that Cuvier was requested to send some of his papers to the Society of Natural History, and he was shortly after appointed assistant superintendent at the Jardin des Plantes. In the letter written by Tessier to Jussieu, introducing the young naturalist to his notice, he said, "You remember that it was I who gave Delambre to the Academy in another branch of science. This also will be a Delambre." We need scarcely add that the prediction of Tessier was more than fulfilled. It is not accident, then, that helps a man in the world so much as purpose and persistent industry. To the feeble, the sluggish, and purposeless, the happiest accidents avail nothing. They pass them by, seeing no meaning in them. But it is astonishing how much can be accomplished if we are prompt to seize and improve the opportunities for action and effort which are constantly presenting themselves. Watt taught himself chemistry and mechanics while working at his trade of a mathematical instrument maker, at the same time that he was learning German from a Swiss dyer. Stevenson taught himself arithmetic and mensuration while working as an engineman during the night shifts, and when he could snatch a few moments in the intervals allowed for meals during the day, he worked his sums with a bit of chalk upon the sides of the colliery wagons. Dalton's industry was the habit of his life. He began from his boyhood, for he taught a little village school when he was only about 12 years old, keeping the school in winter and working upon his father's farm in summer. He would sometimes urge himself and companions to study by the stimulus of a bet, though bred a Quaker, and, on one occasion, by his satisfactory solution of a problem, he won as much as enabled him to buy a winter's store of candles. He continued his meteorological observations until a day or two before he died, having made and recorded upwards of 200,000 in the course of his life. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wilma Magastino. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 5. Helps and Opportunities. Scientific Pursuits, Part 2. With perseverance, the very odds and ends of time may be worked up into results of the greatest value. An hour, and every day, withdrawn from frivolous pursuits would, if profitably employed, enable a person of ordinary capacity to go far towards mastering a science. It would make an ignorant man a well-informed one in less than 10 years. Time should not be allowed to pass without yielding fruits, in the form of something learnt worthy of being known, some good principle cultivated, or some good habit strengthened. Dr. Mason-Good translated Lucretius while riding in his carriage in the streets of London, going the round of his patients. Dr. Darwin composed nearly all his works in the same way while driving about in his sulky from house to house in the country, writing down his thoughts on little scraps of paper which he carried about with him for the purpose. Hale wrote his Contemplations while traveling on circuit. Dr. Burney learned French and Italian while traveling on horseback, from one musical pupil to another in the course of his profession. Kirk White learned Greek while walking to and from a lawyer's office, and we personally know a man of eminent position who learned Latin and French while going messages as an errand boy in the streets of Manchester. Degasseaux, one of the great chancellors of France, by carefully working up his odd bits of time, wrote a bulky and able volume in the successive intervals of waiting for dinner, and Madame de Joly composed several of her charming volumes while waiting for the princess to whom she gave her daily lessons. Elihu Burritt attributed his first success in self-improvement not to genius, which he disclaimed, but simply to the careful employment of those invaluable fragments of time, called odd moments. While working and earning his living as a blacksmith, he mastered some 18 ancient and modern languages, and 22 European dialects. What a solemn and striking admonition to youth is that inscribed on the dial at All Souls, Oxford. Periont tempotantur, the years perish and are laid to our charge. Time is the only little fragment of eternity that belongs to man, and, like life, it can never be recalled. In the dissipation of worldly treasure, says Jackson of Exeter, the frugality of the future may balance the extravagance of the past. But who can say, I will take from minutes to-morrow to compensate for those I have lost to-day? Melanchthon noted down the time lost by him that he might thereby reanimate his industry, and not lost an hour. An Italian scholar put over his door an inscription, intimating that whosoever remained there should join in his labors. We are afraid, said some visitors to Baxter, that we might break in upon your time. To be sure, you do, replied the disturbed and blunt divine. Time was the state out of which these great workers, and all other workers, formed that rich treasury of thoughts and deeds which they have left to their successors. The mere drudgery undergone by some men in carrying on their undertakings has been something extraordinary. but the drudgery they regarded as the price of success. Addison amassed as much as 3 folios of manuscript materials before he began his Spectator. Newton wrote his Chronology 15 times over before he was satisfied with it, and Gibbon wrote out his memoir 9 times. Hale studied for many years at the rate of 16 hours a day, and when wearied with the study of the law, he would recreate himself with philosophy and the study of the mathematics. Hume wrote 13 hours a day while preparing his History of England. Montesquieu, speaking of one part of his writings, said to a friend, "You will read it in a few hours, but I assure you it has cost me so much labor that it has whitened my hair." The practice of writing down thoughts and facts for the purpose of holding them fast and preventing their escape into the dim region of forgetfulness has been much resorted to by thoughtful and studious men. Lord Bacon left behind him many manuscripts entitled Sudden Thoughts Set Down for Use. Erskine made great extracts from Burke, and Eldon copied Coke upon Littleton twice over with his own hand, so that the book became, as it were, part of his own mind. The late Dr. Pye Smith, when apprenticed to his father as a bookbinder, was accustomed to make copious memoranda of all the books he read, with extracts and criticisms. This indomitable industry in collecting materials distinguished him through life, his biographer describing him as always at work, always in advance, always accumulating. These notebooks afterwards prove, like Richter's quarries, the great storehouse from which he drew his illustrations. The same practice characterized the eminent John Hunter, who adopted it for the purpose of supplying the defects of memory, and he was accustomed thus to illustrate the advantages which one derives from putting one's thoughts in writing. "It resembles," he said, "a tradesman taking stock, without which he never knows either what he possesses or in what he is deficient." John Hunter, whose observation was so keen that Abernethy was accustomed to speak of him as the Argus-eyed, furnished an illustrious example of the power of patient industry. He received little or no education till he was about 20 years of age, and it was with difficulty that he acquired the arts of reading and writing. He worked for some years as a common carpenter at Glasgow, after which he joined his brother William, who had settled in London as a lecturer and anatomical demonstrator. John entered his dissecting room as an assistant, but soon shot ahead of his brother, partly by virtue of his great natural ability, but mainly by reason of his patient application and indefatigable industry. He was one of the first in this country to devote himself assiduously to the study of comparative anatomy, and the objects he dissected and collected took the eminent Professor Owen no less than 10 years to arrange. The collection contains some 20,000 specimens, and is the most precious treasure of the kind that has ever been accumulated by the industry of one man. Hunter used to spend every morning from sunrise until 8 o'clock in his museum, and throughout the day he carried on his extensive private practice, performed his laborious duties as surgeon to St. George's Hospital, and Deputy Surgeon General to the Army, delivered lectures to students, and superintended a school of anatomy at his own house, finding leisure, amidst all, for elaborate experiments on the animal economy and the composition of various works of great scientific importance. To find time for his gigantic amount of work, he allowed himself only 4 hours of sleep at night, and an hour after dinner. When once asked what method he had adopted to ensure success in his undertakings, he replied, My rule is deliberately to consider, before I commence, whether the thing be practicable. If it be not practicable, I do not attempt it. If it be practicable, I can accomplish it if I give sufficient pains to it. And having begun, I never stop till the thing is done. To this rule I owe all my success. Hunter occupied a great deal of his time in collecting definite facts respecting matters which, before his day, were regarded as exceedingly trivial. Thus, it was supposed by many of his contemporaries that he was only wasting his time and thought in studying so carefully as he did the growth of a deer's horn. But Hunter was impressed with the conviction that no accurate knowledge of scientific facts is without its value. By the study referred to, he learned how arteries accommodate themselves to circumstances, and enlarge as occasion requires. And the knowledge thus acquired emboldened him, in a case of aneurysm in a branch artery, to tie the main trunk where no surgeon before him had dared to tie it, and the life of his patient was saved. Like many original men, he worked for a long time as it were underground, digging and laying foundations. He was a solitary and self-reliant genius, holding on his course without the solace of sympathy or approbation. For but few of his contemporaries perceived the ultimate object of his pursuits. But like all true workers, he did not fail in securing his best reward, that which depends less upon others than upon oneself, the approval of conscience, which in a right-minded man invariably follows the honest and energetic performance of duty. Ambrose Parry, the great French surgeon, was another illustrious instance of close observation, patient application, and indefatigable perseverance. He was the son of a barber at Laval in Maine, where he was born in 1509. His parents were too poor to send him to school, but they placed him as footboy with the curé of the village, hoping that under that learned man he might pick up an education for himself. But the curé kept him so busily employed in grooming his mule and in other menial offices, that the boy found no time for learning. While in his service, it happened that the celebrated lithotomist Cotter came to Laval to operate on one of the curé's ecclesiastical brethren. Parry was present at the operation, and was so much interested by it that he is said to have from that time formed the determination of devoting himself to the art of surgery. Leaving the curé's household service, Parry apprenticed himself to a barber surgeon named Violet, under whom he learned to let blood, draw teeth, and perform the minor operations. After 4 years' experience of this kind, he went to Paris to study at the School of Anatomy and Surgery, meanwhile maintaining himself by his trade of a barber. He afterwards succeeded in obtaining an appointment as assistant at the Hotel Vieux, where his conduct was so exemplary and his progress so marked that the chief surgeon, Goupil, entrusted him with the charge of the patients whom he could not himself attend to. After the usual course of instruction, Parry was admitted a master barber surgeon, and shortly after was appointed to a charge with the French army under Montmorency in Piedmont. Parry was not a man to follow in the ordinary routes of his profession, but brought the resources of an ardent and original mind to bear upon his daily work, diligently thinking out for himself the rationale of diseases and their befitting remedies. Before his time, the wounded suffered much more at the hands of the surgeons than they did at those of their enemies. To stop bleeding from gunshot wounds, the barbarous expedient was resorted to of dressing them with boiling oil. Hemorrhage was also stopped by searing the wounds with a red-hot iron, and, when amputation was necessary, it was performed with a red-hot knife. At first, Parry treated wounds according to the approved methods, but, fortunately, On one occasion, running short of boiling oil, he substituted a mild and emollient application. He was in great fear all night, lest he should have done wrong in adopting his treatment, but was greatly relieved next morning on finding his patients comparatively comfortable, while those whose wounds had been treated in the usual way were writhing in torment. Such was the casual origin of one of Parry's greatest improvements in the treatment of gunshot wounds, and he proceeded to adopt the emollient treatment in all future cases. Another still more important improvement was his employment of the ligature in tying arteries to stop hemorrhage, instead of the actual cautery. Parry, however, met with the usual fate of innovators and reformers. His practice was denounced by his surgical brethren as dangerous, unprofessional, and empirical, and the older surgeons banded themselves together to resist its adoption. They reproached him for his want of education, more especially for his ignorance of Latin and Greek, and they assailed him with quotations from ancient writers, which he was unable either to verify or refute. But the best answer to his assailants was the success of his practice. The wounded soldiers called out everywhere for Parry. He was always at their service. He tended them carefully and affectionately, and he usually took leave of them with the words, "I have dressed you. May God cure you." After 3 years' active service as army surgeon, Parry returned to Paris with such a reputation that he was at once appointed surgeon in ordinary to the king. When Metz was besieged by the Spanish army under Charles V, the garrison suffered heavy loss, and the number of wounded was very great. The surgeons were few and incompetent, and probably slew more by their bad treatment than the Spaniards did by the sword. The Duke of Guise, who commanded the garrison, wrote to the king imploring him to send Parry to his help. The courageous surgeon at once set out, and after braving many dangers, to use his own words, "dies pondo estangre mis en pies," he succeeded in passing the enemy's lines and entered Metz in safety. The Duke, the generals, and the captains gave him an affectionate welcome, while the soldiers, when they heard of his arrival, cried, "We no longer fear of dying of our wounds. Our friend is among us." In the following year, Parry was in like manner with the besieged in the town of Hesdin, which shortly fell before the Duke of Savoy, and he was taken prisoner. But having succeeded in curing one of the enemy's chief officers of a serious wound, he was discharged without ransom and returned in safety to Paris. The rest of his life was occupied in study, in self-improvement, in piety, and in good deeds. Urged by some of the most learned among his contemporaries, he placed on record the results of his surgical experience in 28 books, which were published by him at different times. His writings are valuable and remarkable chiefly on account of the great number of facts and cases contained in them, and the care with which he avoids giving any directions, resting merely upon theory unsupported by observation. Parry continued, though a Protestant, to hold the office of surgeon in ordinary to the king, and during the massacre of St. Bartholomew he owed his life to the personal friendship of Charles IX, whom he had on one occasion saved from the dangerous effects of a wound inflicted by a clumsy surgeon in performing the operation of venesection. Brantome, in his memoirs, thus speaks of the king's rescue of Parry on the night of St. Bartholomew. He sent to fetch him, and to remain during the night in his chamber and wardrobe room, commanding him not to stir, and saying that it was not reasonable that a man who had preserved the lives of so many people should himself be massacred. Thus, Parry escaped the horrors of that fearful night, which he survived for many years, and was permitted to die in peace, full of age and honors. Harvey was as indefatigable a laborer as any we have named. He spent not less than 8 long years of investigation and research before he published his views of the circulation of the blood. He repeated and verified his experiments again and again, probably anticipating the opposition he would have to encounter from the profession on making known his discovery. The tract in which he at length announced his views was a most modest one, but simple, perspicuous, and conclusive. It was nevertheless received with ridicule, as the utterance of a crack-brained impostor. For some time he did not make a single convert, and gained nothing but contumely and abuse. He had called in question the revered authority of the ancients, and it was even averred that his views were calculated to subvert the authority of the Scriptures, and undermine the very foundations of morality and religion. His little practice fell away, and he was left almost without a friend. This lasted for some years, until the great truth, held fast by Harvey amidst all his adversity, and which had dropped into many thoughtful minds, gradually ripened by further observation, and after a period of about 25 years, it became generally recognized as an established scientific truth. The difficulties encountered by Dr. Jenner in promulgating and establishing his discovery of vaccination as a preventative of smallpox were even greater than those of Harvey. Many before him had witnessed the cowpox, and had heard of the report current among the milkmaids in Gloucestershire that whoever had taken that disease was secure against smallpox. It was trifling, vulgar rumor, supposed to have no significance whatever, and no one had thought it worthy of investigation, until it was accidentally brought under the notice of Jenner. He was a youth, pursuing his studies at Sudbury, when his attention was arrested by the casual observation made by a country girl who came to his master's shop for advice. The smallpox was mentioned, when the girl said, "I can't take that disease, for I have had cowpox." The observation immediately riveted Jenner's attention, and he forthwith set about inquiring and making observations on the subject. His professional friends, to whom he mentioned his views as to the prophylactic virtues of cowpox, laughed at him, and even threatened to expel him from their society if he persisted in harassing them with the subject. In London, he was so fortunate as to study under John Hunter, to whom he communicated his views. The advice of the great anatomist was thoroughly characteristic. "Don't think, but try. Be patient, be accurate." Jenner's courage was supported by the advice, which conveyed to him the true art of philosophical investigation. He went back to the country to practice his profession, and make observations and experiments, which he continued to pursue for a period of 20 years. His faith in his discovery was so implicit that he vaccinated his own son on 3 several occasions. At length, he published his views in a quarto of about 70 pages, in which he gave the details of 23 cases of successful vaccination of individuals, to whom it was found afterwards impossible to communicate the smallpox either by contagion or inoculation. It was in 1798 that this treatise was published, though he had been working out his ideas since the year 1775, when they had begun to assume a definite form. How was the discovery received? First with indifference, then with active hostility. Jenner proceeded to London to exhibit to the profession the process of vaccination and its results, but not a single medical man could be induced to make trial of it, and after fruitlessly waiting for nearly 3 months, he returned to his native village. He was even caricatured in abuse for his attempt to bestialize his species by the introduction into their systems of disease matter from the cause other. Vaccination was denounced from the pulpit as diabolical. It was averred that vaccinated children became ox-faced, that abscesses broke out to indicate sprouting horns, and that the countenance was gradually transmuted into the visage of a cow, the voice into the bellowing of bulls. Vaccination, however, was a truth, and notwithstanding the violence of the opposition, belief in it spread slowly. In one village where a gentleman tried to introduce the practice, the first persons who permitted themselves to be vaccinated were absolutely pelted and driven into their houses if they appeared out of doors. Two ladies of title, Lady Ducie and the Countess of Berkeley, to their honor be it remembered, had the courage to vaccinate their children, and the prejudices of the day were at once broken through. The medical profession gradually came around, and there were several who even sought to rob Dr. Jenner of the merit of the discovery, when its importance came to be recognized. Jenner's cause at last triumphed, and he was publicly honored and rewarded. In his prosperity, he was as modest as he had been in his obscurity. He was invited to settle in London, and told that he might command a practice of 10,000 a year. But his answer was, "No, in the morning of my days I have sought the sequestered and lowly paths of life, the valley, and not the mountain. And now, in the evening of my days, it is not meet for me to hold myself up as an object for fortune and for fame." During Jenner's own lifetime, the practice of vaccination became adopted all over the civilized world, and when he died, his title as a benefactor of his kind was recognized far and wide. Cuvier has said, if vaccine were the only discovery of the epoch, it would serve to render it illustrious forever, yet it knocked 20 times in vain at the doors of the academies. Not less patient, resolute, and persevering was Sir Charles Bell in the prosecution of his discoveries relating to the nervous system. Previous to his time, the most confused notions prevailed as to the functions of the nerves, and this branch of study was little more advanced than it had been in the times of Democritus and Anaxagoras, 3,000 years before. Sir Charles Bell, in the valuable series of papers the publication of which was commenced in 1821, took an entirely original view of the subject, based upon a long series of careful, accurate, and oft-repeated experiments, elaborately tracing the development of the nervous system up from the lowest order of animated being to man, the lord of the animal kingdom. He displayed it, to use his own words, as plainly as if it were written in our mother tongue. His discovery consisted in the fact that the spinal nerves are double in their function, and arise by double roots from the spinal marrow, volition being conveyed by that part of the nerves springing from the one root, and sensation by the other. The subject occupied the mind of Sir Charles Bell for a period of 40 years, when, and in 1840, he laid his last paper before the Royal Society. As in the cases of Harvey and Jenner, when he had lived down the ridicule and opposition with which his views were first received, and their truth came to be recognized, numerous claims for priority in making the discovery were set up at home and abroad. Like them, too, he lost practice by the publication of his papers, and he left it on record that, after every step in his discovery, he was obliged to work harder than ever to preserve his reputation as a practitioner. The great merits of Sir Charles Bell were, however, at length fully recognized, and Cuvier himself, when on his deathbed, finding his face distorted and drawn to one side, pointed out the symptom to his attendants as a proof of the correctness of Sir Charles Bell's theory. An equally devoted pursuer of the same branch of science was the late Dr. Marshall Hall, whose name posterity will rank with those of Harvey, Hunter, Jenner, and Bell. During the whole course of his long and useful life, he was a most careful and minute observer, and no fact, however apparently insignificant, escaped his attention. His important discovery of the diastaltic nervous system, by which his name will long be known among scientific men, originated in an exceedingly simple circumstance. When investigating the pneumonic circulation in the Triton, the decapitated object lay upon the table, and on separating the tail, and accidentally pricking the external integument, he observed that it moved with energy, and became contorted into various forms. He had not touched a muscle or a muscular nerve. What then was the nature of these movements? The same phenomena had probably been often observed before, but Dr. Hall was the first to apply himself perseveringly to the investigation of their causes, and he exclaimed on the occasion, "I will never rest satisfied until I have found all this out, and made it clear." His attention to the subject was almost incessant, and it is estimated that in the course of his life he devoted not less than 25,000 hours to its experimental and chemical investigation. He was at the same time carrying on an extensive private practice, and officiating as lecturer at St. Thomas' Hospital and other medical schools. It will scarcely be credited that the paper in which he embodied his discovery was rejected by the Royal Society, and was only accepted after the lapse of 17 years, when the truth of his views had become acknowledged by scientific men, both at home and abroad. End of section 12. Recording by Wilma Magastino.
Section 13 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. Self-Help, with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 5. Helps and Opportunities, Scientific Pursuits, Part 3. The life of Sir William Herschel affords another remarkable illustration of the force of perseverance in another branch of science. His father was a poor German musician who brought up his 4 sons to the same calling. William came over to England to seek his fortune, and he joined the band of the Durham militia, in which he played the oboe. The regiment was lying at Doncaster, where Dr. Miller first became acquainted with Herschel, having heard him perform a solo on the violin in a surprising manner. The doctor entered into conversation with the youth, and was so pleased with him that he urged him to leave the militia and take up his residence at his house for a time. Herschel did so, and while at Doncaster was principally occupied in violin playing at concerts, availing himself of the advantages of Dr. Miller's library to study in his leisure hours. A new organ having been built for the parish church of Halifax, an organist was advertised for, on which Herschel applied for the office and was selected. Leading the wandering life of an artist, he was next attracted to Bath, where he played in the Pump Room Band, and also officiated as organist in the Octagon Chapel. Some recent discoveries in astronomy having arrested his mind, and awakened in him a powerful spirit of curiosity, he sought and obtained from a friend the loan of a 2-foot Gregorian telescope. So fascinated was the poor musician by the science, that he even thought of purchasing a telescope, but the price asked by the London optician was so alarming that he determined to make one. Those who know what a reflecting telescope is, and the skill which is required to prepare the concave metallic speculum, which forms the most important part of the apparatus, will be able to form some idea of the difficulty of this undertaking. Nevertheless, Herschel succeeded, after long and painful labour, in completing a 5-foot reflector, with which he had the gratification of observing the ring and satellites of Saturn. Not satisfied with his triumph, he proceeded to make other instruments in succession, of 7, 10, and even 20 feet. In constructing the 7-foot reflector, he finished no fewer than 200 specula before he produced one that would bear any power that was applied to it, a striking instance of the persevering laboriousness of the man. While gauging the heavens with his instruments, he continued patiently to earn his bread by piping to the fashionable frequenters of the pump-room. So eager was he in his astronomical observations that he would steal away from the room during an interval of the performance, give a little turn at his telescope, and contentedly return to his oboe. Thus working away, Herschel discovered the Georgium Sidus, the orbit and rate of motion of which he carefully calculated, and sent the result to the Royal Society, when the humble oboe player found himself at once elevated from obscurity to fame. He was shortly after appointed Astronomer Royal, and by the kindness of George III was placed in a position of honourable competency for life. He bore his honours with the same meekness and humility which had distinguished him in the days of his obscurity. So gentle and patient, and withal so distinguished and successful a follower of science under difficulties, perhaps cannot be found in the entire history of biography. The career of William Smith, the father of English geology, though perhaps less known, is not less interesting and instructive as an example of patient and laborious effort, and the diligent cultivation of opportunities. He was born in 1769, the son of a yeoman farmer at Churchill in Oxfordshire. His father dying when he was but a child, he received a very sparing education at the village school, and even that was to a considerable extent interfered with by his wandering and somewhat idle habits as a boy. His mother having married a second time, he was taken in charge by an uncle, also a farmer, by whom he was brought up. Though the uncle was by no means pleased with the boy's love of wandering about, collecting poundstones, pundips, and other stony curiosities which lay scattered about the adjoining land, he yet enabled him to purchase a few of the necessary books wherewith to instruct himself in the rudiments of geometry and surveying, for the boy was already destined for the business of a land surveyor. One of his marked characteristics, even as a youth, was the accuracy and keenness of his observation, and what he clearly saw he never forgot. He began to draw, attempted to colour, and practised the arts of mensuration and surveying, all without regular instruction, and by his efforts in self-culture, he shortly became so proficient that he was taken on as assistant to a local surveyor of ability in the neighbourhood. In carrying on his business, he was constantly under the necessity of traversing Oxfordshire and the adjoining counties. One of the first things he seriously pondered over was the position of the various soils and strata that came under his notice on the lands which he surveyed or travelled over, more especially the position of the red earth in regard to the lias and superincumbent rocks. The surveys of numerous collieries, which he was called upon to make, gave him further experience, and already, when only 23 years of age, he contemplated making a model of the strata of the earth. While engaged in levelling for a proposed canal in Gloucestershire, the idea of a general law occurred to him relating to the strata of that district. He conceived that the strata lying above the coal were not laid horizontally, but inclined, and in one direction towards the east, resembling, on a large scale, the ordinary appearance of superposed slices of bread and butter. The correctness of this theory he shortly after confirmed by observations of the strata in two parallel valleys, the Red Ground, Lias, and Freestone or Oolite, being found to come down in an eastern direction and to sink below the level, yielding place to the next in succession. He was shortly enabled to verify the truth of his views on a larger scale, having been appointed to examine personally into the management of canals in England and Wales. During his journeys, which extended from Bath to Newcastle-on-Tyne, returning by Shropshire and Wales, his keen eyes were never idle for a moment. He rapidly noted the aspect and structure of the country through which he passed with his companions, treasuring up his observations for future use. His geologic vision was so acute that though the road along which he passed from York to Newcastle in the post-chaise was from 5 to 15 miles distant from the hills of chalk and oolite on the east, he was satisfied as to their nature by their contours and relative position, and their ranges on the surface in relation to the lias and red ground occasionally seen on the road. The general results of his observation seem to have been these. He noted that the rocky masses of country in the western parts of England generally inclined to the east and southeast, that the red sandstones and marls above the coal measures passed beneath the lias, clay, and limestone, that these again passed beneath the sands, yellow limestones, and clays, forming the tableland of the Cotswold Hills, while these in turn passed beneath the great chalk deposits occupying the eastern parts of England. He further observed that each layer of clay, sand, and limestone held its own peculiar classes of fossils, and pondering much on these things, he at length came to the then unheard-of conclusion that each distinct deposit of marine animals in these several strata indicated a distinct sea-bottom, and that each layer of clay, sand, chalk, and stone marked a distinct epoch of time in the history of the earth. This idea took firm possession of his mind, and he could talk and think of nothing else. At canal boards, at sheep shearings, at county meetings, and at agricultural associations, Strata Smith, as he came to be called, was always running over with the subject that possessed him. He had indeed made a great discovery, though he was as yet a man utterly unknown in the scientific world. He proceeded to project a map of the stratification of England, but was for some time deterred from proceeding with it, being fully occupied in carrying out the works of the Somersetshire Coal Canal, which engaged him for a period of about 6 years. He continued, nevertheless, to be unremitting in his observation of facts, and he became so expert in apprehending the internal structure of a district and detecting the lie of the strata from its external configuration, that he was often consulted respecting the drainage of extensive tracts of land, in which, guided by his geological knowledge, he proved remarkably successful and acquired an extensive reputation. One day, when looking over the cabinet collection of fossils belonging to the Reverend Samuel Richardson at Bath, Smith astonished his friend by suddenly disarranging his classification and rearranging the fossils in their stratigraphical order, saying, "These came from the blue lias, these from the overlying sand and freestone, these from the fuller's earth, and these from the Bath building stone." A new light flashed upon Mr. Richardson's mind, and he shortly became a convert to and believer in William Smith's doctrine. The geologists of the day were not, however, so easily convinced, and it was scarcely to be tolerated that an unknown land surveyor should pretend to teach them the science of geology. But William Smith had an eye and mind to penetrate deep beneath the skin of the earth. He saw its very fibre and skeleton, and, as it were, divined its organisation. His knowledge of the strata in the neighbourhood of Bath was so accurate that one evening, when dining at the house of the Reverend Joseph Townsend, he dictated to Mr. Richardson the different strata according to their order of succession in descending order, 23 in number, commencing with the chalk and descending in continuous series down to the coal, below which the strata were not then sufficiently determined. To this was added a list of the more remarkable fossils which had been gathered in the several layers of rock. This was printed and extensively circulated in 1801. He next determined to trace out the strata through districts as remote from Bath as his means would enable him to reach. For years he journeyed to and fro, sometimes on foot, sometimes on horseback, riding on the tops of stage-coaches, often making up by night travelling the time he had lost by day, so as not to fail in his ordinary business engagements. When he was professionally called away to any distance from home, as, for instance, when travelling from Bath to Holcombe in Norfolk to direct the irrigation and drainage of Mr. Coke's land in that county, he rode on horseback, making frequent detours from the road to note the geological features of the country which he traversed. For several years he was thus engaged in his journeys to distant quarters in England and Ireland, to the extent of upwards of 10,000 miles yearly, and it was amidst this incessant and laborious travelling that he contrived to commit to paper his fast-growing generalizations on what he rightly regarded as a new science. No observation, howsoever trivial it might appear, was neglected, and no opportunity of collecting fresh facts was overlooked. Whenever he could, he possessed himself of records of borings, natural and artificial sections, drew them to a constant scale of 8 yards to the inch, and coloured them up. Of his keenness of observation take the following illustration. When making one of his geological excursions about the country near Woburn, as he was drawing near to the foot of the Dunstable chalk hills, he observed to his companion, "If there be any broken ground about the foot of these hills, we may find sharks' teeth." And they had not proceeded far before they picked up 6 from the white bank of a new fence ditch. As he afterwards said of himself, "The habit of observation crept on me, gained a settlement in my mind, became a constant associate of my life, and started up in activity at the first thought of a journey, so that I generally went off well prepared with maps, and sometimes with contemplations on its objects, or on those on the road, reduced to writing before it commenced. My mind was, therefore, like the canvas of a painter, well prepared for the first and best impressions." Notwithstanding his courageous and indefatigable industry, many circumstances contributed to prevent the promised publication of William Smith's Map of the Strata of England and Wales, and it was not until 1814 that he was enabled, by the assistance of some friends, to give to the world the fruits of his 20 years' incessant labour. To prosecute his inquiries, and collect the extensive series of facts and observations requisite for his purpose, he had to expend the whole of the profits of his professional labours during that period, and he even sold off his small property to provide the means of visiting remoter parts of the island. Meanwhile, he had entered on a quarrying speculation near Bath, which proved unsuccessful, and he was under the necessity of selling his geological collection, which was purchased by the British Museum, his furniture and library, reserving only his papers, maps, and sections, which were useless save to himself. He bore his losses and misfortunes with exemplary fortitude, and amidst all he went on working with cheerful courage and untiring patience. He died at Northampton in August 1839, while on his way to attend the meeting of the British Association at Birmingham. It is difficult to speak in terms of too high praise of the first geological map of England, which we owe to the industry of this courageous man of science. An accomplished writer says of it, "It was a work so masterly in conception and so correct in general outline that, in principle, it served as a basis not only for the production of later maps of the British Islands, but for geological maps of all other parts of the world, wherever they have been undertaken. In the apartments of the Geological Society, Smith's map may yet be seen, a great historical document, old and worn, calling for the renewal of its faded tints. Let any one conversant with the subject compare it with later works on a similar scale, and he will find that, in all essential features, it will not suffer by the comparison. The intricate anatomy of the Silurian rocks of Wales and the north of England by Murchison and Sedgwick being the chief additions made to his great generalizations." The genius of the Oxfordshire surveyor did not fail to be duly recognized and honoured by men of science during his lifetime. In 1831, the Geological Society of London awarded to him the Wollaston Medal, in consideration of his being a great original discoverer in English geology, and especially for his being the first in this country to discover and to teach the identification of strata, and to determine their succession by means of their embedded fossils. William Smith, in his simple, earnest way, gained for himself a name as lasting as the science he loved so well. To use the words of the writer above quoted, "Till the manner as well as the fact of the first appearance of successive forms of life shall be solved, it is not easy to surmise how any discovery can be made in geology equal in value to that which we owe to the genius of William Smith." Hugh Miller was a man of like observant faculties, who studied literature as well as science with zeal and success. The book in which he has told the story of his life, My Schools and Schoolmasters, is extremely interesting and calculated to be eminently useful. It is the history of the formation of a truly noble character in the humblest condition of life, and inculcates most powerfully the lessons of self-help, self-respect, and self-dependence. While Hugh was but a child, his father, who was a sailor, was drowned at sea, and he was brought up by his widowed mother. He had a school training after a sort, but his best teachers were the boys with whom he played, the men amongst whom he worked, the friends and relatives with whom he lived. He read much and miscellaneously, and picked up odd sorts of knowledge from many quarters, from workmen, carpenters, fishermen, and sailors, and above all, from the old boulders strewed along the shores of the Cromarty Frith. With a big hammer, which had belonged to his great-grandfather, the old buccaneer, the boy went about chipping the stones and accumulating specimens of mica, porphyry, garnet, and such like. Sometimes he had a day in the woods, and there, too, the boy's attention was excited by the peculiar geological curiosities which came in his way. While searching among the rocks on the beach, he was sometimes asked, in irony, by the farm servants who came to load their carts with seaweed, whether he was getting siller in the stains, but was so unlucky as never to be able to answer in the affirmative. When of a suitable age, he was apprenticed to the trade of his choice, that of a working stonemason, and he began his labouring career in a quarry looking out upon the Cromarty Frith. This quarry proved one of the best schools. The remarkable geological formations which it displayed awakened his curiosity. The bar of deep red stone beneath, and the bar of pale red clay above, were noted by the young quarryman, who even in such unpromising subjects found matter for observation and reflection. Where other men saw nothing, he detected analogies, differences, and peculiarities, which set him a-thinking. He simply kept his eyes and his mind open, was sober, diligent, and persevering, and this was the secret of his intellectual growth. His curiosity was excited and kept alive by the curious organic remains, principally of old and extinct species of fishes, ferns, and ammonites, which were revealed along the coast by the washings of the waves, or were exposed by the stroke of his mason's hammer. He never lost sight of the subject, but went on accumulating observations and comparing formations, until at length, many years afterwards, when no longer a working mason, he gave to the world his highly interesting work on the old red sandstone, which at once established his reputation as a scientific geologist. But this work was the fruit of long years of patient observation and research. As he modestly states in his autobiography, "The only merit to which I lay claim in the case is that of patient research, a merit in which whoever wills may rival or surpass me, and this humble faculty of patience, when rightly developed, may lead to more extraordinary developments of idea than even genius itself." The late John Brown, the eminent English geologist, was, like Miller, a stonemason in his early life, serving an apprenticeship to the trade at Colchester, and afterwards working as a journeyman mason at Norwich. He began business as a builder on his own account at Colchester, where, by frugality and industry, he secured a competency. It was while working at his trade that his attention was first drawn to the study of fossils and shells, and he proceeded to make a collection of them, which afterwards grew into one of the finest in England. His researches along the coasts of Essex, Kent, and Sussex brought to light some magnificent remains of the elephant and rhinoceros, the most valuable of which were presented by him to the British Museum. During the last few years of his life, he devoted considerable attention to the study of the foraminifera in chalk, respecting which he made several interesting discoveries. His life was useful, happy, and honoured. He died at Stanway in Essex in November 1859, at the ripe age of 80 years. Not long ago, Sir Roderick Murchison discovered at Thurso, in the far north of Scotland, a profound geologist in the person of a baker there named Robert Dick. When Sir Roderick called upon him at the bakehouse in which he baked and earned his bread, Robert Dick delineated to him, by means of flour upon the board, the geographical features and the geological phenomena of his native county, pointing out the imperfections in the existing maps, which he had ascertained by travelling over the country in his leisure hours. On further inquiry, Sir Roderick ascertained that the humble individual before him was not only a capital baker and geologist, but a first-rate botanist. "I found," said the president of the Geographical Society, "to my great humiliation, that the baker knew infinitely more of botanical science, aye, 10 times more than I did, and that there was only some 20 or 30 specimens of flowers which he had not collected. Some he had obtained as presents, some he had purchased, but the greater portion had been accumulated by his industry in his native county of Caithness, and the specimens were all arranged in the most beautiful order, with their scientific names affixed." Sir Roderick Murchison himself is an illustrious follower of these and kindred branches of science. A writer in the Quarterly Review cites him as a singular instance of a man who, having passed the early part of his life as a soldier, never having had the advantage or disadvantage, as the case might have been, of a scientific training, instead of remaining a fox-hunting country gentleman, has succeeded by his own native vigour and sagacity, untiring industry and zeal, in making for himself a scientific reputation that is as wide as it is likely to be lasting. He took first of all an unexplored and difficult district at home, and by the labour of many years examined its rock formations, classed them in natural groups, assigned to each its characteristic assemblage of fossils, and was the first to decipher two great chapters in the world's geological history, which must always henceforth carry his name on their title page. Not only so, but he applied the knowledge thus acquired to the dissection of large districts, both at home and abroad, so as to become the geological discoverer of great countries which had formerly been terrae incognitae. But Sir Roderick Murchison is not merely a geologist. His indefatigable labours in many branches of knowledge have contributed to render him among the most accomplished and complete of scientific men. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Olivia. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Section 14. Workers in Art, Part 1. If what shone afar so grand turn to nothing in thy hand, on again. The virtue lies in struggle, not the prize. R. M. Milnes. Eccelle et tu vivras. Joubert. Excellence in art, as in everything else, can only be achieved by dint of painstaking labor. There is nothing less accidental than the painting of a fine picture or the chiseling of a noble statue. Every skilled touch of the artist's brush or chisel, though guided by genius, is the product of unremitting study. Sir Joshua Reynolds was such a believer in the force of industry that he held that artistic excellence, however expressed by genius, taste, or the gift of heaven, may be acquired. Writing to Barry, he said, "Whoever is resolved to excel in painting, or indeed any other art, must bring all his mind to bear upon that one object from the moment that he rises till he goes to bed." And on another occasion he said, "Those who are resolved to excel must go to their work, willing or unwilling, morning, noon, and night. They will find it no play, but very hard labor." But although diligent application is no doubt absolutely necessary for the achievement of the highest distinction in art, it is equally true that without the inborn genius, no amount of mere industry, however well applied, will make an artist. The gift comes by nature, but is perfected by self-culture, which is of more avail than all the imparted education of the schools. Some of the greatest artists have had to force their way upward in the face of poverty and manifold obstructions. Illustrious instances will at once flash upon the reader's mind. Claude Lorraine, the pastry cook, Tintoretto, the dyer, the two Caravaggios, the one a color grinder, the other a mortar carrier at the Vatican, Salvator Rosa, the associate of bandits, Giotto, the peasant boy, Zingaro, the gypsy, Cavedone, turned out of doors to beg by his father, Canova, the stone-cutter. These and many other well-known artists succeeded in achieving distinction by severe study and labor under circumstances the most adverse. Nor have the most distinguished artists of our own country been born in a position of life more than ordinarily favorable to the culture of artistic genius. Gainsborough and Bacon were the sons of cloth-workers. Barry was an Irish sailor boy, and Maclise a banker's apprentice at Cork. Opie and Romney, like Inigo Jones, were carpenters. West was the son of a small Quaker farmer in Pennsylvania. Northcote was a watchmaker, Jackson a tailor, and Etty a printer. Reynolds, Wilson, and Wilkie were the sons of clergymen. Lawrence was the son of a publican, and Turner of a barber. Several of our painters, it is true, originally had some connection with art, though in a very humble way, such as Flaxman, whose father sold plaster casts, Bird, who ornamented tea trays, Martin, who was a coach painter, Wright and Gilpin, who were ship painters, Chantry, who was a carver and gilder, and David Cox, Stanfield, and Roberts, who were scene painters. It was not by luck or accident that these men achieved distinction, but by sheer industry and hard work. Though some achieved wealth, yet this was rarely, if ever, the ruling motive. Indeed, no mere love of money could sustain the efforts of the artist in his early career of self-denial and application. The pleasure of the pursuit has always been its best reward, the wealth which followed but an accident. Many noble-minded artists have preferred following the bent of their genius to chaffering with the public for terms. Spagnoletto verified in his life the beautiful fiction of Xenophon, and after he had acquired the means of luxury, preferred withdrawing himself from their influence, and voluntarily returned to poverty and labor. When Michelangelo was asked his opinion respecting a work which a painter had taken great pains to exhibit for profit, he said, "I think that he will be a poor fellow so long as he shows such an extreme eagerness to become rich." Like Sir Joshua Reynolds, Michelangelo was a great believer in the force of labor, and he held that there was nothing which the imagination conceived that could not be embodied in marble, if the hand were made vigorously to obey the mind. He was himself one of the most indefatigable of workers, and he attributed his power of studying for a greater number of hours than most of his contemporaries to his spare habits of living. A little bread and wine was all he required for the chief part of the day when employed at his work, and very frequently he rose in the middle of the night to resume his labors. On these occasions it was his practice to fix the candle, by light of which he chiseled, on the summit of a pasteboard cap which he wore. Sometimes he was too wearied to undress, and he slept in his clothes, ready to spring to work so soon as refreshed by sleep. He had a favorite device of an old man in a go-cart with an hourglass upon it bearing the inscription, "Ancora imparo," "Still I am learning." Titian also was an indefatigable worker. His celebrated Pietro Martyr was 8 years in hand, and his Last Supper 7. In his letter to Charles V, he said, "I send your Majesty the Last Supper, after working at it almost daily for 7 years. Dopo 7 anni, lavorandovi quasi continuamente." Few think of the patient labor and long training involved in the greatest works of the artist. They seem easily and quickly accomplished. Yet with how great difficulty has this ease been acquired? "You charge me 50 sequins," said the Venetian nobleman to the sculptor, "for a bust that cost you only 10 days' labor." "You forget," said the artist, "that I have been 30 years learning to make that bust in 10 days. Once, when Domenichino was blamed for his slowness in finishing a picture which was bespoken, he made answer, "I am continually painting it within myself." It was eminently characteristic of the industry of the late Sir Augustus Calcott that he made not fewer than 40 separate sketches in the composition of his famous picture of Rochester. This constant repetition is one of the main conditions of success in art, as in life itself. No matter how generous nature has been in bestowing the gift of genius, the pursuit of art is nevertheless a long and continuous labor. Many artists have been precocious, but without diligence their precocity would have come to nothing. The anecdote related of West is well known. When only 7 years old, struck with the beauty of the sleeping infant of his eldest sister, while watching by its cradle, he ran to seek some paper and forthwith drew its portrait in red and black ink. The little incident revealed the artist in him, and it was found impossible to draw him from his bent. West might have been a great painter had he not been injured by too early success. His fame, though great, was not purchased by study, trials, and difficulties, and it has not been enduring. Richard Wilson, when a mere child, indulged himself with tracing figures of men and animals on the walls of his father's house with a burnt stick. He first directed his attention to portrait painting, but when in Italy, calling one day at the house of Zuccarelli, and growing weary with waiting, he began painting the scene on which his friend's chamber window looked. When Zuccarelli arrived, he was so charmed with the picture that he asked if Wilson had not studied landscape, to which he replied that he had not. "Then I advise you," said the other, "to try, for you are sure of great success." Wilson adopted the advice, studied and worked hard, and became our first great English landscape painter. Sir Joshua Reynolds, when a boy, forgot his lessons and took pleasure only in drawing, for which his father was accustomed to rebuke him. The boy was destined for the profession of physic, but his strong instinct for art could not be repressed, and he became a painter. Gainsborough went sketching when a schoolboy in the woods of Sudbury, and at 12 he was a confirmed artist. He was a keen observer and a hard worker, no picturesque feature of any scene he had once looked upon escaping his diligent pencil. William Blake, a hosier's son, employed himself in drawing designs on the backs of his father's shop bills and making sketches on the counter. Edward Byrd, when a child only 3 or 4 years old, would mount a chair and draw figures on the walls, which he called French and English soldiers. A box of colors was purchased for him, and his father, desirous of turning his love of art to account, put him apprentice to a maker of tea-trays. Out of this trade he gradually raised himself, by study and labor, to the rank of a royal academician. Hogarth, though a very dull boy at his lessons, took pleasure in making drawings of the letters of the alphabet, and his school exercises were more remarkable for the ornaments with which he embellished them than for the matter of the exercises themselves. In the latter respect he was beaten by all the blockheads of the school, but in his adornments he stood alone. His father put him apprentice to a silversmith, where he learnt to draw, and also to engrave spoons and forks, with crests and ciphers. From silver chasing he went on to teach himself engraving on copper, principally griffins and monsters of heraldry, in the course of which practice he became ambitious to delineate the varieties of human character. The singular excellence which he reached in this art was mainly the result of careful observation and study. He had the gift, which he sedulously cultivated, of committing to memory the precise features of any remarkable face, and afterwards reproducing them on paper. But if any singularly fantastic form or outre face came in his way, he would make a sketch of it on the spot, upon his thumbnail, and carry it home to expand at his leisure. Everything fantastical and original had a powerful attraction for him, and he wandered into many out-of-the-way places for the purpose of meeting with character. By this careful storing of his mind, he was afterwards enabled to crowd an immense amount of thought and treasured observation into his works. Hence it is that Hogarth's pictures are so truthful a memorial of the character, the manners, and even the very thoughts of the times in which he lived. True painting, he himself observed, can only be learnt in one school, and that is kept by nature. But he was not a highly cultivated man, except in his own walk. His school education had been of the slenderest kind, scarcely even perfecting him in the art of spelling. His self-culture did the rest. For a long time he was in very straitened circumstances, but nevertheless worked on with a cheerful heart. Poor though he was, he contrived to live within his small means, and he boasted, with becoming pride, that he was a punctual paymaster. When he had conquered all his difficulties and become a famous and thriving man, he loved to dwell upon his early labors and privations, and to fight over again the battle which ended so honorably to him as a man, and so gloriously as an artist. "I remember the time," said he on one occasion, "when I have gone moping into the city with scarce a shilling, but as soon as I have received 10 guineas there for a plate, I have returned home, put on my sword, and sallied out with all the confidence of a man who has thousands in his pockets." Industry and perseverance was the motto of the sculptor Banks, which he acted on himself and strongly recommended to others. His well-known kindness induced many aspiring youths to call upon him and ask for his advice and assistance, and it is related that one day a boy called at his door to see him with this object, but the servant, angry at the loud knock he had given, scolded him and was about to send him away, when Banks, overhearing her, himself went out. The little boy stood at the door with some drawings in his hand. "What do you want with me?" asked the sculptor. "I want, sir, if you please, to be admitted to draw at the Academy." Banks explained that he himself could not procure his admission, but he asked to look at the boy's drawings. Examining them, he said, "Time enough for the Academy, my little man. Go home, mind your schooling, try to make a better drawing of the Apollo, and in a month come again and let me see it." The boy went home, sketched and worked with redoubled diligence, and at the end of the month called again on the sculptor. The drawing was better, but again Banks sent him back, with good advice, to work and study. In a week the boy was again at his door, his drawing much improved, and Banks bid him be of good cheer, for if spared he would distinguish himself. The boy was Mulready, and the sculptor's augury was amply fulfilled. The fame of Claude Lorraine is partly explained by his indefatigable industry. Born at Champagne in Lorraine, of poor parents, he was first apprenticed to a pastry cook. His brother, who was a wood carver, afterwards took him into his shop to learn that trade. Having there shown indications of artistic skill, a traveling dealer persuaded the brother to allow Claude to accompany him to Italy. He assented, and the young man reached Rome, where he was shortly after engaged by Agostino Tassi, the landscape painter, as his house servant. In that capacity, Claude first learned landscape painting, and in the course of time he began to produce pictures. We next find him making the tour of Italy, France, and Germany, occasionally resting by the way to paint landscapes, and thereby replenish his purse. On returning to Rome he found an increasing demand for his works, and his reputation at length became European. He was unwearied in the study of nature in her various aspects. It was his practice to spend the great part of his time in closely copying buildings, bits of ground, trees, leaves, and such like, which he finished in detail, keeping the drawings by him in store for the purpose of introducing them in his studied landscapes. He also gave close attention to the sky, watching it for whole days from morning till night, and noting the various changes occasioned by the passing clouds and the increasing and waning light. By this constant practice he acquired, though it is said very slowly, such a mastery of hand and eye as eventually secured for him the first rank among landscape painters. Turner, who has been styled the English Claude, pursued a career of like laborious industry. He was destined by his father for his own trade of a barber, which he carried on in London, until one day the sketch which the boy had made of a coat of arms on a silver salver having attracted the notice of a customer whom his father was shaving, the latter was urged to allow his son to follow his bias, and he was eventually permitted to follow art as a profession. Like all young artists, Turner had many difficulties to encounter, but they were all the greater that his circumstances were so straitened. But he was always willing to work, and to take pains with his work, no matter how humble it might be. He was glad to hire himself out at £0.50 a night to wash in skies of India ink upon other people's drawings, getting his supper into the bargain. Thus he earned money and acquired expertness. Then he took to illustrating guidebooks, almanacs, and any sort of books that wanted cheap frontispieces. "What could I have done better?" he said afterwards. "It was first-rate practice." He did everything carefully and conscientiously, never slurring over his work because he was ill remunerated for it. He aimed at learning as well as living, always doing his best, and never leaving a drawing without having made a step in advance upon his previous work. A man who thus labored was sure to do much, and his growth in power and grasp of thought was, to use Ruskin's words, as steady as the increasing light of sunrise. But Turner's genius needs no panegyric. His best monument is the noble gallery of pictures bequeathed by him to the nation, which will ever be the most lasting memorial of his fame. To reach Rome, the capital of the fine arts, is usually the highest ambition of the art student, but the journey to Rome is costly, and the student is often poor. With a will resolute to overcome difficulties, Rome may, however, at last be reached. Thus, François Perrier, an early French painter, in his eager desire to visit the Eternal City, consented to act as a guide to a blind vagrant. After long wanderings, he reached the Vatican, studied, and became famous. Not less enthusiasm was displayed by Jacques Callot in his determination to visit Rome. Though opposed by his father in his wish to be an artist, the boy would not be balked, but fled from home to make his way to Italy. Having set out without means, he was soon reduced to great straits. But falling in with a band of gypsies, he joined their company and wandered about with them from one fair to another, sharing in their numerous adventures. During this remarkable journey, Callot picked up much of that extraordinary knowledge of figure, feature, and character which he afterwards reproduced, sometimes in such exaggerated forms, in his wonderful engravings. When Callot at length reached Florence, a gentleman, pleased with his ingenious ardor, placed him with an artist to study. But he was not satisfied to stop short of Rome, and we find him shortly on his way thither. At Rome he made the acquaintance of Porrigi and Thomassin, who, on seeing his crayon sketches, predicted for him a brilliant career as an artist. But a friend of Callot's family, having accidentally encountered him, took steps to compel the fugitive to return home. By this time he had acquired such a love of wandering that he could not rest. So he ran away a second time, and a second time he was brought back by his elder brother, who caught him at Turin. At last the father, seeing resistance was in vain, gave his reluctant consent to Callot's persecuting his studies at Rome. Thither he went accordingly, and this time he remained, diligently studying design and engraving for several years under competent masters. On his way back to France, he was encouraged by Cosimo II to remain at Florence, where he studied and worked for several years more. On the death of his patron, he returned to his family at Nancy, where, by the use of his burin and needle, he shortly acquired both wealth and fame. When Nancy was taken by siege during the Civil Wars, Callot was requested by Richelieu to make a design and engraving of the event, but the artist would not commemorate the disaster which had befallen his native place, and he refused, point blank. Richelieu could not shake his resolution, and threw him into prison. There Callot met with some of his old friends, the gypsies, who had relieved his wants on his first journey to Rome. When Louis XIII heard of his imprisonment, he not only released him, but offered to grant him any favor he might ask. Callot immediately requested that his old companions, the gypsies, might be set free and permitted to beg in Paris without molestation. This odd request was granted on condition that Callot should engrave their portraits, and hence his curious book of engravings entitled The Beggars. Louis is said to have offered Callot a pension of 3,000 livres, provided he would not leave Paris. But the artist was now too much of a bohemian, and prized his liberty too highly to permit him to accept it, and he returned to Nancy, where he worked until his death. His industry may be inferred from the number of his engravings and etchings, of which he left not fewer than 1,600. He was especially fond of grotesque subjects, which he treated with great skill, his free etchings, touched with the graver, being executed with special delicacy and wonderful minuteness. Still more romantic and adventurous was the career of Benvenuto Cellini, the marvelous gold worker, painter, sculptor, engraver, engineer, and author. His life, as told by himself, is one of the most extraordinary autobiographies ever written. Giovanni Cellini, his father, was one of the court musicians to Lorenzo de' Medici at Florence, and his highest ambition concerning his son Benvenuto was that he should become an expert player on the flute. But Giovanni, having lost his appointment, found it necessary to send his son to learn some trade, and he was apprenticed to a goldsmith. The boy had already displayed a love of drawing and of art, and, applying himself to his business, he soon became a dexterous workman. Having got mixed up in a quarrel with some of the townspeople, he was banished for 6 months, during which period he worked with a goldsmith at Siena, gaining further experience in jewelry and gold-working. His father still insisting on his becoming a flute player, Benvenuto continued to practice on the instrument, though he detested it. His chief pleasure was in art, which he pursued with enthusiasm. Returning to Florence, he carefully studied the designs of Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, and, still further to improve himself in gold-working, he went on foot to Rome, where he met with a variety of adventures. He returned to Florence with the reputation of being a most expert worker in the precious metals, and his skill was soon in great request. But, being of an irascible temper, he was constantly getting into scrapes, and was frequently under the necessity of flying for his life. Thus he fled from Florence in the disguise of a friar, again taking refuge in Siena, and afterwards at Rome. During his second residence in Rome, Cellini met with extensive patronage, and he was taken into the Pope's service in the double capacity of goldsmith and musician. He was constantly studying and improving himself by acquaintance with the works of the best masters. He mounted jewels, finished enamels, engraved seals, and designed and executed works in gold, silver, and bronze, with such a style as to excel all other artists. Whenever he heard of a goldsmith who was famous in any particular branch, he immediately determined to surpass him. Thus it was that he rivaled the metals of one, the enamels of another, and the jewelry of a third. In fact, there was not a branch of his business that he did not feel impelled to excel in. Working in this spirit, it is not so wonderful that Cellini should have been able to accomplish so much. He was a man of indefatigable activity, and was constantly on the move. At one time we find him at Florence, at another at Rome, then he is at Mantua, at Rome, at Naples, and back to Florence again, then at Venice, and in Paris, making all his long journeys on horseback. He could not carry much baggage with him, so, wherever he went, he usually began by making his own tools. He not only designed his works, but executed them himself, hammered and carved and cast and shaped them with his own hands. Indeed, his works have the impress of genius so clearly stamped upon them that they could never have been designed by one person and executed by another. The humblest article, a buckle for a lady's girdle, a seal, a locket, a brooch, a ring, or a button, became in his hands a beautiful work of art. End of section 14. Chapter 6, Part 1. Recording by Olivia.
Section 15 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Sonrisa, Servision.org. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Section 15, Chapter 6, Part 2. Cellini was remarkable for his readiness and dexterity in handicraft. One day a surgeon entered the shop of Raffaello del Moro, the goldsmith, to perform an operation on his daughter's hand. On looking at the surgeon's instruments, Cellini, who was present, found them rude and clumsy, as they usually were in those days, and he asked the surgeon to proceed no further with the operation for a quarter of an hour. He then ran to his shop, and taking a piece of the finest steel, wrought out of it a beautifully finished knife, with which the operation was successfully performed. Among the statues executed by Cellini, the most important are the silver figure of Jupiter, executed at Paris for Francis I, and the Perseus, executed in bronze for the Grand Duke Cosmo of Florence. He also executed statues in marble of Apollo, Hyacinthus, Narcissus, and Neptune. The extraordinary incidents connected with the casting of the Perseus were peculiarly illustrative of the remarkable character of the man. The Grand Duke, having expressed a decided opinion that the model, when shown to him in wax, could not possibly be cast in bronze, Cellini was immediately stimulated by the predicted impossibility, not only to attempt, but to do it. He first made the clay model, baked it, and covered it with wax, which he shaped into the perfect form of a statue. Then, coating the wax with a sort of earth, he baked the second covering, during which the wax dissolved and escaped, leaving the space between the two layers for the reception of the metal. To avoid disturbance, the latter process was conducted in a pit dug immediately under the furnace, from which the liquid metal was to be introduced by pipes and apertures into the mold prepared for it. Cellini had purchased and laid in several loads of pine wood in anticipation of the process of casting, which now began. The furnace was filled with pieces of brass and bronze, and the fire was lit. The resinous pine wood was soon in such a furious blaze that the shop took fire, and part of the roof was burnt, while at the same time the wind blowing and the rain filling on the furnace kept down the heat and prevented the metals from melting. For hours Cellini struggled to keep up the heat, continually throwing in more wood, until at length he became so exhausted and ill that he feared he should die before the statue could be cast. He was forced to leave to his assistants the pouring in of the metal when melted, and betook himself to his bed. While those about him were condoling with him in his distress, a workman suddenly entered the room, lamenting that poor Benvenuto's work was irretrievably spoiled. On hearing this, Cellini immediately sprang from his bed and rushed to the workshop, where he found the fire so much gone down that the metal had again become hard. Sending across to a neighbor for a load of young oak which had been more than a year in drying, he soon had the fire blazing again and the metal melting and glittering. The wind was, however, still blowing with fury, and the rain falling heavily, so to protect himself, Cellini had some tables with pieces of tapestry and old clothes brought to him, behind which he went on hurling the wood into the furnace. A mass of pewter was thrown in upon the other metal, and by stirring, sometimes with iron and sometimes with long poles, the whole soon became completely melted. At this juncture, when the trying moment was close at hand, a terrible noise as of a thunderbolt was heard, and a glittering of fire flashed before Cellini's eyes. The cover of the furnace had burst, and the metal began to flow. Finding that it did not run with the proper velocity, Cellini rushed into the kitchen, bore away every piece of copper and pewter that it contained, some 200 porringers, dishes, and kettles of different kinds, and threw them into the furnace. Then at length the metal flowed freely, and thus the splendid statue of Perseus was cast. The divine fury of genius in which Cellini rushed to his kitchen and stripped it of his utensils for the purposes of his furnace will remind the reader of the like act of Palissy in breaking up his furniture for the purpose of baking his earthenware. Excepting, however, in their enthusiasm, no two men could be less alike in character. Cellini was an Ishmael, against whom, according to his own account, every man's hand was turned. But about his extraordinary skill as a workman and his genius as an artist there cannot be two opinions. Much less turbulent was the career of Nicolas Poussin, a man as pure and elevated in his ideas of art as he was in his daily life, and distinguished alike for his vigor of intellect, his rectitude of character, and his noble simplicity. He was born in a very humble station at Andelys, near Rouen, where his father kept a small school. The boy had the benefit of his parents' instruction, such as it was, but of that he is said to have been somewhat negligent, preferring to spend his time in covering his lesson books and his slate with drawings. A country painter, much pleased with his sketches, besought his parents not to thwart him in his tastes. The painter agreed to give Poussin lessons, and he soon made such progress that his master had nothing more to teach him. Becoming restless and desirous of further improving himself, Poussin, at the age of 18, set out for Paris, painting signboards on his way for a maintenance. At Paris, a new world of art opened before him, exciting his wonder and stimulating his emulation. He worked diligently in many studios, drawing, copying, and painting pictures. After a time he resolved, if possible, to visit Rome and set out on his journey, but he only succeeded in getting as far as Florence, and again returned to Paris. A second attempt which he made to reach Rome was even less successful, for this time he got only as far as Lyons. He was, nevertheless, careful to take advantage of all opportunities for improvement which came his way, and continued as sedulous as before in studying and working. Thus 12 years passed, years of obscurity and toil, of failures and disappointments, and probably of privations. At length Poussin succeeded in reaching Rome. There he diligently studied the old masters, and especially the ancient statues, with whose perfection he was greatly impressed. For some time he lived with the sculptor Duquesnoy, as poor as himself, and assisted him in modelling figures after the antique. With him he carefully measured some of the most celebrated statues in Rome, more particularly the Antinous, and it is supposed that this practice exercised considerable influence on the formation of his future style. At the same time he studied anatomy, practiced drawing from the life, and made a great store of sketches of postures and attitudes of people whom he met, carefully reading at his leisure such standard books on art as he could borrow from his friends. During all this time he remained very poor, satisfied to be continually improving himself. He was glad to sell his pictures for whatever they would bring. One, of a prophet, he sold for 8 livres, and another, The Plague of the Philistines, he sold for 60 crowns, a picture afterwards bought by Cardinal de Richelieu for 1,000. To add to his troubles, he was stricken by a cruel malady, during the helplessness occasioned by which the Chevalier del Pozo assisted him with money. For this gentleman Poussin afterwards painted The Rest in the Desert, a fine picture, which far more than repaid the advances made during his illness. The brave man went on toiling and learning through suffering. Still aiming at higher things, he went to Florence and Venice, enlarging the range of his studies. The fruits of his conscientious labor at length appeared in the series of great pictures which he now began to produce. His Death of Germanicus, followed by Extreme Unction, the Testament of Eudamidas, the Manna, and the Abduction of the Sabines. The reputation of Poussin, however, grew but slowly. He was of a retiring disposition and shunned society. People gave him credit for being a thinker much more than a painter. When not actually employed in painting, he took long solitary walks in the country, meditating the designs of future pictures. One of his few friends while at Rome was Claude Lorraine, with whom he spent many hours at a time on the terrace of La Trinité du Mont, conversing about art and antiquarianism. The monotony and the quiet of Rome were suited to his taste, and provided he could earn a moderate living by his brush, he had no wish to leave it. But his fame now extended beyond Rome, and repeated invitations were sent to him to return to Paris. He was offered the appointment of principal painter to the king. At first he hesitated, quoted the Italian proverb, "Chi sta bene non se muove," said he had lived 15 years in Rome, married a wife there, and looked forward to dying and being buried there. Urged again, he consented, and returned to Paris, but his appearance there awakened much professional jealousy, and he soon wished himself back in Rome again. While in Paris he painted some of his greatest works, his Saint Xavier, the Baptism, and the Last Supper. He was kept constantly at work. At first he did whatever he was asked to do, such as designing frontispieces for the royal books, more particularly a Bible and a Virgil, cartoons for the Louvre, and designs for tapestry. But at length he expostulated. "It is impossible for me," he said to M. de Chanteloup, "to work at the same time at frontispieces for books, at a Virgin, at a picture of the Congregation of St. Louis, at the various designs for the gallery, and finally at designs for the royal tapestry. I have only one pair of hands and a feeble head, and can neither be helped nor can my labors be lightened by another." Annoyed by the enemies his success had provoked, and whom he was unable to conciliate, he determined at the end of less than 2 years' labor in Paris to return to Rome. Again settled there in his humble dwelling on Mount Pincio, he employed himself diligently in the practice of his art during the remaining years of his life, living in great simplicity and privacy. Though suffering much from the disease which afflicted him, he solaced himself by study, always striving after excellence. "In growing old," he said, "I feel myself becoming more and more inflamed with the desire of surpassing myself and reaching the highest degree of perfection." Thus toiling, struggling, and suffering, Poussin spent his later years. He had no children, his wife died before him, all his friends were gone, so that in his old age he was left absolutely alone in Rome, so full of tombs, and died there in 1665, bequeathing to his relatives at Andelys the savings of his life, amounting to about 1,000 crowns, and leaving behind him, as a legacy to his race, the great works of his genius. The career of Ary Scheffer furnishes one of the best examples in modern times of a like high-minded devotion to art. Born at Dordrecht, the son of a German artist, he early manifested an aptitude for drawing and painting, which his parents encouraged. His father dying while he was still young, his mother resolved, though her means were but small, to remove the family to Paris, in order that her son might obtain the best opportunities for instruction. There young Scheffer was placed with Guérin, the painter, but his mother's means were too limited to permit him to devote himself exclusively to study. She had sold the few jewels she possessed, and refused herself every indulgence in order to forward the instruction of her other children. Under such circumstances it was natural that Ary should wish to help her, and by the time he was 18 years of age he began to paint small pictures of simple subjects, which met with a ready sale at moderate prices. He also practiced portrait painting, at the same time gathering experience and earning honest money. He gradually improved in drawing, coloring, and composition. The baptism marked a new epoch in his career, and from that point he went on advancing until his fame culminated in his pictures illustrative of Faust, his Francisca de Rimini, Christ the Consoler, the Holy Women, Saint Monica and Saint Augustine, and many other noble works. "The amount of labor, thought, and attention," says Mrs. Grote, "which Scheffer brought to the production of the Francisca must have been enormous. In truth, his technical education having been so imperfect, he was forced to climb the steep of art by drawing upon his own resources, and thus, whilst his hand was at work, his mind was engaged in meditation. He had to try various processes of handling and experiments in coloring, to paint and repaint with tedious and unremitting assiduity. But nature had endowed him with that which proved in some sort an equivalent for shortcomings of a professional kind. His own elevation of character and his profound sensibility aided him in acting upon the feelings of others through the medium of the pencil." One of the artists whom Scheffer most admired was Flaxman, and he once said to a friend, "If I have unconsciously borrowed from any one in the design of the Francisca, it must have been from something I had seen among Flaxman's drawings." John Flaxman was the son of a humble seller of plaster casts in New Street, Covent Garden. When a child, he was such an invalid that it was his custom to sit behind his father's shop counter, propped by pillows, amusing himself with drawing and reading. A benevolent clergyman, the Reverend Mr. Matthews, calling at the shop one day, saw the boy trying to read a book, and on inquiring what it was, found it to be a Cornelius Nepos, which his father had picked up for a few pence at a bookstall. The gentleman, after some conversation with the boy, said that was not the proper book for him to read, but that he would bring him one. The next day he called with translations of Homer and Don Quixote, which the boy proceeded to read with great avidity. He was soon filled with the heroism which breathed through the pages of the former, and with the stucco Ajaxes and Achilleses about him ranged along the shop shelves, the ambition took possession of him, that he too would design and embody in poetic forms those majestic heroes. Like all youthful efforts, his first designs were crude. The proud father one day showed some of them to Roubiliac, the sculptor, who turned from them with a contemptuous pshaw. But the boy had the right stuff in him. He had industry and patience, and he continued to labor incessantly at his books and drawings. He then tried his young powers in modeling figures in plaster of Paris, wax, and clay. Some of these early works are still preserved, not because of their merit, but because they are curious as the first healthy efforts of patient genius. It was long before the boy could walk, and he only learnt to do so by hobbling along upon crutches. At length he became strong enough to walk without them. The kind Mr. Matthews invited him to his house, where his wife explained Homer and Milton to him. They helped him also in his self-culture, giving him lessons in Greek and Latin, the study of which he prosecuted at home. By dint of patience and perseverance, his drawing improved so much that he obtained a commission from a lady to execute 6 original drawings in black chalk of subjects in Homer. His first commission! What an event in the artist's life! A surgeon's first fee, a lawyer's first retainer, a legislator's first speech, a singer's first appearance behind the footlights, an author's first book. Are not any of them more full of interest to the aspirant for fame than the artist's first commission? The boy at once proceeded to execute the order, and he was both well praised and well paid for his work. At 15, Flaxman entered a pupil at the Royal Academy. Notwithstanding his retiring disposition, he soon became known among the students, and great things were expected of him. Nor were their expectations disappointed. In his 15th year he gained the silver prize, and next year he became a candidate for the gold one. Everybody prophesied that he would carry off the medal, for there was none who surpassed him in ability and industry. Yet he lost it, and the gold medal was adjudged to a pupil who was not afterwards heard of. This failure on the part of the youth was really of service to him, for defeats do not long cast down the resolute-hearted, but only serve to call forth their real powers. "Give me time," said he to his father, "and I will yet produce works that the Academy will be proud to recognize." He redoubled his efforts, spared no pains, designed and modelled incessantly, and made steady, if not rapid, progress. But meanwhile poverty threatened his father's household. The plaster-cast trade yielded a very bare living, and young Flaxman, with resolute self-denial, curtailed his hours of study, and devoted himself to helping his father in the humble details of his business. He laid aside his Homer to take up the plaster trowel. He was willing to work in the humblest department of the trade, so that his father's family might be supported, and the wolf kept from the door. To this drudgery of his art he served a long apprenticeship, but it did him good. It familiarized him with steady work, and cultivated in him the spirit of patience. The discipline may have been hard, but it was wholesome. Happily, young Flaxman's skill in design had reached the knowledge of Josiah Wedgwood, who sought him out for the purpose of employing him to design improved patterns of china and earthenware. It may seem a humble department of art for such a genius as Flaxman to work in, but it really was not so. An artist may be laboring truly in his vocation while designing a common teapot or water jug. Articles in daily use amongst the people, which are before their eyes at every meal, may be made the vehicles of education to all, and minister to their highest culture. The most ambitious artist may thus confer a greater practical benefit on his countrymen than by executing an elaborate work which he may sell for thousands of pounds to be placed in some wealthy man's gallery, where it is hidden away from public sight. Before Wedgwood's time, the designs which figured upon our china and stoneware were hideous, both in drawing and execution, and he determined to improve both. Flaxman did his best to carry out the manufacturer's views. He supplied him from time to time with models and designs of various pieces of earthenware, the subjects of which were principally from ancient verse and history. Many of them are still in existence, and some are equal in beauty and simplicity to his after designs for marble. The celebrated Etruscan vases, specimens of which were to be found in public museums and in the cabinets of the curious, furnished him with the best examples of form, and these he embellished with his own elegant devices. Stuart's Athens, then recently published, furnished him with specimens of the purest shaped Greek utensils. Of these he adopted the best and worked them into new shapes of elegance and beauty. Flaxman then saw that he was laboring in a great work, no less than the promotion of popular education, and he was proud in after life to allude to his early labors in this walk, by which he was enabled at the same time to cultivate his love of the beautiful, to diffuse a taste for art among the people, and to replenish his own purse, while he promoted the prosperity of his friend and benefactor. At length, in the year 1782, when 27 years of age, he quitted his father's roof and rented a small house and studio in Wardour Street, Soho. And what was more, he married. Anne Denman was the name of his wife, and a cheerful, bright-souled, noble woman she was. He believed that in marrying her he should be able to work with an intenser spirit, for, like him, she had a taste for poetry and art, and besides was an enthusiastic admirer of her husband's genius. Yet when Sir Joshua Reynolds, himself a bachelor, met Flaxman shortly after his marriage, he said to him, "So, Flaxman, I am told you are married. If so, sir, I tell you, you are ruined for an artist." Flaxman went straight home, sat down beside his wife, took her hand in his, and said, "Anne, I am ruined for an artist." "How so, John? How has it happened, and who has done it?" "It happened," he replied, "in the church, and Anne Denman has done it." He then told her of Sir Joshua's remark, whose opinion was well known and had often been expressed, that if students would excel, they must bring the whole powers of their mind to bear upon their art, from the moment they rose until they went to bed, and also that no man could be a great artist unless he studied the grand works of Raphael, Michelangelo, and others, at Rome and Florence. "And I," said Flaxman, drawing up his little figure to its full height, "I would be a great artist." "And a great artist you shall be," said his wife, "and visit Rome too, if that be really necessary to make you great." "But how?" asked Flaxman. "Work and economize," rejoined the brave wife. "I will never have it said that Anne Denman ruined John Flaxman for an artist." And so it was determined by the pair that the journey to Rome was to be made when their means would admit. "I will go to Rome," said Flaxman, "and show the president that wedlock is for a man's good rather than his harm, and you, Anne, shall accompany me." Patiently and happily the affectionate couple plodded on during 5 years in their humble little home in Wardour Street, always with the long journey to Rome before them. It was never lost sight of for a moment, and not a penny was uselessly spent that could be saved towards the necessary expenses. They said no word to anyone about their project, solicited no aid from the Academy, but trusted only to their own patient labor and love to pursue and achieve their object. During this time Flaxman exhibited very few works. He could not afford marble to experiment in original designs, but he obtained frequent commissions for monuments, by the profits of which he maintained himself. He still worked for Wedgwood, who was a prompt paymaster, and on the whole he was thriving, happy, and hopeful. His local respectability was even such as to bring local honors and local work upon him, for he was elected by the ratepayers to collect the watch rate for the parish of St. Anne, when he might be seen going about with an ink bottle suspended from his buttonhole, collecting the money. At length Flaxman and his wife, having accumulated a sufficient store of savings, set out for Rome. Arrived there, he applied himself diligently to study, maintaining himself, like other poor artists, by making copies from the antique. English visitors sought his studio and gave him commissions, and it was then that he composed his beautiful designs illustrative of Homer, Aeschylus, and Dante. The price paid for them was moderate, only 15 shillings apiece, but Flaxman worked for art as well as money, and the beauty of the designs brought him other friends and patrons. He executed Cupid and Aurora for the munificent Thomas Hope, and the Fury of Athamas for the Earl of Bristol. He then prepared to return to England, his taste improved and cultivated by careful study. But before he left Italy, the academies of Florence and Carrara recognized his merit by electing him a member. His fame had preceded him to London, where he soon found abundant employment. While at Rome, he had been commissioned to execute his famous monument in memory of Lord Mansfield, and it was erected in the north transept of Westminster Abbey shortly after his return. It stands there in majestic grandeur, a monument to the genius of Flaxman himself, calm, simple, and severe. No wonder that Banks, the sculptor, then in the heyday of his fame, exclaimed when he saw it, "This little man cuts us all out." When the members of the Royal Academy heard of Flaxman's return, and especially when they had an opportunity of seeing and admiring his portrait statue of Mansfield, they were eager to have him enrolled among their number. He allowed his name to be proposed in the candidates' list of associates, and was immediately elected. Shortly after, he appeared in an entirely new character. The little boy who had begun his studies behind the plaster-cast seller's shop counter in New Street, Covent Garden, was now a man of high intellect and recognized supremacy in art, to instruct students in the character of Professor of Sculpture to the Royal Academy. And no man better deserved to fill that distinguished office, for none is so able to instruct others as he who, for himself and by his own efforts, has learnt to grapple with and overcome difficulties. After a long, peaceful, and happy life, Flaxman found himself growing old. The loss which he sustained by the death of his affectionate wife Anne was a severe shock to him, but he survived her several years, during which he executed his celebrated Shield of Achilles, and his noble Archangel Michael vanquishing Satan, perhaps his two greatest works. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 6, Workers in Art, Part 3. Chauntry was a more robust man, somewhat rough but hearty in his demeanor, proud of his successful struggle with the difficulties which beset him in early life, and above all, proud of his independence. He was born a poor man's child at Norton, near Sheffield. His father dying when he was a mere boy, his mother married again. Young Chauntry used to drive an ass laden with milk cans across its back into the neighboring town of Sheffield, and there serve his mother's customers with milk. Such was the humble beginning of his industrial career, and it was by his own strength that he rose from that position and achieved the highest eminence as an artist. Not taking kindly to his stepfather, the boy was sent to trade and was first placed with a grocer in Sheffield. The business was very distasteful to him, but passing a carver's shop window one day, his eye was attracted by the glittering articles it contained, and charmed with the idea of being a carver, he begged to be released from the grocery business with that object. His friends consented, and he was bound apprentice to the carver and gilder for 7 years. His new master, besides being a carver in wood, was also a dealer in prints and plaster models, and Chauntry at once set about imitating both, studying with great industry and energy. All his spare hours were devoted to drawing, modeling, and self-improvement, and he often carried his labors far into the night. Before his apprenticeship was out, at the age of 21, he paid over to his master the whole wealth which he was able to muster, a sum of £50, to cancel his indentures, determined to devote himself to the career of an artist. He then made the best of his way to London, and with characteristic good sense sought employment as an assistant carver, studying painting and modeling at his by-hours. Among the jobs on which he was the first employed as a journeyman carver was the decoration of the dining-room of Mr. Rogers, the poet, a room in which he was in after years a welcome visitor, and he usually took pleasure in pointing out his early handiwork to the guests whom he met at his friend's table. Returning to Sheffield on a professional visit, he advertised himself in the local papers as a painter of portraits in crayons and miniatures, and also in oil.
For his first grand portrait he was paid a guinea by a cutler, and for a portrait in oil a confectioner paid him as much as £5 and a pair of top boots. Chantrey was soon in London again to study at the Royal Academy, and next time he returned to Sheffield he advertised himself as ready to model plaster busts of his townsmen, as well as paint portraits of them. He was even selected to design a monument to a deceased vicar of the town, and executed it to the general satisfaction. When in London he used a room over a stable as a studio, and there he modelled his first original work for exhibition. It was a gigantic head of Satan. Towards the close of Chantrey's life, a friend passing through his studio was struck by this model lying in a corner. "That head," said the sculptor, "was the first thing that I did after I came to London. I worked at it in a garret with a paper cap on my head, and as I could then afford only one candle, I stuck that one in my cap that it might move along with me and give me light whichever way I turned." Flaxman saw and admired this head at the Academy exhibition, and recommended Chantrey for the execution of the busts of 4 admirals required for the Naval Asylum at Greenwich. This commission led to others, and painting was given up. But for 8 years before he had not earned £5 by his modelling. His famous head of Horn Took was such a success that, according to his own account, it brought him commissions amounting to £12,000. Chantrey had now succeeded, but he had worked hard and fairly earned his good fortune. He was selected from amongst 16 competitors to execute the statue of George III for the City of London. A few years later he produced the exquisite monument of the Sleeping Children, now in Lichfield Cathedral, a work of great tenderness and beauty, and thenceforward his career was one of increasing honour, fame, and prosperity. His patience, industry, and steady perseverance were the means by which he achieved his greatness. Nature endowed him with genius, and his sound sense enabled him to employ the precious gift as a blessing. He was prudent and shrewd, like the men amongst whom he was born. The pocket-book which accompanied him on his Italian tour, containing mingled notes on art, records of daily expenses, and the current prices of marble. His tastes were simple, and he made his finest subjects great by the mere force of simplicity. His statue of Watt, in Handsworth Church, seems to us the very consummation of art, yet it is perfectly artless and simple. His generosity to brother artists in need was splendid, but quiet and unostentatious. He left the principal part of his fortune to the Royal Academy for the promotion of British art. The same honest and persistent industry was throughout distinctive of the career of David Wilkie. The son of a Scotch minister, he gave early indications of an artistic turn, and though he was a negligent and inept scholar, he was a sedulous drawer of faces and figures. A silent boy, he already displayed that quiet, concentrated energy of character which distinguished him through life. He was always on the lookout for an opportunity to draw, and the walls of the manse or the smooth sand by the riverside were alike convenient for his purpose. Any sort of tool would serve him. Like Giotto, he found a pencil in a burnt stick, a prepared canvas in any smooth stone, and the subject for a picture in every ragged mendicant he met. When he visited a house, he generally left his mark on the walls as an indication of his presence, sometimes to the disgust of cleanly housewives. In short, notwithstanding the aversion of his father the minister to the sinful profession of painting, Wilkie's strong propensity was not to be thwarted, and he became an artist, working his way manfully up the steep of difficulty. Though rejected on his first application as a candidate for admission to the Scottish Academy at Edinburgh, on account of the rudeness and inaccuracy of his introductory specimens, he persevered in producing better until he was admitted. But his progress was slow. He applied himself diligently to the drawing of the human figure, and held on with a determination to succeed, as if with a resolute confidence in the result. He displayed none of the eccentric humour and fitful application of many youths who conceive themselves geniuses, but kept up the routine of steady application to such an extent that he himself was afterwards accustomed to attribute his success to his dogged perseverance rather than to any higher innate power. The single element, he said, in all the progressive movements of my pencil was persevering industry. At Edinburgh he gained a few premiums, thought of turning his attention to portrait painting with a view to its higher and more certain remuneration, but eventually went boldly into the line in which he earned his fame and painted his pitilessly fair. What was bolder still, he determined to proceed to London on account of its presenting so much wider a field for study and work, and the poor Scotch lad arrived in town and painted his village politicians while living in a humble lodging on 18 shillings a week. Notwithstanding the success of this picture and the commissions which followed it, Wilkie long continued poor. The prices which his works realized were not great, for he bestowed upon them so much time and labor that his earnings continued comparatively small for many years. Every picture was carefully studied and elaborated beforehand. Nothing was struck off at a heat. Many occupied him for years, touching, retouching, and improving them until they finally passed out of his hands. As with Reynolds, his motto was work, 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 and like him he expressed great dislike for talking artists. Talkers may sow, but the silent reap. Let us be doing something, was his oblique mode of rebuking the loquacious and admonishing the idle. He once related to his friend Constable that when he studied at the Scottish Academy, Graham, the master of it, was accustomed to say to the students in the words of Reynolds, "If you have genius, industry will improve it. If you have none, industry will supply its place." So, said Wilkie, I was determined to be very industrious, for I knew I had no genius. He also told Constable that when Linnell and Burnet, his fellow students in London, were talking about art, he always contrived to get as close to them as he could to hear all they said. "For," said he, "they know a great deal, and I know very little." This was said with perfect sincerity, for Wilkie was habitually modest. One of the first things that he did with the sum of £30 which he obtained from Lord Mansfield for his village politicians was to buy a present of bonnets, shawls, and dresses for his mother and sister at home, though but little able to afford it at the time. Wilkie's early poverty had trained him in habits of strict economy, which were, however, consistent with a noble liberality, as appears from sundry passages in the autobiography of Abraham Raimbach the engraver. William Eddy was another notable instance of unflagging industry and indomitable perseverance in art. His father was a gingerbread and spice maker at York, and his mother, a woman of considerable force and originality of character, was the daughter of a rope maker. The boy early displayed a love of drawing, covering walls, floors, and tables with specimens of his skill, his first crayon being a farthing's worth of chalk, and this giving place to a piece of coal or a bit of charred stick. His mother, knowing nothing of art, put the boy apprentice to a trade, that of a printer. But in his leisure hours he went on with the practice of drawing, and when his time was out he determined to follow his bent. He would be a painter and nothing else. Fortunately, his uncle and elder brother were able and willing to help him on in his new career, and they provided him with the means of entering as pupil at the Royal Academy. We observe from Leslie's autobiography that Eddy was looked upon by his fellow students as a worthy but dull, plodding person, who would never distinguish himself. But he had in him the divine faculty of work, and diligently plodded his way upward to eminence in the highest walks of art. Many artists have had to encounter privations which have tried their courage and endurance to the utmost before they succeeded. What number may have sunk under them we can never know. Martin encountered difficulties in the course of his career such as perhaps fall to the lot of few. More than once he found himself on the verge of starvation while engaged on his first great picture. It is related of him that on one occasion he found himself reduced to his last shilling, a bright shilling, which he had kept because of its very brightness, but at length he found it necessary to exchange it for bread. He went to a baker's shop, bought a loaf, and was taking it away when the baker snatched it from him and tossed back the shilling to the starving painter. The bright shilling had failed him in his hour of need. It was a bad one. Returning to his lodgings, he rummaged his trunk for some remaining crust to satisfy his hunger. Upheld throughout by the victorious power of enthusiasm, he pursued his design with unsubdued energy. He had the courage to work on and to wait, and when, a few days after, he found an opportunity to exhibit his picture, he was from that time famous. Like many other great artists, his life proves that in despite of outward circumstances, genius, aided by industry, will be its own protector, and that fame, though she comes late, will never ultimately refuse her favors to real merit. The most careful discipline and training after academic methods will fail in making an artist unless he himself take an active part in the work. Like every highly cultivated man, he must be mainly self-educated. When Pugin, who was brought up in his father's office, had learned all that he could learn of architecture according to the usual formulas, he still found that he had learned but little, and that he must begin at the beginning and pass through the discipline of labor. Young Pugin accordingly hired himself out as a common carpenter at Covent Garden Theatre, first working under the stage, then behind the flies, then upon the stage itself. He thus acquired a familiarity with work and cultivated an architectural taste to which the diversity of the mechanical employment about a large operatic establishment is peculiarly favorable. When the theatre closed for the season, he worked a sailing ship between London and some of the French ports, carrying on at the same time a profitable trade. At every opportunity he would land and make drawings of any old building, and especially of any ecclesiastical structure which fell in his way. Afterwards he would make special journeys to the Continent for the same purpose, and returned home laden with drawings. Thus he plodded and labored on, making sure of the excellence and distinction which he eventually achieved. A similar illustration of plodding industry in the same walk is presented in the career of George Kemp, the architect of the beautiful Scott Monument at Edinburgh. He was the son of a poor shepherd who pursued his calling on the southern slope of the Pentland Hills. Amidst that pastoral solitude, the boy had no opportunity of enjoying the contemplation of works of art. It happened, however, that in his 10th year he was sent on a message to Roslin by the farmer for whom his father herded sheep, and the sight of the beautiful castle and chapel there seems to have made a vivid and enduring impression on his mind. Probably to enable him to indulge his love of architectural construction, the boy besought his father to let him be a joiner, and he was accordingly put apprentice to a neighbouring village carpenter. Having served his time, he went to Galashiels to seek work. As he was plodding along the valley of the Tweed with his tools upon his back, a carriage overtook him near Elibank Tower, and the coachman, doubtless at the suggestion of his master, who was seated inside, having asked the youth how far he had to walk, and learning that he was on his way to Galashiels, invited him to mount the box beside him and thus to ride thither. It turned out that the kindly gentleman inside was no other than Sir Walter Scott, then travelling on his official duty as Sheriff of Selkirkshire. Whilst working at Galashiels, Kemp had frequent opportunities of visiting Melrose, Dryburgh, and Jedburgh Abbeys, which he studied carefully. Inspired by his love of architecture, he worked his way as a carpenter over the greater part of the north of England, never omitting an opportunity of inspecting and making sketches of any fine Gothic building. On one occasion, when working in Lancashire, he walked 50 miles to York, spent a week in carefully examining the minster, and returned in like manner on foot. We next find him in Glasgow, where he remained 4 years, studying the fine cathedral there during his spare time. He returned to England again, this time working his way further south, studying Canterbury, Winchester, Tintern, and other well-known structures. In 1824 he formed the design of travelling over Europe with the same object, supporting himself by his trade. Reaching Boulogne, he proceeded by Abbeville and Beauvais to Paris, spending a few weeks making drawings and studies at each place. His skill as a mechanic, and especially his knowledge of mill work, readily secured him employment wherever he went, and he usually chose the site of his employment in the neighbourhood of some fine old Gothic structure, in studying which he occupied his leisure. After a year's working, travel, and study abroad, he returned to Scotland. He continued his studies and became proficient in drawing and perspective. Melrose was his favorite ruin, and he produced several elaborate drawings of the building, one of which, exhibiting it in a restored state, was afterwards engraved. He also obtained employment as a modeler of architectural designs, and made drawings for a work begun by an Edinburgh engraver, after the plan of Breton's cathedral antiquities. This was a task congenial to his tastes, and he labored at it with an enthusiasm which ensured its rapid advance. Walking on foot for the purpose over half Scotland, and living as an ordinary mechanic, whilst executing drawings which would have done credit to the best masters in the art. The projector of the work having died suddenly, the publication was however stopped, and Kemp sought other employment. Few knew of the genius of this man, for he was exceedingly taciturn and habitually modest. When the committee of the Scott Monument offered a prize for the best design, the competitors were numerous, including some of the greatest names in classical architecture, but the design unanimously selected was that of George Kemp, who was working at Kilwinning Abbey in Ayrshire, many miles off, when the letter reached him intimating the decision of the committee. Poor Kemp! Shortly after this event he met an untimely death, and did not live to see the first result of his indefatigable industry and self-culture embodied in stone, one of the most beautiful and appropriate memorials ever erected to literary genius. John Gibson was another artist full of a genuine enthusiasm and love for his art, which placed him high above those sordid temptations which urge meaner natures to make time the measure of profit. He was born at Griffin, near Conway, in North Wales, the son of a gardener. He early showed indications of his talent by the carvings in wood which he made by means of a common pocket-knife, and his father, noting the direction of his talent, sent him to Liverpool and bound him apprentice to a cabinet-maker and wood-carver. He rapidly improved at his trade, and some of his carvings were much admired. He was thus naturally led to sculpture, and when 18 years old he modelled a small figure of Time in wax, which attracted considerable notice. The Messrs. Francis, sculptors of Liverpool, having purchased the boy's indentures, took him as their apprentice for 6 years, during which his genius displayed itself in many original works. From thence he proceeded to London, and afterwards to Rome, and his fame became European. Robert Thorburn, the Royal Academician, like John Gibson, was born of poor parents. His father was a shoemaker at Dumfries. Besides Robert there were 2 other sons, one of whom is a skilful carver in wood. One day a lady called at the shoemaker's and found Robert, then a mere boy, engaged in drawing upon a stool which served him for a table. She examined his work, and observing his abilities, interested herself in obtaining for him some employment in drawing, and enlisted in his behalf the services of others who could assist him in prosecuting the study of art. The boy was diligent, painstaking, staid, and silent, mixing little with his companions, and forming but few intimacies. About the year 1830, some gentlemen of the town provided him with the means of proceeding to Edinburgh, where he was admitted a student at the Scottish Academy. There he had the advantage of studying under competent masters, and the progress which he made was rapid. From Edinburgh he removed to London, where we understand he had the advantage of being introduced to notice under the patronage of the Duke of Buccleuch. We need scarcely say, however, that of whatever use patronage may have been to Thorburn in giving him an introduction to the best circles, patronage of no kind could have made him the great artist that he unquestionably is, without native genius and diligent application. Noel Paton, the well-known painter, began his artistic career at Dunfermline and Paisley as a drawer of patterns for tablecloths and muslin embroidered by hand, meanwhile working diligently at higher subjects, including the drawing of the human figure. He was, like Turner, ready to turn his hand to any kind of work, and in 1840, when a mere youth, we find him engaged, among his other labours, in illustrating the Renfrewshire Annual. He worked his way step by step, slowly yet surely, but he remained unknown until the exhibition of the prize cartoons painted for the Houses of Parliament, when his picture of the spirit of religion, for which he obtained one of the first prizes, revealed him to the world as a genuine artist, and the works which he has since exhibited, such as the Reconciliation of Oberon and Titania, Home, and the Bloody Tryst, have shown a steady advance in artistic power and culture. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Self-Help. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Sonrisa, Servision.org. Self-Help with Illustrations of Conduct and Perseverance by Samuel Smiles. Section 17, Chapter 6, Workers in Art, Part 4. Another striking exemplification of perseverance and industry in the cultivation of art in humble life is presented in the career of James Sharples, a working blacksmith at Blackburn. He was born at Wakefield in Yorkshire in 1825, one of a family of 13 children. His father was a working iron founder and removed to Bury to follow his business. The boys received no school education, but were all sent to work as soon as they were able, and at about 10 James was placed in a foundry, where he was employed for about 2 years as a smithy boy. After that he was sent into the engine shop, where his father worked as engine smith. The boy's employment was to heat and carry rivets for the boiler makers. Though his hours of labor were very long, often from 6 in the morning until 8 at night, his father contrived to give him some little teaching after working hours, and it was thus that he partially learned his letters. An incident occurred in the course of his employment among the boiler makers, which first awakened in him the desire to learn drawing. He had occasionally been employed by the foreman to hold the chalked line with which he made the designs of boilers upon the floor of the workshop, and on such occasions the foreman was accustomed to hold the line and direct the boy to make the necessary dimensions. James soon became so expert at this as to be of considerable service to the foreman, and at his leisure hours at home his great delight was to practice drawing designs of boilers upon his mother's floor. On one occasion, when a female relative was expected from Manchester to pay the family a visit, and the house had been made as decent as possible for her reception, the boy, on coming in from the foundry in the evening, began his usual operations upon the floor. He had proceeded some way with his design of a large boiler in chalk, when his mother arrived with the visitor, and to her dismay found the boy unwashed and the floor chalked all over. The relative, however, professed to be pleased with the boy's industry, praised his design, and recommended his mother to provide the little sweep, as she called him, with paper and pencils. Encouraged by his elder brother, he began to practice figure and landscape drawing, making copies of lithographs, but as yet without any knowledge of the rules of perspective and the principles of light and shade. He worked on, however, and gradually acquired expertness in copying. At 16, he entered the Bury Mechanics' Institution in order to attend the drawing class taught by an amateur who followed the trade of a barber. There he had a lesson a week during 3 months. The teacher recommended him to obtain from the library Burnet's Practical Treatise on Painting, but as he could not yet read with ease, he was under the necessity of getting his mother, and sometimes his elder brother, to read passages from the book for him while he sat by and listened. Feeling hampered by his ignorance of the art of reading, and eager to master the contents of Burnet's book, he ceased attending the drawing class at the Institute after the first quarter, and devoted himself to learning reading and writing at home. In this he soon succeeded, and when he again entered the Institute and took out Burnet a second time, he was not only able to read it, but to make written extracts for further use. So ardently did he study the volume that he used to rise at 4 o'clock in the morning to read it and copy out passages, after which he went to the foundry at 6, worked until 6 and sometimes 8 in the evening, and returned home to enter with fresh zest upon the study of Burnet, which he continued often until a late hour. Parts of his nights were also occupied in drawing and making copies of drawings. On one of these, a copy of Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, he spent an entire night. He went to bed indeed, but his mind was so engrossed with the subject that he could not sleep, and rose again to resume his pencil. He next proceeded to try his hand at painting in oil, for which purpose he procured some canvas from a draper, stretched it on a frame, coated it over with white lead, and began painting on it with colours bought from a house painter. But his work proved a total failure, for the canvas was rough and knotty, and the paint would not dry. In his extremity he applied to his old teacher, the barber, from whom he first learnt that prepared canvas was to be had, and that there were colours and varnishes made for the special purpose of oil painting. As soon, therefore, as his means would allow, he bought a small stock of the necessary articles and began afresh, his amateur master showing him how to paint, and the pupil succeeded so well that he excelled the master's copy. His first picture was a copy from an engraving called Sheep Shearing, and was afterwards sold by him for £0.50. Aided by a shilling guide to oil painting, he went on working at his leisure hours, and gradually acquired a better knowledge of his materials. He made his own easel and palette knife, and paint chest. He bought his paint, brushes, and canvas, as he could raise the money by working overtime. This was the slender fund which his parents consented to allow him for the purpose, the burden of supporting a very large family precluding them from doing more. Often he would walk to Manchester and back in the evenings to buy 2 or 3 shillings worth of paint and canvas, returning almost at midnight after his 18 miles walk, sometimes wet through and completely exhausted, but borne up throughout by his inexhaustible hope and invincible determination. The further progress of the self-taught artist is best narrated in his own words as communicated by him in a letter to the author. "The next pictures I painted," he says, "were a landscape by moonlight, a fruit piece, and 1 or 2 others, after which I conceived the idea of painting The Forge. I had for some time thought about it, but had not attempted to embody the conception in a drawing. I now, however, made a sketch of the subject upon paper, and then proceeded to paint it on the canvas. The picture simply represents the interior of a large workshop such as I have been accustomed to work in, although not of any particular shop. It is, therefore, to this extent an original conception. Having made an outline of the subject, I found that, before I could proceed with it successfully, a knowledge of anatomy was indispensable to enable me accurately to delineate the muscles of the figures. My brother Peter came to my assistance at this juncture, and kindly purchased for me Flaxman's Anatomical Studies, a work altogether beyond my means at the time, for it cost 24 shillings. This book I looked upon as a great treasure, and I studied it laboriously, rising at 3 o'clock in the morning to draw after it, and occasionally getting my brother Peter to stand for me as a model at that untimely hour. Although I gradually improved myself by this practice, it was some time before I felt sufficient confidence to go on with my picture. I also felt hampered by my want of knowledge of perspective, which I endeavoured to remedy by carefully studying Brooke Taylor's Principles, and shortly after I resumed my painting. While engaged in the study of perspective at home, I used to apply for and obtain leave to work at the heavier kinds of smith work at the foundry, and for this reason the time required for heating the heaviest iron work is so much longer than that required for heating the lighter, that it enabled me to secure a number of spare minutes in the course of the day, which I carefully employed in making diagrams in perspective upon the sheet iron casing in front of the hearth at which I worked. Thus, assiduously working and studying, James Sharples steadily advanced in his knowledge of the principles of art, and acquired greater facility in its practice. Some 18 months after the expiry of his apprenticeship, he painted a portrait of his father, which attracted considerable notice in the town, as also did the picture of The Forge, which he finished soon after. His success in portrait painting obtained for him a commission from the foreman of the shop to paint a family group, and Sharples executed it so well that the foreman not only paid him the agreed price of £18, but 30 shillings to boot. While engaged on this group he ceased to work at the foundry, and he had thoughts of giving up his trade altogether and devoting himself exclusively to painting. He proceeded to paint several pictures, amongst others a head of Christ, an original conception, life-size, and a view of Bury, but not obtaining sufficient employment at portraits to occupy his time or give him the prospect of a steady income, he had the good sense to resume his leather apron and go on working at his honest trade of a blacksmith, employing his leisure hours in engraving his picture of The Forge, since published. He was induced to commence the engraving by the following circumstance. A Manchester picture dealer, to whom he showed the painting, let drop the observation that in the hands of a skilful engraver it would make a very good print. Sharples immediately conceived the idea of engraving it himself, though altogether ignorant of the art. The difficulties which he encountered and successfully overcame in carrying out his project are thus described by himself. I had seen an advertisement of a Sheffield steel plate maker, giving a list of the prices at which he supplied plates of various sizes, and fixing upon one of suitable dimensions, I remitted the amount, together with a small additional sum for which I requested him to send me a few engraving tools. I could not specify the articles wanted, for I did not then know anything about the process of engraving. However, there duly arrived with the plate 3 or 4 gravers and an etching needle. The latter I spoiled before I knew its use. While working at the plate, the Amalgamated Society of Engineers offered a premium for the best design for an emblematical picture, for which I determined to compete, and I was so fortunate as to win the prize. Shortly after this I removed to Blackburn, where I obtained employment at Messrs. Yates Engineers as an engine-smith, and continued to employ my leisure time in drawing, painting, and engraving, as before. With the engraving I made but very slow progress, owing to the difficulties I experienced from not possessing proper tools. I then determined to try to make some that would suit my purpose, and after several failures I succeeded in making many that I have used in the course of my engraving. I was also greatly at a loss for want of a proper magnifying glass, and part of the plate was executed with no other assistance of this sort than what my father's spectacles afforded, though I afterwards succeeded in obtaining a proper magnifier, which was of the utmost use to me. An incident occurred while I was engraving the plate which had almost caused me to abandon it altogether. It sometimes happened that I was obliged to lay it aside for a considerable time when other work pressed, and in order to guard it against rust, I was accustomed to rub over the graven parts with oil. But on examining the plate after one of such intervals, I found that the oil had become a dark, sticky substance extremely difficult to get out. I tried to pick it out with a needle, but found that it would almost take as much time as to engrave the parts afresh. I was in great despair at this, but at length hit upon the expedient of boiling it in water containing soda, and afterwards rubbing the engraved parts with a toothbrush, and to my delight found the plan succeeded perfectly. My greatest difficulties now over, patience and perseverance were all that were needed to bring my labours to a successful issue. I had neither advice nor assistance from anyone in finishing the plate. If, therefore, the work possess any merit, I can claim it as my own, and if in its accomplishment I have contributed to show what can be done by persevering industry and determination, it is all the honour I wish to lay claim to. It would be beside our purpose to enter upon any criticism of the forge as an engraving, its merits having been already fully recognized by the art journals. The execution of the work occupied Sharple's leisure evening hours during a period of 5 years, and it was only when he took the plate to the printer that he for the first time saw an engraved plate produced by any other man. To this unvarnished picture of industry and genius we add one other trait, and it is a domestic one. "I have been married 7 years," says he, "and during that time my greatest pleasure, after I have finished my daily labour at the foundry, has been to resume my pencil or graver, frequently until a late hour of the evening, my wife meanwhile sitting by my side and reading to me from some interesting book." A simple but beautiful testimony to the thorough common sense, as well as the genuine right-heartedness of this most interesting and deserving workman. The same industry and application which we have found to be necessary in order to acquire excellence in painting and sculpture are equally required in the sister art of music, the one being the poetry of form and colour, the other of the sounds of nature. Handel was an indefatigable and constant worker. He was never cast down by defeat, but his energy seemed to increase the more that adversity struck him. When a prey to his mortifications as an insolvent debtor, he did not give way for a moment, but in 1 year produced his Saul, Israel, the music for Dryden's Ode, his 12 grand concertos, and the opera of Jupiter in Argos, among the finest of his works. As his biographer says of him, he braved everything, and by his unaided self accomplished the work of 12 men. Haydn, speaking of his art, said, "It consists in taking up a subject and pursuing it." "Work," said Mozart, "is my chief pleasure." Beethoven's favorite maxim was, "The barriers are not erected which can say to aspiring talents and industry, 'Thus far and no farther.'" When Moscheles submitted his score of Fidelio for the pianoforte to Beethoven, the latter found written at the bottom of the last page, "Fini, with God's help." Beethoven immediately wrote underneath, "O man, help thyself." This was the motto of his artistic life. John Sebastian Bach said of himself, "I was industrious. Whoever is equally sedulous will be equally successful." But there is no doubt that Bach was born with a passion for music which formed the mainspring of his industry and was the true secret of his success. When a mere youth, his elder brother, wishing to turn his abilities in another direction, destroyed a collection of studies which the young Sebastian, being denied candles, had copied by moonlight, proving the strong natural bent of the boy's genius. Of Meyerbeer, Bayle thus wrote from Milan in 1820, "He is a man of some talent, but no genius. He lives solitary, working 15 hours a day at music." Years passed, and Meyerbeer's hard work fully brought out his genius, as displayed in his Roberto, Huguenots, Prophete, and other works, confessedly among the greatest operas which have been produced in modern times. Although musical composition is not an art in which Englishmen have as yet greatly distinguished themselves, their energies for the most part taken other and more practical directions, we are not without native illustrations of the power of perseverance in this special pursuit. Arne was an upholsterer's son, intended by his father for the legal profession, but his love of music was so great that he could not be withheld from pursuing it. While engaged in an attorney's office, his means were very limited, but to gratify his tastes he was accustomed to borrow a livery and go into the gallery of the opera, then appropriated to domestics. Unknown to his father, he made great progress with the violin, and the first knowledge his father had of the circumstance was when accidentally calling at the house of a neighbouring gentleman. To his surprise and consternation, he found his son playing the leading instrument with a party of musicians. This incident decided the fate of Arne. His father offered no further opposition to his wishes, and the world thereby lost a lawyer, but gained a musician of much taste and delicacy of feeling, who added many valuable works to our stores of English music. The career of the late William Jackson, author of The Deliverance of Israel, an oratorio which has been successfully performed in the principal towns of his native county of York, furnishes an interesting illustration of the triumph of perseverance over difficulties in the pursuit of musical science. He was the son of a miller at Massam, a little town situated in the valley of the Yore, in the northwest corner of Yorkshire. Musical taste seems to have been hereditary in the family, for his father played the fife in the band of the Massam Volunteers, and was a singer in the parish choir. His grandfather also was a leading singer and ringer at Massam Church, and one of the boy's earliest musical treats was to be present at the bell pealing on Sunday mornings. During the service, his wonder was still more excited by the organist's performance on the barrel organ, the doors of which were thrown open behind to let the sound fully into the church, by which the stops, pipes, barrels, staples, keyboard, and jacks were fully exposed, to the wonderment of the little boys sitting in the gallery behind, and to none more than our young musician. At 8 years of age he began to play upon his father's old fife, which, however, would not sound D. But his mother remedied the difficulty by buying for him a one-keyed flute, and shortly after a gentleman of the neighbourhood presented him with a flute with 4 silver keys. As the boy made no progress with his book learning, being fonder of cricket, fives, and boxing than of his school lessons, the village schoolmaster giving him up as a bad job, his parents sent him off to school at Pateley Bridge. While there he found congenial society in a club of village choral singers at Brighouse Gate, and with them he learnt the sol, fa, ing gamut on the old English plan. He was thus well drilled in the reading of music, in which he soon became a proficient. His progress astonished the club, and he returned home full of musical ambition. He now learnt to play upon his father's old piano, but with little melodious result, and he became eager to possess a finger organ, but had no means of procuring one. About this time a neighbouring parish clerk had purchased, for an insignificant sum, a small disabled barrel organ, which had gone the circuit of the northern counties with a show. The clerk tried to revive the tones of the instrument, but failed. At last he bethought him that he would try the skill of young Jackson, who had succeeded in making some alterations and improvements in the hand organ of the parish church. He accordingly brought it to the lad's house in a donkey cart, and in a short time the instrument was repaired, and played over its old tunes again, greatly to the owner's satisfaction. The thought now haunted the youth that he could make a barrel organ, and he determined to do so. His father and he set to work, and though without practice in carpentering, yet by dint of hard labour and after many failures, they at last succeeded, and an organ was constructed which played 10 tunes very decently, and the instrument was generally regarded as a marvel in the neighbourhood. Young Jackson was now frequently sent for to repair old church organs and to put new music upon the barrels which he added to them. All this he accomplished to the satisfaction of his employers, after which he proceeded with the construction of a 4-stop finger organ, adapting to it the keys of an old harpsichord. This he learnt to play upon, studying Calcott's thorough bass in the evening, and working at his trade of a miller during the day, occasionally also tramping about the country as a cadger with an ass and a cart. During summer he worked in the fields at turnip time, hay time, and harvest, but was never without the solace of music in his leisure evening hours. He next tried his hand at musical composition, and 12 of his anthems were shown to the late Mr. Camage of York as the production of a miller's lad of 14. Mr. Camage was pleased with them, marked the objectionable passages, and returned them with the encouraging remark that they did the youth great credit, and that he must go on writing. A village band having been set on foot at Massam, young Jackson joined it, and was ultimately appointed leader. He played all the instruments by turns, and thus acquired a considerable practical knowledge of his art. He also composed numerous tunes for the band. A new finger organ having been presented to the parish church, he was appointed the organist. He now gave up his employment as a journeyman miller, and commenced tallow chandling, still employing his spare hours in the study of music. In 1839 he published his first anthem, "For Joy Let Fertile Valleys Sing," and in the following year he gained the first prize from the Huddersfield Glee Club for his "Sisters of the Lee." His other anthem, "God Be Merciful to Us," and the 103rd Psalm, written for a double chorus and orchestra, are well known. In the midst of these minor works, Jackson proceeded with the composition of his oratorio, "The Deliverance of Israel from Babylon." His practice was to jot down a sketch of the ideas as they presented themselves to his mind, and to write them out in score in the evenings after he had left his work in the candle shop. His oratorio was published in parts in the course of 1844-45, and he published the last chorus on his 29th birthday. The work was exceedingly well received, and has been frequently performed with much success in the northern towns. Mr. Jackson eventually settled as a professor of music at Bradford, where he contributed in no small degree to the cultivation of the musical taste of that town and its neighbourhood. Some years since he had the honour of leading his fine company of Bradford choral singers before Her Majesty at Buckingham Palace, on which occasion, as well as at the Crystal Palace, some choral pieces of his composition were performed with great effect. Such is a brief outline of the career of a self-taught musician, whose life affords but another illustration of the power of self-help and the force of courage and industry in enabling a man to surmount and overcome early difficulties and obstructions of no ordinary kind. End of section 17.